Chapter 759. The following is provided for you, 759. Please enjoy. Can't get out? What does that mean? Chongming frowned and asked in a low voice. It means that you can't get out. After reaching Bright Red Mountain Peak, if you want to leave, you will be pulled in by a force, making it impossible for you to take a step forward. Zhou Lan said, when we arrived here, we realized that the situation was strange. It's not that we didn't want to leave, but the teleportation formation can't be used. Even if we reached the border was right in front of us, but we couldn't reach it. This should be the doing of those from the ghost realm, right? Sima Yue said. It didn't happen before. Blue Blade said, didn't people come in and leave? Although their minds weren't complete, they still managed to leave. But now we can't get out at all. The teleportation formation can't be used either. If we want to catch those from the ghost realm, we don't know where to find them. Sima Yue said. Actually, that's not the case. This Bright Red Mountain Peak is smaller than other places. We can fly from the east to the west in about a month. Blue Blade said. Sima Yue blinked. Was Bright Red Mountain Peak that small? She hadn't been in Wuxia City for long. She didn't expect to arrive here so soon, so she didn't pay attention to this. What do you think is going on with the two forces killing each other? When we were flying, we happened to see two groups killing each other. They were spirit beasts and evil spirits. We heard them talking from afar. They said that they were chasing and killing each other. That's how we knew that they weren't on the same side. Then the ones chasing you are bad? Little Meng asked. Blue Blade shook his head and said, people from the ghost realm, how can they be good or bad? In their eyes, the other races are all enemies. Otherwise, why would the entire Bright Red Mountain Peak be destroyed? That's true. Sima Yue thought about how the controlled spirit beasts and evil spirits had attacked her. In their eyes, as long as it was a human, they should be killed. However, there were some differences. The ones who controlled the evil spirits were more vicious and cruel. We've been chased by both sides a few times. Every time, there would be disciples sacrificed. It seems that if we want to leave this place, we have to take care of both sides. Sima Yue said. At the same time, she sighed in her heart. She originally wanted to find some souls for Mo Sha to nourish his body, but she didn't expect to be trapped here. Yu, I feel that this trick of not being able to go out must be done by those evil spirits. Little Dream said with certainty. But Zhou Lan saw that Xiaomeng was so sure and thought that they knew something. Because before we entered Red Mountain Peak, we met some ghosts in Wuxia City. Sima Yu explained. Because their ghosts can pass through, it's useless to set up this barrier. Naturally, this is what those people brought to the other party's spirit beasts. How did you come here alone? He asked. This is too dangerous. Zhou Lan said. Knowing that it's the ghost clan's doing, and that it's starting to threaten the towns outside, how can we do nothing outside? Coincidentally, I have some ways to restrain the ghost clan, so I came over. When Sima Yue said this, she despised herself in her heart, not to mention the beasts in the spirit pagoda who were rolling their eyes. Young Master Sima is so righteous, it's rare to see you in this cold continent. Blue Blade patted Sima Yue's shoulder and said excitedly, if we can get out of here alive, this Blue Blade will definitely have a good drink with young Master Sima. Sima Yue's mouth twitched slightly. This guy, he was really so silly that he was cute. Could he not tell that she was just saying it casually? Those friends of yours, haven't they taken too long to take care of them? She felt that she couldn't be so shameless and quickly changed the topic. The beasts despised her once again. You also know that you're shameless. Sima Yue glared back in her heart. Actually, she also had some thoughts in mind, but it was just in passing. If they really let Mo Sha absorb those ghosts, then wouldn't the matter of Bright Red Mountain Peak be resolved? Although the starting point was different, the result would still be the same. There was no need to fuss over that small matter. Zhou Lan and the others didn't know about the thousands of twists and turns in her heart. They smiled and replied, the few of them are more or less misophobic. Previously, we were always on the run, so we didn't have the time to properly clean ourselves up. Now that we finally have the chance, I'm afraid the three of them won't be able to finish it in 2 to 3 hours. That's those two guys, not me. A clear voice came from the courtyard behind. Sima Yue recognized the voice of the bearded man. Big bearded man, even if you're faster than them, you're still slower than us. Did you go and wash those beards of yours? How many times have I told you, you have too much beard, it's best to shave it? Zhou Lan teased. I won't shave it. Only men with beards are handsome and mighty. Don't you think I'm more handsome when I have a beard? Big bearded man touched his beard and said narcissistically. Sima Yue saw that big bearded man had delicate features, a high nose bridge, fair skin, and a slender body. If he didn't have that large beard, he would still be a handsome man. Big bearded man saw Sima Yue sizing him up and immediately asked, "Don't you think I'm more handsome when I have a beard?" "I've never seen you without a beard, so I can't compare." Sima Yue looked at those eager eyes and said honestly, "I think you're more handsome without a beard." "More handsome without a beard?" Big bearded man said, "You don't know how to appreciate it, this is called male beauty. With a beard, I look more manly. Someone like you who doesn't have a single strand of beard looks very feminine, not as handsome as me." Sima Yue felt 3 black lines slide down the back of her head. Why did this guy drag her into this? And his sense of beauty was really different from normal people. Seeing Sima Yue like this, Blue Blade explained, Qi Wei's appreciation of beauty and handsomeness is different from normal people, so, cough cough, don't mind. "I won't mind." Sima Yue smiled. "What were you guys talking about just now?" Qi Wei asked curiously. "We were talking about the current situation." Zhou Lan said, "We're trapped here alone without help, and there are people from the ghost realm chasing after us. There's no use hiding here, we have to think of a way." "That's right." A sharp scream came from the courtyard behind them. Zhou Lan and the others immediately stood up and said, "It's Yu Qing's voice, go and see what's happening." Zhou Lan and the others quickly ran over. Sima Yue, Little Meng and Chongming were not in a hurry and slowly followed behind. "I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the fight against obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Please report it. Thank you everyone." Chapter 760. The following is provided for you, 760. Please enjoy. Everyone ran to the small courtyard at the back. Zhou Lan immediately rushed into the house while Blue Blade and Qi Wei stayed outside and did not enter. "Yu Qing, what happened?" Blue Blade asked from outside. The white-clothed youth from before had rushed out of the house and hadn't even buttoned his jacket properly. The moment he came out, he anxiously asked, "What's wrong, what happened?" "It's nothing." Zhou Lan's voice came from inside, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "It's really nothing?" Qi Wei said worriedly. You guys wait outside for a bit." Zhou Lan said. "Then we'll wait." Blue Blade said to Qi Wei and Sima Yue. Seeing that the person wasn't dressed properly, he said, "Ming Lang, why aren't you putting on your clothes properly?" Xian Ming Lang pouted and quickly put on his clothes. At this time, Zhou Lan's voice came from inside, saying, "Come in." Everyone went in and saw a large bathtub in the house. Yu Qing and Zhou Lan were standing to the side. "What happened just now?" Blue Blade asked. Actually, it's nothing." Yu Qing's face was red as she said, "I just saw a rat and got a fright." "Tiftesh," Qi Wei immediately laughed, saying, "A rat? Yu Qing, it's not that I want to criticize you, but you're still a spirit master. How could you be afraid of a small creature like a rat?" Yu Qing's face turned even redder as if she could resist water, saying, That. All right, Qi Wei, stop laughing. Yu Qing has been afraid of rats since she was young. It's not like you don't know." Blue Blade saw Yu Qing's expression and spoke in a low voice. It was to give Yu Qing a way out. Yu Qing didn't say anything else because it wasn't easy to say it. She couldn't say that she was almost attacked by a spirit beast in front of a group of men, right? This place is completely empty. It's a bit scary for a rat to suddenly appear. Moreover, this rat isn't just a little big. It's much bigger than a normal spirit rabbit. Zhou Lan said. "That's right. It's so scary. If you suddenly saw it, you would definitely be scared." Yu Qing said. I'm not you." Qi Wei crossed his arms and snorted. If it was Qi Wei, he would definitely subdue it and let it show off in front of us. Zhou Lan said. Senior Sister Zhou, you don't need to know me so well. Qi Wei said with a grin. Well, Sima Yue interrupted their happy conversation and said, I have a question. Young Master Sima, please speak. Blue Blade said. That, Sima Yu pointed at the rat that was beaten to the ground and asked, There are no spirit beasts in the entire city, nor are there any humans. Where did such a big little rat come from? That's right. Blue Blade frowned. There were no living creatures when we entered the city. Where did this rat come from? Zhou Lan and the others were also silent. For a spirit mouse to suddenly appear in an empty city, it was strange no matter how they thought about it. Chongming. Sima Yue called out. Chongming came out from behind her and walked around the room. Then he closed his eyes and sensed. What is he doing? Qi Wei looked at Chongming curiously. Don't speak. Blue Blade glanced at him and he immediately swallowed the rest of his words. Chongming sensed for a while and came in front of a wall. After feeling around for a while, he found a brick and pressed it down. Then, the wall beside him shrank to the side and opened up a path. Seeing this, everyone understood what was below them. They never thought that there would be a basement. Let's go down and take a look. Sima Yue said. All right. The stairs were not high. It was only 20 or so steps. Below them was a tunnel. There were several oil lamps on both sides of the tunnel. Sima Yu moved her finger and a cluster of flames flew out, passing over every oil lamp. The lamps were all lit up and the entire tunnel lit up. Everyone walked in for a while. Qi Wei, who was walking in front, said, There's a barrier in front. We can't go in. Let me take a look. Zhou Lan was behind Qi Wei. She pulled him aside and walked to the front. She stretched out her hand and was blocked by an invisible barrier. Why would there be a barrier here? Yu Qing asked curiously. Naturally, it was left behind by Master. Blue Blade said, If there wasn't this, how could we not have discovered this secret underground room? Sima Yue walked to the front and touched the barrier, saying, This is indeed a barrier that can isolate auras. However, this barrier requires a large amount of energy. It can't be maintained for long. You know quite a bit about barriers. We didn't even know that there were different types of barriers. Zhou Lan said. That's right. You're amazing. Yu Qing looked at Yue with admiration. It's all right. Sima Yue smiled. This was all taught to her by Little Roar in the Spirit Pagoda. She did not know this herself. Eldest senior brother, can you break this? Qi Wei asked. Let me try. Blue Blade took out his sword. It's useless. Sima Yue said. But Yu Qing asked. Because this barrier will absorb all the attacks from the outside. Otherwise, how could the people outside not discover this place? Sima Yue said. Then what do we do? When we encounter this, we can only wait for the energy to be depleted or wait for the people inside to come out. Sima Yue said. Is there no other way? Zhou Lan looked at the corner of the tunnel with slight disappointment. There is, but I don't think you guys have the conditions. Sima Yue said. What other way is there? It's fine as long as you're naturally immune to barriers. Sima Yue said. How is that possible? Xianming Lang pouted. Why is it not possible? Sima Yue said, You guys wait here. I'll go in and take a look. Sima Yue said as she kept Chongming and Little Dream. She called out Little Roar and fused with him before stepping into the barrier. She really went in? Xianming Lang stared at Sima Yue with his eyes wide open as he watched her turn into the back. I tried just now, but I couldn't enter this barrier. I didn't expect her to really go in. Qi Wei said. She said that she can enter as long as she's naturally immune to barriers. Could she be that kind of person? She's not, but her spirit beast should be. Blue Blade said. But spirit beasts can, but she can't go in. Yu Qing said. Do you guys still remember that 100 years ago, Red Blade's master fought with someone outside the sect? Blue Blade asked. Of course we remember. Because one of Red Blade's disciples violated the sect's rules and did something bad, Red Blade's master was kept in the dark. He protected her and fought with that person on Mount Everest. In the end, he heavily injured Red Blade's master. In the end, the two of them became good friends. Qi Wei said, "At that time, that person's strength was not as good as Red Blade's master, but he defeated him. He used a skill that we don't know, fusion." Blue Blade said, "And that person is called Sima Lu Yun. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you everyone." Chapter 761. The following is provided for you, 761. Please enjoy. What battle? Why haven't I heard of it before? Xianming Lang asked. At that time, you hadn't come to the sect yet. After you came, you didn't pay attention to the outside world. It's normal that you don't know. Blue Blade said. Ming Lang, you didn't see the scene of the battle. It was a complete upheaval. Qi Wei hugged Xianming Lang's neck. He was very excited when he talked about the battle. You saw it? Xianming Lang asked. Of course. Qi Wei used his other hand to stroke his beard, saying, At that time, I hadn't become a core disciple. The place where I cultivated was near Mount Everest. I saw that battle with my own eyes. Even my house was blown away. Such a huge battle, why haven't I heard you mention it before? Xianming Lang said. That's because the sect didn't allow us to talk about it. Qi Wei said, I don't know what that Red Blade disciple did to cause such a huge commotion. But after that, Master ordered us not to talk about it, so we didn't talk about it much. After so many years, if Eldest Senior didn't mention it, we would have forgotten about it. Was that battle really that earth-shattering? That's right. Especially the technique that person used in the end. His battle power instantly doubled. Red Blade Master was about to win, but he turned the tables. Zhoulan said, He's called Sima Lu Yun, and she's called Sima Yue. Could she be from that clan? Yu Qing was shocked by her own guess. She reached out her hand to cover her mouth. I think that should be right. Blue Blade said. Actually, you don't know, but I know why Master didn't let us talk about it. It's that clan's request. They said that they can't let this matter spread. The sect was pressured and had no choice but to keep all the disciples quiet. That clan is that powerful? They're more powerful than us. Blue Blade didn't answer his question directly, saying, I didn't expect that we would meet someone from that clan here. The skilled are bold. I was wondering why she would come here alone. Now that I think about it, there's nothing strange about it. Zhoulan said. As a result, Yu was designated as a member of that clan just like that? At this moment, the barrier in front of them disappeared. Sima Yue's voice could be heard from inside, Come in. Blue Blade and the others thought that she had closed the enchantment from the inside, but they didn't expect to see more than 10 people squeezed into a small basement. Most of them were children and young women. Young Master Sima, what is going on? Sima Yue shrugged and said, They are the owners of this place. I haven't asked about the details. She then asked the oldest woman, What's your name? Qiu. That woman said, This is my younger sister, Qiu Rui. The others are our younger siblings. Qiu and Qiu Rui looked the same. They were twin sisters. What's the situation outside? Qiu Rist. An empty city. Sima Yue replied. What? Qiu Rua and Qiu Rui cried. Then our family, there's no one alive in the city, but there aren't many corpses either. Blue Blade said, When did you arrive here? It's been half a year. Qiu Rua was calmer. At that time, Father and the others knew that they couldn't leave Bright Red Mountain Peak, so they prepared this place. Not long after, we were sent here to hide. Since then, no news of the situation outside has reached here. Then you haven't seen the situation outside? Sima Yue asked. Qiu Rua and Qiu Rui nodded, their eyes filled with tears. Outside, what's the situation like in the other cities? Qiu Rua asked. It's about the same as here. But it looks more tragic. Blue Blade said, There aren't many corpses here. In the other cities, there are mountains of corpses. Qiu Rua and Qiu Rui hugged each other, suppressing the sadness in their hearts. The others also hugged each other and cried. The situation outside was so tragic and their family couldn't leave. The result was self-evident. Those rats are yours? Sima Yue waited for them to cry for a while before asking. Qiu Rua wiped her tears and said, "Those spirit rats were raised by us to play with. We didn't dare to go out casually, so we sent them out to scout the situation. The last few times, there was no news of them. This time, the one that went out is already dead." Speaking of the dead spirit rat, everyone's face flashed with embarrassment. Zhou Lan stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Your spirit rat was accidentally killed by us. We're sorry." "We guessed it," Qiu Rua said. "I think it's because you found the spirit rat that you thought that there were still living people here. That's why you came here." "Something like that?" Sima Yue said. "What happened to Bright Red Mountain Peak? How could something like this happen?" Qiu Rui said hatefully, "Father and the others are gone. The entire city is gone. The entire Bright Red Mountain Peak is dead. 2 years ago, everything was fine. How could it become like this now?" 2 years? Since you found out that something was wrong 2 years ago, didn't you think of leaving earlier or asking for help? Blue Blade asked. These people were the first group of living people they met in Bright Red Mountain Peak. They had too many questions to ask. How could it be gone? Qiu Rua said, "In the beginning, the situation wasn't that serious. It was just that some idiots would appear in some places and some spirit beasts would die. However, it wasn't a large area. Everyone didn't want to leave the clan. After all, their roots were here and their ancestors had lived here for generations. They just wanted to find the problem and solve it. However, we didn't expect the situation to spread so quickly. In the end, when we wanted to leave, we couldn't. The clan wanted to send out a message to ask for help. However, it was as if this place was isolated from the world. The message couldn't be sent out and people couldn't leave. We could only be trapped here. At that time, everyone panicked. Many forces formed to investigate, but no one came back. Later, we were sent here." Qiu said. Sima Yue could imagine the determination of those people to protect their home. She could also imagine their despair when they were trapped here. Millions, tens of millions of people were trapped here and killed. There were also those spirit beasts. They were originally living well. However, because of those ghost clan people, they lost their minds and became walking corpses. Ghost clan. Thinking of the tragic situation she saw along the way, she felt anger burning in her heart. It was the first time she felt so strong that she wanted to do something for those people. Blue Blade and the others' faces were also very ugly. They tried their best to control themselves so that they didn't rush out to seek revenge on those ghost clan people. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Readers, please report. Thank you everyone. Chapter 762. Sima Yue and the others were angry, the Qiu clan members were crying, the atmosphere in the secret room was heavy. "Let's retaliate." Sima Yue broke the silence and said, "Retaliate? There are so many people in Bright Red Mountain Peak and none of them succeeded. We only have a few people, what can we do?" Yu Qing said with red eyes. "Make a good plan, then you'll know what to do." Sima Yue said, "We have to use different methods to deal with different people. When the time comes, we'll exterminate them all, so that the ghost clan won't dare to come to the human realm and cause trouble." "Do you have a good plan?" Blue Blade asked. He didn't know why, but when he saw her like that, he subconsciously believed her words. "I need to think about it carefully." Sima Yue said, "You guys should open the barrier. There are some spirit stones here, enough for you to stay here for more than a year." "I'll go with you." Qiu Rua said, "I want to take revenge for my father." "But your father let you guys stay here, so that you can continue to live. The situation outside is still too dangerous. If something happens," Sima Yue said, "It's okay, as long as the Qiu clan members survive, father's efforts will not be wasted. I'll go out. You stay here and take care of little brother and the others." Qiu Rua said. "Sister, I'll go, you stay here with little brother and the others." Qiu Rui said. "Don't fight with me, you stay." Qiu Rua said firmly. "Big sister, second sister, we want to go too." A little fatty stood up. His figure was similar to Fatty Chu's in the past. Qiu Rua and Qiu Rui said in unison, "I want to go." The little fatty stomped his feet, the flesh on his body trembling. I want to go too. The children in the corner all came over, surrounding Qiu Ruo and Qiu Ru. Don't make a fuss, it's too dangerous outside, just wait for us here. Qiu Ruo said. Big sister, listen to me. Do you want to see our Qiu clan end? Qiu Ruo shouted. When she said that, the children lowered their heads and stopped talking. Big sister, they all listen to you. It's better if you stay. Qiu Rui said. Sima Yue was thinking about something and had a headache from their quarrel. She said, all right, stop arguing. If you want to go, then go. If these children stayed here, no one would be able to harm them. As long as they have enough food, they won't starve to death. A few of them looked like they were only a few years old. They probably still needed to eat, so he had to leave some food for them. We prepared food for several years when we came in. Qiu Ruo took out a spatial ring and placed it on little fatty's hand, saying, be good and stay here. When we succeed, we'll come back to pick you guys up, understand? If we haven't come back by the time we finish eating, send someone out to look for food. You can't go out alone, understand? Little fatty gripped the ring so tightly that the patterns on it dug into his flesh. Tears welled up in his eyes. Big sister, second sister, we understand. Little fatty said, we'll be good and stay here. Let's go out first. Sima Yue said to Blue Blade and the others before turning to leave. This kind of scene made one's heart ache. It was better not to look at it. We'll go out first. We shouldn't be leaving today. Come back up after you're done talking. Blue Blade said to Qiu Rui and Qiu Rui. Zhou Lan and the others nodded at the two of them before turning to leave. When they went back up, Sima Yue saw the dead spirit mouse in the house and burned it with a flame. Brother Sima. Blue Blade came out from behind and called out to Sima Yue, saying, if there's anything you need us to do, just let us know. Sima Yue responded and turned to leave the house. She went outside alone and walked aimlessly on the streets. That 100-ghost banner. As long as we get it, we'll be halfway done here. Emo Sha's voice suddenly sounded. Sima Yue was delighted, saying, Emo Sha, you're awake? Emo Sha responded faintly, still as cold as before, I see you frowning when I wake up. So useless. Actually, he had already been awake for many days. It was just that he had blocked their communications, so she didn't know. Sima Yue didn't mind him scolding her the moment he woke up. She asked with concern, how are you now? Not bad. Actually, not good at all. You said 100-ghost banner just now. Didn't you just wake up? How do you know about it? Sima Yue asked. You retrieved your memories. Emo Sha said. Do you know anything about this 100-ghost banner? Seeing Emo Sha wake up, she felt as if she had found support. Her previously restless heart calmed down immediately. I've seen it in an ancient book before. Emo Sha said. There's a book about the ghost realm in the devil realm? I've been to the ghost realm before. Don't interrupt. Oh, continue. Sima Yue smiled with a bit of flattery. This 100-ghost banner is the ghost realm's supreme weapon. With it, you're practically invincible in the ghost realm. It's a treasure that the ghost clan's people scramble for. Emo Sha said. What's the use of this 100-ghost banner? It can hold 100 ghosts. It can hold 100 ghosts? 100 ghosts is a general term. It can hold any kind of ghosts. Emo Sha said disdainfully, even if it's a ghost emperor, as long as he hasn't cultivated a physical body, he can be stored in it. The higher the level of the 100-ghost banner, the more spirits it can store. The 100-ghost banner that appeared in the ghost realm before could store at least 1 million evil spirits. Cultivated a physical body? What's that? And what's the level of the 100-ghost banner? Sima Yue felt that there were more questions the more she listened. She asked a few questions in a row. After a human dies, they will be sent to the ghost realm by the laws of nature. Those spirits can also cultivate in the ghost realm. When their level is high enough, they can cultivate a physical body. Then why didn't you go to the ghost realm to cultivate a physical body? Why did you have to split your spirit into two and make it so troublesome? Emo Sha was silent for a while before saying, if I went to the ghost realm, I reckon the entire ghost realm would be hunting me down. Sima Yue widened her eyes after hearing this, saying, "The entire ghost realm would be hunting you down? You couldn't have killed their king, right?" She had only said it casually, but she didn't expect Mo Sha to respond with an N. Yue was even more shocked, saying, "How did you kill the ghost king? That's a ghost king. You actually killed the ghost king. No wonder they're going all out to hunt you down." "So what if it's a ghost king? I'm also a devil king. Do you need to make such a big fuss about killing a ghost king?" Mo Sha said faintly. His tone was arrogant. "I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the special campaign to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 763. The following is provided for you. Chapter 763. With him, my heart will be at ease. Please enjoy. What a pervert. She pursed her lips and said, "Why did you kill the ghost king? Could it be that they don't like each other because they are both kings? It won't be that boring. Then why?" "He said I stole his woman. Come and fight me to the death." Mo Sha said, "You slept with the queen of the world of spirits and souls." Sima Yue shouted, using shock to cover up the slight discomfort in her heart. "I'm not interested in women." Mo Sha said, "But the ghost king wouldn't accuse you of stealing his woman for no reason, right?" Sima Yue didn't believe it. "That woman came to me of her own accord. I ignored her too." Mo Sha said, "But that old man in the ghost realm insisted that I stole his woman and ran over to fight with me. I didn't do anything, so how could I allow him to be so impudent?" The two of them started fighting. That battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the end, both of them were about to die. He was severely injured when he left and was on his last breath. I was in a similar state. But I survived and he died. Cultivators can live as long as they have a single breath, right? He's dead? Sima Yue said, "Are you stupid? That ghost king was obviously killed by someone else. Why are you taking the blame?" Mo Sha was amused by Sima Yue's tone. Inside the devil's snare bracelet, his lips curled into a smile. Back then, when the ghost king was killed, he said that it wasn't his doing, but no one said anything. He only gave a simple description, and she knew that he didn't kill anyone. This trust made him feel warm in his heart. "Although I wasn't the one who killed him, it was because he lost his ability to defend himself after fighting with me. It's all in the past, there's no point in talking about it." Mo Sha said, "Do you still want to hear about the 100 Ghosts banner?" "Oh, go ahead." Sima Yue also felt that it was meaningless to talk about whether he had killed the Ghost King or not. After all, it had been so many years and the people who wanted to kill him back then had already gone through countless reincarnations. The matter of the 100 Ghost banner was more important. "Are there many 100 Ghost streamers?" "No, only one." "But you just said that the one that appeared before could contain at least 1,000,000 evil spirits. This means that there are others." Sima Yue said, "That's also one, just like how your spirit pagoda has had many masters before." Mo Sha said, "Wasn't he invincible with the 100 Ghost banner? Why did it change hands so many times?" Sima Yue asked. "There are times when a dragon takes a nap. Who can say for sure what happens between them?" Mo Sha said rather ruefully, "It would be great if I could get my hands on this 100 Ghost banner." Sima Yue rubbed his palms together. His interest was completely piqued by the 100 Ghost banner. If anyone came to find trouble with her in the future, she would release this 1,000,000 evil spirits and eat them up. I don't know why the owner of the 100 Ghost banner came to the human realm, but this is really a good opportunity for us. It's a good opportunity for you to be a bandit. Mo Sha said, "But you have to be alive to take it." "That's already my weapon. How could I not be alive to take it?" Sima Yue said heroically. It was a pity that her words completely exposed her bandit nature. "Not only do you have to deal with the 100 Ghost banner, you also have to deal with the people on the other side." Mo Sha said, "Those people should know that the other party has the 100 Ghost banner, so they chased you to the human realm. No matter which side you are on, they won't tolerate you. Even if it wasn't for the 100 Ghost banner, I wouldn't let these people off. What they did in Bright Red Mountain Peak is enough for every human to go on a crusade against them." Sima Yue said hatefully. Since when did you have such a sense of justice? Isn't your goal to find souls for me to absorb? Emosha rolled his eyes at her. Sima Yoyue's anger was dispelled by his words. She felt that this guy was too good at pouring cold water on other people's enthusiasm. I've always been very righteous. She snorted. Can you absorb those evil spirits? Those evil spirits are just normal spirits. They don't have much vitality. I don't need them. Emosha rejected. You really don't want them? All right, then I won't be merciful when the time comes. Up to you. Emosha didn't care about that little bit of vitality. A few 100,000 of it couldn't even compare to a bottle of soul fluid. Also, the souls of the people in Bright Red Mountain Peak were most likely absorbed by the 100 Ghost Banner. Once they become evil spirits, they won't be able to keep their minds. Even if they reach the ghost realm, those people won't be able to survive. I understand. Sima Yuyue replied with a heavy heart. Emosha wanted her to be merciful when the time came. Also, those spirit beasts, leave the high-leveled ones. Leave the low-leveled ones, they're useless anyway. Emosha added. Let's see what little Meng thinks. I think she likes the feeling of being the boss. Sima Yue said. What do you think about the counterattack? Heaven's calamity, crimson flames. With these two things, no amount of evil spirits will be of any use. Emosha said. Then what about those spirit beasts? Little Meng's potential is beyond your imagination. All right. I'll think about how to deal with this. When you steal the 100 Ghost Banner, it's best not to let those people be there. Emosha reminded. I understand. Sima Yue said, are you really okay? Just get me more soul fluid. Emosha said. Emosha didn't say anything else after that. The two of them fell into silence. After a while, Sima Yue said embarrassedly, thank you for last time. If you do something so dangerous again, I won't be able to help you. I won't. Sima Yue hurriedly promised. I don't trust you. Emosha said, I'm going to rest. After he finished speaking, he cut off the connection between the two of them. Sima Yue could feel that he was a little tired, so she just pursed her lips and didn't say anything when he cut off the connections so decisively. Actually, she wanted to ask if he had any thoughts after hearing what she said that day. But if she really asked, the two of them would be a little awkward. Forget it, since he didn't mention it, she would pretend that she didn't say anything. Maybe he didn't even hear what happened in the chaotic world. When Emosha woke up, her mood improved a lot. She planned to return home to discuss the counterattack with Blue Blade and the others. Roar dash, chirp dash, the earth-shattering roar of a beast broke through the clouds. She was shocked and turned around to look outside the city. In the sky, hundreds of large birds flew over. She flew into the air and saw that there were also many land spirit beasts rushing towards here. In just a few breaths, those big birds were close to the city wall. Thank you everyone. Chapter 764. Sima Yue's expression changed when she saw the dense group of spirit beasts. The beasts besieged him. Why did so many spirit beasts suddenly appear? And there were no signs or movements at all. What happened? Blue Blade and the others flew into the air. When they saw the sudden appearance of the spirit beasts, their faces turned pale. How can there be so many spirit beasts? Zhou Lan looked at the spirit beasts in shock, her voice trembling. Where did these spirit beasts come from? Damn it, there are so many powerful creatures. Any one of them could kill us. Qi Wei cursed. When Yu Qing and Xian Minglang saw the scene before them, they nearly fainted from fright. Where are the Qiu sisters? Sima Yu asked. He hasn't come out yet? Blue Blade said. Tell them not to come out. They should be fine hiding in the barrier. Sima Yu said. She took out a scarlet bee and told it to quickly inform the Qiu clan. Then she called out Chongming. Without needing her to say anything, everyone went up together. Chongming spread its wings and flew in the opposite direction. With his speed, he quickly left those spiritual beasts behind. In the secret chamber, Qiu Rua and Qiu Rui had already instructed their younger brother and sister and were about to come out. Suddenly, they heard a deafening beast roar. They didn't know what had happened and wanted to open the bounded domain to go out and take a look. However, they were stopped by the scarlet bees who rushed over. After flying for a while, Yuqing and the others finally regained their senses. Their bodies were still trembling. "They'll be fine, right?" Yuqing's voice was faintly discernible due to the shock, as if the words didn't come from her mouth. "The scarlet bees have sent back news. They have already told the Chiu clan not to come out." With such a big commotion outside, even if the door of the secret chamber was closed, they could still feel it. "They won't come out at this time," Sima Yue said. "Those spirit beasts are so strong. Just by running towards us, I feel a chill in my heart and my legs go soft." This was the first time Qi Wei had been frightened by such a phenomenon. Even when he had been chased by spirit beasts and his life had been hanging by a thread, he had never felt this way. If Brother Sima didn't have Chongming's lightning-fast contracted beast flash, I'm afraid we would have already been buried in the beast's mouth. "Brother Sima Yue, you saved us again." Blue Blade looked at Sima Yue gratefully. "It's still too early to say that I saved you. Those guys are still chasing after us." Sima Yue said. "Still chasing?" Yuqing shrank back in fright. She didn't see any spirit beasts? Maybe some of them have a good sense of smell and are following our scent. Sima Yue said, "And those flying beasts brought the land spirit beasts with them. Didn't these guys lose their minds? They even learned how to work together." "How do you know?" Xian Minglang looked at her doubtfully. She clearly didn't look back even once, so how did she know those spirit beasts were chasing after them? "I'll send a few bees down from time to time during the flight, and they'll send back information in turn. This means that those spirit beasts followed our flight path and chased after us." Sima Yue explained, "It was the bees that told me that the flying beasts brought the land spirit beasts with them. I used to think that contracting those bees was useless, but now I feel that it's useful." Qi Wei said enviously, "When we go back, I'll find a group of bees to contract too." "What's the use of contracting bees? If you want to contract, you should contract the queen bee. That's the only way for bees to keep coming out. Right, Brother Sima?" Xian Minglang looked at Sima Yue, his eyes full of envy and admiration. "With the queen bee, there will be an endless supply of bees. And you only need to contract one of them, it's convenient." Sima Yue said. "Then you've also contracted a queen bee?" Yuqing asked curiously. "By chance, I managed to contract one." Sima Yue smiled. "Most people would feel that it takes up a lot of their mental energy and it's a waste, so many people aren't willing and would rather use their mental energy to contract other useful spirit beasts. Didn't you have such thoughts when you contracted the queen bee?" "Why should I? My bees are very useful and have helped me a lot. They're my right-hand men." Sima Yue said, "Look at the situation now, aren't they the ones who told me? Otherwise, how would we know that there are a lot of beasts chasing us? Waste?" Her scarlet bees didn't feel that it was a waste at all. Instead, she took advantage of the situation to contract it. "When we go back, I'll find a queen bee to contract too." Qi Wei was interested. If he could get out alive, he would definitely find a queen bee to contract with. "We need to think of a countermeasure." Zhou Lan said, "Those spirit beasts are under someone's control. Without orders, they will keep chasing us. If the flying beasts get tired and those spirit beasts catch up to us, we'll be finished." "That's right. We need to think of a countermeasure." Xian Minglang said, "We can't just sit here and wait for death. We can't get out and we can't shake them off. What should we do?" Sima Yue asked calmly. Xian Minglang and the rest fell silent. They had already used all their life-saving methods 3 months ago. Now that they were facing this, other than their own spirit energy and weapons, they were really out of tricks. "Even if we choose to self-destruct now, I'm afraid we won't be able to hurt them," Yuqing said disappointedly. "Even if they managed to escape, they wouldn't be able to escape death? If it really comes to that, then we'll choose to self-destruct." Blue Blade said, "If we're killed by them, I'm afraid our souls won't be able to rest in peace. Self-destruct will cause our souls to explode. Are you willing to do that?" Sima Yue asked. "Even if we disappear from this world, it's still better than becoming a slave?" Blue Blade said. "Slave?" Sima Yue looked at Blue Blade in confusion. "I saw it before. Among our dead disciples, one of them became an evil spirit that attacked us. Blue Blade said, he has already lost his humanity. He has become an evil spirit that has no thoughts and no freedom. That's right. If it really comes to that, we'd rather choose to self-destruct. Yu Qing said firmly. However, her pale face showed that she was very afraid of that step. Brother Sima, if that's really the case, then you should be like us. Although we're dead, we don't have to live like that. It's worse than death. Qi Wei even ran over to advise Sima Yue. Xian Minglang also nodded in agreement. Yu laughed. These guys were really interesting. Seeing how cute they were, she would save them one more time. Don't worry. With me here, none of you will die. Although her confident look was very handsome, Blue Blade and the rest still didn't believe her. Because as far as they were concerned, it was utterly impossible. Sima Yue didn't say anything. She only smiled and got Chongming to find an empty canyon. Chapter 765. In 1 second she remembered, Love Divided by You? Reads book, webquick update, no pop-up window, free to read. Chongming flew for half a day before Sima Yue found out the distance between the spirit beasts and signaled for him to stop at a valley in front. Chongming kept flying forward, and their luck was pretty good. After flying for a few hours, they came across a valley, and this valley happened to be a relatively wide valley. Sima Yue patted his shoulder, and he put everyone down on a cliff in the valley. Brother Sima, why are we stopping here? Qi Wei and the rest asked in confusion. Shouldn't they take advantage of the fact that they were still far away from the spirit beasts to run for a while? Why should they stop and wait for the spirit beasts to catch up? Running isn't a solution. We have to solve this problem from the root. Sima Yue got down from Chongming, and although the rest were confused, they still followed. If we want to solve this problem from the root, we have to kill all the spirit beasts. Zhou Lan said, her baby face was filled with a ruthlessness that didn't match her looks. That's right. If we don't get rid of those spirit beasts, they will catch up no matter how long we run. Sima Yue said as she sized up the terrain, actually, the most important thing is to kill the person controlling them, but I'm afraid we can't do that this time. Then what should we do? Yu Qing asked. The right time, the right place, and the right people, these we don't have. When Sima Yue said the first few words, everyone's face was filled with shock. They didn't expect her to change the topic so suddenly, and they almost didn't know how to react. Qi Wei couldn't help but twitch his mouth. This girl really knew how to breathe. He knew it. There wasn't even a shadow here, much less a person. The terrain was just an empty valley. Where would the right place and the right place come from? Although we don't have these, we can create them. Sima Yue continued. Create? Of course there's a way. You guys wait here and watch. After Sima Yue finished speaking, she leapt into the air and stopped at the center of the valley, carefully looking at the distance below. What is she doing? Xian Minglang asked curiously. We'll know once we take a look. Qi Wei and the others didn't know what she was going to do. She's not going to set up a formation, is she? Yu Qing guessed. Setting up a formation? The last time I went out with Master Bu, he looked around in the air like this before starting to set up the array. Yu Qing said uncertainly. Master Bu is an array formation grandmaster, so it's reasonable for him to be able to set up an array formation just by looking at the terrain. But Brother Sima's age is still so young. Even if you're an array master, it's impossible to have such high attainments, right? If he can really set up a formation just by looking at the terrain, I'll call him Big Brother and be his little brother. Qi Wei said with a grin. He did not believe that Sima Yue was preparing to set up an array. She must be looking for something or thinking of a way to stop those spirit beasts. When Sima Yue heard his words, she glanced at him as if to see if he was qualified to be her underling. Following that, under everyone's shocked gazes, she took out an array stone and began to place it into the ground in an orderly manner. She can really set up an array just by looking at it? Xian Minglang felt like this world was a fantasy. Qi Wei rubbed his eyes hard, but when he saw that she was still setting up the array, he muttered, I must be hallucinating, this guy. Even Blue Blade was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. This time, Yu Qing was the first to regain her composure. She looked at Sima Yue with eyes full of admiration. "Qi Wei, you're done for." Her serious tone brought everyone back to their senses. "What do you mean I'm done for?" Qi Wei's brain was still in a crash, so he didn't understand what she meant. The great young master of the Qi clan is going to be someone's underling. I wonder if your brother and the others will beat you up if they find out. Yu Qing said with a smile. Qi Wei thought about what he had just said. His mind spun a few times before he finally said with a smile, "If I really become Brother Sima's underling, my brother and the others definitely won't beat me up. Instead, they'll praise me for following such an awesome person." Maybe it really is. Zhou Lan thought of his brothers and couldn't help but laugh. Such a young array master. She really is someone from that clan. Blue Blade looked at Sima Yue with a burning gaze. Sima Yue was focused on setting up the array. She had to finish setting up the array before the spirit beasts arrived. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. This was because she didn't react to their burning gazes. This time, she was setting up the dragon trapping array again. However, because she needed to study an array within an array, she spent a lot more time than last time. However, in the eyes of the others, her speed was already heaven-defying. After setting up the array, she flew to a flat area in the distance and set up another array. Then, she waved at the others and had them fly over. "Boss, you're done setting it up?" Everyone went over and Qi Wei landed beside Sima Yue. He blurted out "boss," without feeling awkward at all. Sima Yue glanced at him and said, "I'm not some boss. Don't randomly call me that." "How are you not boss? I already said that if you set up the array based on the terrain, I'll be your underling and call you boss. You can't look down on me and make me look like a treacherous villain," Qi Wei said as he hugged her neck. Sima Yue saw him say such shameless things in such a serious manner and felt that this person was a weirdo. She slapped his hand down and said, "If you want to die, then shave your beard. Then I'll take you as my underling." Pff, Yu Qing and the others laughed unkindly. They knew how much this fellow treasured his beard. Now that she was asking him to shave it, he would definitely be at a loss. Yu guessed that he treasured his beard a lot, so she made this request to make him back off. Seeing his troubled expression, she patted his shoulder and said, "If you can't do it, then forget it. My request was too strict. No one will say that you're a treacherous person." "Who said I can't do it?" Qi Wei took out a sharp knife and immediately cut off his beard. Sima Yue did not think that he would be so fast. By the time she reacted, he had already moved. Qi Wei's beard was cut off and he looked very funny. If he did not shave off the rest, he definitely would not dare to go out and meet people. Although Sima Yue felt guilty, she still smiled when she saw him like this. Her smile was very reserved. Blue Blade and the others laughed even more unbridled. "Qi Wei, you're actually willing to cut off your beard. When we go back, those people will definitely be shocked to death." Xian Ming Lang held his stomach and laughed. Sima Yue's expression suddenly changed. She interrupted their laughter and said, "The spirit beasts are coming." Chapter 766. Sima Yue's words successfully turned the joyous atmosphere into a solemn one. Everyone stopped smiling and looked fearfully in the direction they had come from. "Boss, is your spell formation really going to work?" Qi Wei paused in the middle of shaving as he asked with uncertainty. Sima Yue looked at his half-shaved beard and acknowledged him as her boss. "What's the rush? You'll know whether it's useful or not in a while," Sima Yue said calmly, completely different from the others who were nervous. Qi Wei thought about it and agreed. It was useless for him to be anxious now. Hence, he calmly went back to shave. Whenever he took care of his beard, he could lose himself in it and ignore everything that was going on outside. Sima Yue was mesmerized by his sudden change in temperament. He was such a handsome young man, so why did he like a big beard so much? While Blue Blade and the others were nervous, Yue was calm, and Qi Wei was focused on shaving his beard. A few black dots slowly appeared on the horizon. Then, the black dot grew bigger and bigger. It was the spirit beast that had attacked them earlier. Senior apprentice Sister Zhou. Yu Qing nervously grabbed Zhou Lan's hand when she saw the spirit beasts approaching. Zhou Lan's palms were sweaty, but she still held Yu Qing's hand and said with a trembling voice, "It's fine, it should be fine." After Qi Wei was done shaving, he put away his knife and saw the spirit beasts approaching. He almost screamed, but Sima Yue covered his mouth. "Don't shout." Sima Yue glared at him and said softly. Qi Wei nodded. When the hand on his mouth was released, he whispered, "Why is there something wrong with these spirit beasts?" Blue Blade and the others also noticed that the spirit beasts didn't fly towards them. Instead, they flew towards the valley. Qi Wei whispered into Sima Yue's ear, "Boss, what's going on?" The others also looked over. Sima Yue pushed his face away and asked, "What's wrong?" "It's those spirit beasts. Why are they flying in that direction?" "We're clearly here," said Qi Wei. "In their eyes, we are there." Sima Yue pointed at the valley. "But that's because I've set up an array that's connected to the array we're in now. Our scenery and aura will be transmitted to that array. That's why those spirit beasts think that we're in the valley." Sima Yue explained. "Is it the legendary mother-child formation?" Yu Qing asked. Sima Yue nodded and said, "You know about the mother-child array? Is Miss Yu Qing also an array master?" Yu Qing shook her head, saying, "I'm not an array master. I've only gone out with Master Bu and heard him talk about the mother-child array. At that time, he lamented that many array formations had been lost. It's because this mother-child formation uses two formations together. It's very special, so I remembered it." "Master Bu? Is he a formation master from the heroic sword sect?" Sima Yue asked. He's very skilled. Many powers in the inner regions respect him." Yu Qing said with a look of admiration. "If he knew that you could set up the mother-child array, he'd definitely go crazy from excitement. Who knows, he might even come looking for you." Then it's best if you don't tell me." Sima Yue did not want to deal with those curious people, especially when they were so busy recently. Those spirit beasts flew above the valley and stopped. They looked at the people in the valley with fierce gazes. Chirp, a vulture attacked the people in the valley, spitting out a fireball. That fireball flew over and scattered their illusions. At the same time, the array Sima Yue and the rest were in was broken as well. The few of them appeared in the spirit beast's vision. "It's fake." The spirit beasts realized that they had been tricked and became even more violent. They wanted to fly over and tear them apart, but they realized that they were trapped. All of them howled in the dragon-trapping array. The flying spirit beasts flew randomly in the array. Some of the spirit beasts on their backs were thrown off and fell to the ground. It was a good thing that those spirit beasts had thick skin. Even if they fell, they did not die. Blue Blade and the rest had guessed that the array had failed when the spirit beasts discovered them. They were shocked when they saw them flying over, but they saw a bunch of messy fellows. "Haha, those spirit beasts look so funny." Xian Minglang slapped his thigh and laughed. "It really is funny." Blue Blade could not help but laugh. The others also had a relaxed look on their faces. Only the heavens knew that their inner robes were soaked with sweat. "What do we do now?" Qi Wei asked. He who had shaved his beard was still white and clean. He had delicate features and was quite good-looking. "Let's go and capture them." Sima Yue said. "Capture them?" Were they sure they weren't going to capture them? They followed Sima Yue and flew over. They stopped in midair and looked at the spirit beasts. These spirit beasts are quite strong. It's a pity that they've lost their minds and been controlled by the ghost clan. Zhoulan said. "Yes, it's a pity." Yu Qing said regretfully. From their point of view, since these spirit beasts were already controlled by the ghost clan, there was only death for them, because they definitely could not let them go and leave behind future troubles for themselves. "Little Meng, do you want these spirit beasts?" Sima Yu asked. Little Meng appeared in front of everyone. Seeing the spirit beasts that were trapped, her eyes lit up as she ran over. She cried out, "Yu, these spirit beasts are quite strong. I like them. I want them. They do look quite strong. Do you really want them?" Sima Yue asked. Little Meng nodded. "Can you control them?" "I need more time," Little Meng said, "but there won't be a problem." "Then be careful," Sima Yue warned. "Yes, yes," Little Meng replied and flew over impatiently. Sima Yue saw that Little Meng had gone to do it. She told them to go down and flew to the ground. She took out a chair and a book, preparing to read to pass the time. Boss, are we just going to do nothing? Chi Wei saw that Sima Yue was very relaxed and asked. Yes, there's no need to do anything. Sima Yue said. Then what do we do with these spirit beasts? Little Meng will take care of them. Chi Wei raised his head and looked at little Meng, who was circling around the dragon trapping formation. She looked like a little girl who was only a few years old. He deeply suspected that Yue was wrong. Boss, can she do it? There are so many spirit beasts. Chi Wei said worriedly. If you doubt little Meng's ability, be careful that she will cause trouble for you in the future. Sima Yue looked up at him and said. Will she? You can try. Sima Yue said. Seeing that Sima Yue said it so casually, Chi Wei subconsciously shuddered. Forget it. But how is little Meng going to deal with these spirit beasts? Chapter 767. Little Meng is a spirit-type spirit beast, right? Zhou Lan walked over and said. Sort of. Sima Yue did not admit or deny it. Little Dream does know how to use mental attacks and mental control. However, she knew far more than that. Wow, a spiritual-type spirit beast. It's extremely rare. Chi Wei looked at Xiao Meng in a different light. It's a pity that I can't tell what her true form is. Boss, what kind of spirit beast is she? You want to know? Go ask Little Dream. Sima Yue said, she still needs a long time. Why don't you guys sit down and cultivate or do something else? Everyone saw that Sima Yue was unwilling to talk about Xiao Meng, so they did not ask any more questions. Each of them found a place to meditate and adjust their breathing. Chi Wei and Xian Minglang, however, did not want to cultivate. Without disturbing Little Dream, they watched her control the magical beasts. Sima Yue was engrossed in her book when Xiao Meng suddenly said to her, Yeah, this guy is too bad. I don't like it. I don't want it anymore. You really don't want it? Sima Yue raised her head and asked. No, Little Dream said affirmatively. All right then. Sima Yue stretched out her hand and shot out a cluster of flames. The flame penetrated the barrier and entered the spirit beast. Once it touched its body, it quickly turned into a raging inferno. The spirit beast was instantly burned into ashes. After the flame was burned clean, it turned into a small cluster and flew around in the dragon trapping array. Even if the spirit beasts had lost their minds, they were still instinctively afraid of it. Who told them to be controlled by a dark force? After getting rid of the ones she didn't like, Little Dream continued to tame them with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the two people watching below were already dumbfounded. What kind of flame is this? Chi Wei felt his breathing become irregular. He looked at little birdie as if it was a creature from another world. Too scary. Xian Minglang could no longer control his little heart. He had received too much stimulation today. He was almost unable to take it. Blue Blade, Zhou Lan, and Yu Qing also opened their eyes and stared blankly at little birdie. Their gazes were either shocked or deep. Yu didn't care about their reactions as she continued to read. Blue Blade looked at her, his mind filled with thoughts. He had always thought that he was a genius, but now he realized that there was always someone better than him. It turned out that there was such an outstanding person. If you keep looking, I'm going to have a hole in my body. Sima Yu was disturbed by their gazes and couldn't focus on the book. She simply closed the book and looked up at them, asking, If you have anything to say, just say it. Chi Wei and the others all looked at her. Boss, we've known each other for so long, but I still don't know where you're from. When Blue Blade, Zhou Lan, and the others saw Chi Wei immediately understood their intentions and asked the question on behalf of everyone. I am currently studying in the Heavenly Sect. Sima Yue said. Then where is your home? Yu Qing asked. I'm from the continent below. I don't have a family here. Sima Yu knew that the things she revealed must have made them curious about her identity. She said, If you're talking about a home, there is one. It's not far from the Heavenly Sect. We bought a house. You don't have a family? I do. It's in the Restless Continent. When we came up, the entire clan didn't move. This time, it was my brother and grandfather who came up. Sima Yu said, A few friends came up as well. Then how long have you been in the primordial lands? Zhou Lan asked. Let me think. It's been 5 or 6 years. Unknowingly, it's been so long. Sima Yue sighed. Qi Wei glanced at Sima Yue and could not help but complain. It's only 5 or 6 years. For a cultivator, it's just a flash in the pan. Did she need to be so emotional? Forgive me for asking, but how old is brother Sima this year? I'm over 30. Sima Yue said. Cough cough dash. Qi Wei choked on his own saliva. You're only 30? What 30? I'm just over 30. Sima Yue glared at him. No wonder brother Sima lamented that 5 or 6 years have passed. That is indeed a very long time for you. Blue Blade changed brother Sima to brother Sima and called him little brother. Brother Lan, don't tease me. Sima Yue laughed. Coming up from the restless continent in your 20s. Heavens, are you a pervert? Xian Minglang looked at Sima Yue in shock. Cough cough. Sima Yue choked on the adjectives he used to describe her. How could this guy say that? How could he call someone a pervert in front of them? But before she could protest, Zhou Lan and the others nodded. Evildoer is no longer enough to describe her. We can only use the word pervert. That's the most appropriate. Actually, there's nothing special about me. It's just that I've had more opportunities than others. My current strength doesn't come from my own cultivation. It's all due to external conditions. Sima Yue said. We know. If you really cultivated on your own, who knows how long it would take? Xian Minglang said. Qi Wei suddenly cried out. What's wrong? Everyone saw him cry out so loudly and thought that something had happened. I know she's younger than me, but I didn't think she was that much younger than me. That's not even a fraction of my age. Qi Wei said miserably. If other people knew that my boss was that much younger than me, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? It won't. Xian Minglang patted his shoulder. Think about it. You recognized such a young genius as your boss. That's such a glorious thing. Other people wouldn't even think about it. Qi Wei thought about it and habitually touched his beard. Only when he touched his smooth chin did he remember that his beard was gone. Minglang is right. Other people wouldn't even think about it. I didn't shave my beard for so many years in vain. He rubbed his chin and said with a grin. When he first said that he wanted to recognize her as his boss, it was all a joke. That was because he never thought that Yue really knew how to set up arrays. Later on, he shaved his beard and wanted to recognize her. His original intention was to keep his promise. But after witnessing the power of her arrays and hearing about her, he admired her from the bottom of his heart. He was willing to call her boss. That little bit of frustration from shave his beard disappeared like smoke. After that, they talked about other things. Everyone was talking and laughing happily. At this time, Qi Wei suddenly asked, Boss, have you heard that there's a Sima family in the primordial lands? Sima Yue heard this and her heart jumped. She casually flipped through the book in her hand and said, The primordial lands are so big. There should be more people with the surname Sima, right? Chapter 768. Qi Wei said mysteriously. It has something to do with me. I've never seen anyone else. How could it have anything to do with me? Sima Yue denied. It's true, Qi Wei said seriously. When you were in the tunnel, you used a spiritual technique that allowed you to become one with your contracted beast, right? Sima Yue turned to look at Qi Wei and asked, How did you know? When Qi Wei saw the look in her eyes, he immediately cried out, Don't stare at me, we only found out because we met by chance. I have no intention of tricking you. You've met before. Sima Yue's gaze softened a little. But it's right outside our sect, Qi Wei said. It was lost 100 years ago. Sima Lu Yun. Sima Yue muttered this name and memorized it in her heart. What's wrong with that Sima family? Why would you associate me with them? Just based on the fact that you're not even sure about a spirit technique? At first, we didn't think in that direction, but later on, when we saw you use the same spiritual technique, we guessed it. Who would have thought that you weren't? Qi Wei sighed. Misunderstandings can happen that easily. Sima Yue smiled. That's right. Xian Minglang said, We've always treated you as a member of that family. If we hadn't asked you today, I'm afraid the misunderstanding would have continued. However, I feel that since Yue is so outstanding, even the younger generation of the Sima family wouldn't be able to catch up to you. Yu Qing looked at Sima Yue with admiration, not feeling the slightest bit embarrassed that she was younger than her. After conversing for a while, they called each other by their names. Yue wasn't used to being addressed as brother or young master. I think so too, Xian Minglang said. I wonder how Yue and the descendants of the Sima family will look like when they meet. Even if Yue isn't part of the Sima family, I think Yue and the Sima family have some connection. Blue Blade said. Because of that spiritual technique? Sima Yue asked. Blue Blade nodded lightly. I've heard Master talk about this spiritual technique before. It's the secret of the Sima family, and no one outside knows it. Yue also said that this is a technique passed down in your family. This means that you two are related. So be it. Sima Yue said. Anyway, they don't know me and I don't know them. I don't want to meet them either. Don't you want to verify it? Zhou Lan asked. What's there to verify? Sima Yue shrugged with a smile. I don't rely on them, nor do I need their help. I'm living a good life now, why would I want to break it? But the Sima family is so powerful, if you go to them, you'll definitely be nurtured well, Yu Qing said. That kind of family has many geniuses, I might not be able to live a good life there. Also, I'm living a good life now, Sima Yue said. That's true. Boss's life outside isn't bad at all, Qi Wei said. Time always passed quickly when they were chatting, the few of them got to know each other better, and felt that their personalities were more similar, their relationship was much closer than before. It's done. Xiao Meng waved at Sima Yue in the air. Sima Yue flew to her side and said, It's all under control. Xiao Meng nodded and said proudly, It's all done, you can remove the array. Little birdie, why aren't you going? Sima Yue shouted at Little Birdie. Little Birdie fluttered in the air a few times, protesting its name unhappily. But it wasn't a living thing after all, and couldn't speak, although Sima Yue could roughly guess what it meant, she couldn't really communicate with it. And Qi Yen, the only one who could communicate with it, didn't care about this small matter at all, and naturally didn't think of helping it defend its rights. Little Birdie hopped a few times, and seeing that Sima Yue didn't care about it, it flew resentfully towards a pile of array stones in the valley, and accurately wrapped around one of them, burning it to ashes. Following the disappearance of that array stone, the array lost its effect. She waved her hand, and the remaining array stones were all collected by her. Boss, this array can only be broken from the inside? Yu Qing flew over and asked. That's right. This array can only be broken from the inside, because everything happens inside. Sima Yue said, the people outside can't go in, and the people inside can't come out. We can't break the array from the outside either. Little Meng, go take care of your little soldiers. Okay. Little Meng waved her hand, and those spirit beasts disappeared from where they were, as if they were taken away by her, but they were actually kept by Sima Yue into her spirit pagoda. Wow, where did those spirit beasts go? Qi Wei asked curiously. Little Meng's race has their own auxiliary space. Sima Yue casually found an excuse. Many spirit beasts had their own auxiliary space, some could only be used to store a few things, while others were very big. They automatically assumed that Little Meng was in this situation. Yu, I'm a bit tired, I'm going back to rest. If there's anything, you have to wake me up. Little Meng's eyelids were a bit heavy, and she wanted to sleep. Sima Yue knew that she had used up a lot of energy to control so many spirit beasts, and now she needed to rest, so she patted her head and said, Go back and rest. Little Meng went in, and Zhou Lan said, Let's go back, those people from the Qiu family must be scared out of their wits. Chongming transformed into his true form to bring everyone back, but before they could fly far, they saw a large patch of dark clouds floating towards them. Those dark clouds are really fast. Xian Minglang pointed at the dark clouds and said. Blue Blade and Zhou Lan's expressions suddenly changed, the latter slapping Xian Minglang's head and saying, Idiot, how are those dark clouds? Those are evil spirits. Xian Minglang was stunned for a moment. Trembling, he pointed at the evil spirits that were floating over quickly and shouted, Damn it, what kind of good luck did we have? We just got rid of a batch of evil spirits that were being controlled, and now there are so many evil spirits. Previously, there were no evil spirits and spirit beasts that attacked at the same time. Everyone, get ready. Blue Blade ordered. Is there even a need to prepare? Qi Wei and the others stood beside Blue Blade, looking like they were ready for battle. Sima Yue did not stand at the front this time, as she could not do everything by herself every time. That would dampen their enthusiasm, so she would let them take the lead this time. She also wanted to see how good they were at fighting against evil spirits. As the evil spirits floated closer, Blue Blade and the others began to condense their spirit energy. Yue's guess was right, they were all fire and would attribute spirit energy, which happened to be the opposite of the Ghost Clan. Chapter 769. Although Blue Blade and the others focused on body tempering and spirit cultivation as a supplement, their spirit chi cultivation was still quite good. They were quite familiar with spirit skills and their coordination was also very good. Please search to see the most complete. As a result, he did not fall into a disadvantage in the first wave of confrontation. But as the evil ghosts flew over from behind, Blue Blade and the others felt the pressure increase. They were momentarily distracted. Xian Minglang was the youngest and had the weakest battle strength. Although Blue Blade and the others were willing to cooperate with him, they were still unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of another. He was surrounded by a group of evil spirits. Ming Ming! Blue Blade shouted. He wanted to save him, but because he was surrounded by evil spirits, there was nothing he could do. Pa! A bolt of lightning fell, and the evil spirits surrounding Xian Minglang were struck into nothingness. At the same time, lightning fell from other places, and the evil spirits around Blue Blade and the others were all cleaved clean. Then, the little birdie turned into a raging flame and pounced towards those evil spirits, making them unable to get close to them. Little Roar couldn't sit still when he saw the evil spirits. He requested to come out from the spirit pagoda. After he came out, his little body exploded with a vigorous and holy power. Wherever it spread out, the evil spirits were cleansed. Are you guys all right? Sima Yue asked. Blue Blade and the rest looked at Sima Yue. There were no words to describe their feelings. In the end, they could only say, "Thank you. You saved us again. If you feel bad, you can remember to repay me in the future." Sima Yue said. "I have," Blue Blade said. With Little Roar and Little Birdie taking action, even though there were many evil spirits, they could not resist their power and were quickly dealt with by them. Sima Yue looked around and did not see the guy with the 100 ghost banner. She did not know where these evil spirits came from. On a cliff somewhere in bright red mountain peak, a feminine and beautiful man put away the 100 ghosts banner in his hand, his face gloomy. "You actually failed." His voice was cold, causing a chill to rise from the bottom of everyone's heart. "My lord, even with so many evil spirits, they still failed?" Behind him, a man wrapped in a large black robe asked in a hoarse voice. "It's just a few humans, yet we still can't kill them even after mobilizing so many people. Do you want me to do it myself? What about the others?" Deja's eyes flashed with ruthlessness and killing intent. "My lord, those people also sent spirit beasts over at about the same time as us. We still need to wait for the results." Another servant replied. "I didn't expect to work with them this time." Deja bent his slender fingers and rubbed his thumb against his index finger. "Master." The servant whose face could not be seen bowed slightly. "Ghost Master, feel free to speak your mind." Deja turned around and faced the Ghost Master. "My lord, in my opinion, it's better to ignore those people." The Ghost Master said. "Those humans killed so many of my evil spirits, are we just going to let them go like this?" Deja's eyes flashed with unwillingness, but he did not explicitly oppose the Ghost Master's suggestion. "My lord, our purpose in coming to the human world this time was to collect souls and enrich the 100 Ghosts banner. Now that we've achieved our goal, we should go back as soon as possible." The Ghost Master said, "As for those humans, they were able to exterminate our people despite being besieged by so many evil spirits. This means that they have something special about them, and they happen to be our nemesis. Now is a sensitive time, it's not worth it for us to use our strength against them." But if I don't vent my anger, I won't feel good. We spent so much effort to come to the human world. If we go back, we don't know when we'll be able to come again. If we let this guy go now, we don't know if we'll have another chance in the future. Deja said hatefully. My lord, the bigger picture is the most important thing. The Ghost Master said earnestly, what happened here is just a small interlude. The bigger picture over there is the most important thing. If my lord really can't take this lying down, we can brand her soul. If she comes to the ghost world after death, we'll be able to sense her. It won't be too late to deal with her then. Speaking of the bigger picture, Deja slowly calmed down and said, the Ghost Master is right. Now that the ghosts in the 100 Ghosts banner have been replenished, those people are even more vicious because of their unwillingness to die. When we go back and refine them, our fighting power will be even stronger. It's a pity that the method we use to come to the human world has too many limitations. We can only move around near the exit, otherwise we can get more souls. The Ghost Master said with some regret. This method is already the best we can think of. Deja said, back then, I don't know how Ant came to the human world. Dark Princess Yukuluo? The Ghost Master said faintly, back then, she left the ghost world by relying on the only dark spirit pearl in the world. It's a pity that when we captured her back then, we didn't find the dark spirit pearl on her. Then let's prepare to return to the ghost world. At this time, 2 ghost servants appeared in different directions and came in front of them at the same time. What's the situation? The Ghost Master asked the 2 of them. My lord, the scene is recorded here. One of them took out a small black pearl that was as bright as a pearl. The Ghost Master waved his sleeve and the black pearl appeared in his hand. He injected a trace of dark energy, and the scene of Sima Yue exterminating those evil ghosts appeared in front of everyone. Wood, lightning, and that flame, the evil ghosts were almost powerless in front of her. That flame! The Ghost Master saw little Burkay and exclaimed. The scene disappeared at this time, but he was still in shock and did not react. It was the first time Deja saw the Ghost Master so shocked, and he frowned in confusion. Ghost Master? What's wrong with that flame? The Ghost Master, who had always respected him, ignored him and injected a trace of dark energy into the black pearl. The scene appeared in front of everyone again, and this time the Ghost Master only stared at the flame. In the beginning, Little Burke's figure was a ball of raging flame, and the space where the flame passed through could be seen being distorted by the heat. In the end, Little Burkay shrank back to her small and delicate appearance. And the scene ended again. Deja saw that the Ghost Master was so focused on Little Burkay, and asked again, Ghost Master, what's so special about this flame? If I'm not wrong, this should be the long-lost Nirvana flame. The Ghost Master said with some uncertainty. Nirvana flame? None of the top 10 flame rankings have this. What kind of flame is this? The Ghost Master took a deep breath and said, of course you don't know, because it has disappeared from the world for too long. Nirvana flame, a flame that can destroy heaven and earth, and burn everything in the world. It is the greatest nemesis of us ghosts. Chapter 770. Deja listened to Ghost Master. ///776F7 for 6F% 6 inches. It really that powerful? He suspected that the Ghost Master was exaggerating, but he also understood that the Ghost Master was not that kind of person. The Ghost Master looked at the black bead in his hand and thought about something. Deja didn't dare to interrupt him. He turned his attention to the other servant and asked, what news did you get? Master, there are many spirit masters coming from the other side of the Fei River. They say they want to come in and attack us. There are also many monarch rank experts among them. The servant said, come to attack us? An ordinary person dares to come in? Courting death. It just so happens that we're still lacking some ghost spirits, so let's use them as ghost spirits. Deja said. No, the Ghost Master objected. But didn't we say that it was a pity that Gui Ling wasn't good enough? Why are we not doing it now that people are here? Deja did not understand. Now is not the time. The Ghost Master said, if the Nirvana flame hadn't appeared, it would have been perfect for those people to come. But now that the Nirvana flame has appeared, what we need to do now is to leave this place as soon as possible. The ghost spirits can also return to the ghost realm to look for it. Are we still going to make the soul mark? Deja asked. Yes, said the ghost master. But it's not as easy as it used to be. I'm afraid we'll have to sacrifice a lot. We still have to try. Since she is the holder of the nirvana flame, if she goes to the ghost realm, maybe I can use her. Deja said. It's good that you have such thoughts. Then I'll make the arrangements. The ghost master said. Thank you, ghost master. Deja said. But since those people want to come in, we can't let them come in for nothing. If we can't take their souls, then let them do something for us. The ghost master said. Aren't we going back? Do we have to wait for them to come in before we go back? Deja asked. Of course we have to wait. The ghost master said, not only do we have to wait, we have to unlock the space lock. Ghost master, lock the space. We have to leave in 3 days. She said. It's all right, said the ghost master. Perhaps we won't be able to wait for 3 days. Then I'll call everyone back and get ready to leave at any time, Deja said. Be quiet. Before we leave, don't let the other party notice our intentions, the ghost master instructed. Deja frowned slightly and said, those people were originally chasing after us. If we made any movements, they would probably know. Then create a false impression for them. If they leave with us, we will be in big trouble when we go back. Why don't we let someone else solve this problem for us? Are you saying that we should let those people come in and deal with them? That's a good idea. I will tell them to be careful. Deja reacted and turned to leave. Continue to keep an eye on them, the ghost master said to the 2 people kneeling in front of him. Yes, master. As they spoke, the 2 of them bowed to the ghost master before getting up and leaving. Towards this master, His Highness had instructed them to treat him with the same respect. Thus, no one dared to neglect him. The ghost master stood alone on the cliff, holding the black pearl in his hand. His black robe fluttered in the wind, but it did not attract his attention. When Sima Yue and the rest returned to the city, the Chiu siblings were still in the secret room. She and little Roar went down and fused into the enchantment. You're finally back. How's the situation? Are they okay? Chiu Rua saw Sima Yue and asked with concern. You've only met once, and you're so concerned about them? Sima Yue said. Although we haven't interacted much, we were still trapped together. We can be considered friends in distress, Chiu Rua said. Sister, since young Master Sima is here, they will definitely be fine. Chiu Rei said. Sima Yue smiled and said, they're up there. Those spirit beasts have been dealt with, and the danger is temporarily gone. Then let's go out and take a look, Chiu Rua said as she closed the enchantment. Sister, since there's no danger now, let's go out too. Little fatty Chiu Zhantang said. What are you going out for? Chiu Rua said disapprovingly. We haven't gone out in a long time. Chiu Zhantang lowered his head and said. Chiu Rua looked at her brother and sister's pleading eyes and sighed in her heart. They were still children and at the age where they liked to play. After being trapped here for so long, hearing that there was no danger, they wanted to go out and take a breather. However, the situation outside had not been completely resolved. If they met with any danger when they went out, what would they do? Young Master Sima, can they go out? Compared to her sister, Chiu Rue was more direct. They should be able to go out for a while. Sima Yue said, but it's best if they don't stay for too long. They'll come back after taking a breather. Both sides of the ghost clan had been dealt a heavy blow by her, so they should rest for a while. Since young Master Sima says it's okay, sister will let them go out for half a day. Chiu Rue said. Thank you. Little Fatty smiled gratefully at Sima Yue. The group of children behind him also looked at her gratefully. Then let's go out. Sima Yue smiled. The group of people left the secret room. Before they even left the room, they felt a fluctuation in the air. This feeling? She quickly walked out and saw a group of people coming out of the spatial tunnel, landing in front of Blue Blade and the others in the courtyard. Greetings to Master, Master Purple Blade, Uncle Li, and all my fellow disciples. Blue Blade led the group and bowed. Master Blue Blade was a middle-aged man with a square face. He looked honest, but his eyes shone with a sharp light. We've already told the others about what you just said. They're currently recruiting people and should be here soon. We brought people over first. He nodded at Blue Blade and the others, but his gaze landed on Sima Yue. Sima Yue roughly understood the identities of these people from how Blue Blade addressed them. She cupped her fists and bowed to Master Blue Blade, then asked, "What's going on? I thought we couldn't communicate with the outside world?" "The moment you went down, we felt like the space had been released. The shackles were removed, and we could communicate with the outside world. So we quickly reported the situation to Master and the others, and they rushed over." Blue Blade explained. "This must be our little friend Yue." Master Blue Blade asked. Yue greets Master Blue Blade. Sima Yue said politely. But how did they know about her? Could it be that Blue Blade and the others had told them? She had only gone down for a short period of time. How could they tell the outside world so much? Thinking of this, she subconsciously glanced at Blue Blade. "Ha, it wasn't them." Master Blue Blade laughed. "But your name has already spread through Mushui City and the surrounding cities." Chapter 771. Sima Yue looked at Master Blue Blade in surprise. How did an outsider know about her? "Master Blue Blade, please enlighten me." "That's because you were the first to discover the situation with the ghosts. When Xiaoyi told everyone about the situation, he mentioned you. That's how everyone knew about you," Master Blue Blade said. "City Lord Xiao is really promoting me." Sima Yu's forehead seemed to have 3 black lines sliding down. She thought about it for a while before changing the way she said it. "Your master and the others should have received the news as well. They should be here soon." "My master? Who is it?" Sima Yue blinked. She did not know who the master was. Su Jin had just returned to the heavenly sect not long ago, Old Man Devil's whereabouts were unknown, and Feng Zhixing had also left the outer regions. She couldn't think of who it was. "Yes, of course it's me." Before Master Blue Blade finished speaking, Su Jin appeared in front of everyone. "Master? Why you here?" Sima Yue was surprised to see Su Jin. Didn't he go back? Su Jin came out from the spatial passage, followed by some teachers of the heavenly sect. Wei Ziqi and the others said that they had not been able to contact you for such a long time and were a little worried. Furthermore, the appearance of the Ghost Clan in the AI continent was no small matter, so they informed the academy about the matter. Old Yuan is lazy, so he asked me to bring some people here. Su Jin looked her up and down and said, "Seeing that you're not missing an arm or a leg, there's nothing wrong with you." Sima Yue did not like his way of showing concern, so she ignored him. After that, many people appeared on the empty city. They were the leaders of the various sections. The originally deserted empty city was now bustling with noise and excitement. "Yue, are you okay?" Cho Xiaotian saw Sima Yue the moment he arrived and immediately flew over to ask. "Look, I'm not missing an arm or a leg. What's wrong with me?" Sima Yue said, "Why didn't you stay in Mushui City? Why are you here?" She remembered that his attribute was the metal element. As for the people who came here, they should be of those 3 attributes. "I also have a kind of wood attribute spiritual energy, but I don't usually use it," Cho Xiaotian said. "How is the situation here?" someone asked. Blue Blade explained the current situation to everyone. After hearing that bright red mountain peak had become like this, everyone was shocked and angry. "To think that you've become like this. Damned Ghost Clan. We must kill all of the Ghost Clansmen." That's right. Those who were able to come here were either the consuls or disciples of the large sections. Although they were very angry, they did not curse or curse. But before, the people here couldn't contact the outside world, and the people outside couldn't use the teleportation array to come in. How can they do it today? Someone asked. Blue Blade and the others didn't know the answer to this question, so they couldn't give them an answer. No matter what the reason was, they had finally broken the isolation of the bright red mountain peak. Isn't that obvious? It must be those fellows who are preparing to run. Sujin said, "How do you know?" This obstruction was created by the Ghost Clan. Now that they have removed it, it means that they don't need it anymore. If they aren't running, then what are they? Su Jin said. Sima Yue also agreed with Su Jin's point of view. There were no more humans here for the ghost clan to capture. If they didn't leave, would they stay here and wait for the humans to deal with them? If they really want to leave, we can't just let them go. We must make them pay the price. Of course. But we don't know where they are. This bright red mountain peak isn't big, but it isn't small either. If we want to find them, I'm afraid it will be difficult. Xiaoyi said. Red Cloud Peak and Rhinoceros Valley. Sima Yue said. What? I said, they are at Red Cloud Peak and Rhinoceros Valley. But I don't know where they are. Sima Yue said. How do you know? Before I met Blue Blade and the others, I caught a ghost clan and asked. It's just that I don't know where those two places are, so I didn't go. Sima Yue shrugged. What about that ghost clan? An old woman asked. I killed him. Sima Yue said. How could you kill him just like that? The old woman scolded sternly. The moment Sima Yue heard her arrogant tone, she felt uncomfortable and said, seeing how they've done so many bad things, could it be that I'm going to keep them alive and treat them to a drink and chat? Of course I'm going to kill them after asking them questions. You damn old hag, you dare to question my student? Su Jin stood in front of Sima Yue and stared at the old woman. Who are you calling a damn old hag? I'm calling you. I'm old and my brain isn't working well anymore. You saw me calling you names and still asked who I was calling? Su Jin shook his head and said. Sima Yue laughed unkindly behind Su Jin. Master is great. The two of you, now is not the time to quarrel. Please look at the big picture. Let's deal with the ghost clan first. If they take advantage of the time to escape, it will be too late for regrets. Xiao Yi came out to be the mediator. Right, we have to hurry over. Someone said. Since there are two places, then we'll split into two groups. Master Blue Blade said. I'm not going with that damn old hag. Su Jin was the first to express his disdain. I'm not going with you either. The other party was angered by Su Jin and fiercely said, Su Jin, you better keep your little life, or else. The old woman glanced at Su Jin and Sima Yue with killing intent. It seemed like she planned to end their lives after this matter was over. Su Jin shamelessly picked his nose. Sima Yue pouted. Another petty old hag. Why was this old hag so petty? She asked Su Jin in a small voice. Su Jin patted Sima Yue's shoulder and said loudly, That's a good question. Let Master tell you, this kind of person wants to be young and beautiful. In the end, it's either because of their cultivation method or because of other reasons. They can't maintain their beauty, so their hearts slowly become narrow and they become perverted. It's a good thing you're a man and don't care about your appearance. Even if you become an old man in the future, you won't become like this. Sima Yue couldn't help but twitch her mouth. Master, do you have to be so loud? Although her voice could be heard, it was still a whisper on the surface. This guy was good, he directly shouted it out. Wouldn't this make his deadpan face even uglier? Why did Master hate this old hag so much? She had never seen him like this before. Could it be that this ugly old hag was his old lover? Chapter 772. Sima Yue saw that the old woman was so angry that her aura increased greatly. Her anger exploded and even her skirt flew up. She then noticed that the old woman's skirt was actually made of lace. Black lace. She felt a little nauseous. The old woman's aura was suppressed by Su Jin, but Su Jin did not show any weakness. With a wave of his hand, the old woman was pushed back. When did your strength increase so much? The old woman took 2 steps back and looked at Su Jin in fear. When it increased has nothing to do with you. Su Jin harumphed. Everyone, time is of the essence. Everyone, please hurry and set off. Master Blue Blade urged. It could be considered an indirect mediator, giving the old woman a way out. Right. Let's go quickly. Otherwise, those from the ghost clan will leave. Someone agreed. Then we'll go now. Xiao Yi said, half of us will go to Red Cloud Ridge and the other half will go to Rhinoceros Valley. Today's matter, I'll have to trouble everyone. Sima Yue turned to the stunned Xiu family siblings and said, You guys go back first. Once the matter is completely resolved, we'll inform you guys. He couldn't let them follow him. Their strength was very low. If they followed him, the aftershocks of the battle would probably kill them. Qiu Ruo and Qiu Rui also understood the current situation and said, then we'll go back first. Let's go, we'll go to Rhinoceros Valley. Su Jin said, Master, I want to go to Red Cloud Ridge. Sima Yue said, Red Cloud Ridge was not a domain, but the name of a mountain range. Although it was only one word different from Red Cloud Ridge, the difference was huge. Su Jin looked at Sima Yue in confusion. This little fellow, didn't she hear him say that he would not go with those people? Master, my attribute is more compatible with ghosts. If I go to Red Cloud Ridge, I'll be more useful. Sima Yue winked at Su Jin. She would not say that she wanted to steal the 100 Ghost banner in front of so many people. Su Jin saw her like this and knew that she had her own thoughts. His expression was tangled and he was silent for a few seconds before saying, Then be careful. Teacher Su, it's not good to let her go there alone, right? A teacher disagreed. That old fellow had already been angered to such an extent by Su Jin. Now that his student had gone there alone, it was hard to guarantee that the old fellow wouldn't hurt her. What are you afraid of? Su Jin said, with that ugly old woman's ability, she can't hurt Yue. Alright, you can go. He waved at Sima Yue. Sima Yue originally wanted to ask Su Jin why he was targeting the old woman, but it seemed like she could only ask later. I'll take my leave then. Sima Yue bowed to everyone in the school and went to the other side. When the old woman saw Sima Yue walking over, she glared at her with killing intent. This brat actually dared to come here alone. Then don't blame her. Sima Yue felt the old woman's killing intent and turned around to face her. Why didn't Su Jin bring his other student with him this time? Someone beside her said to the person beside her. You're talking about the student who attracted the lightning tribulation and killed hundreds of experts? That's right. That student's lightning tribulation is so powerful. If she could come and use the lightning tribulation to deal with these people, wouldn't it be easy? I don't think Su Jin dares to bring that student out, right? Many people from various powers have clearly said that if they see that student, they will take her life. Although the Heavenly Sect said that they would protect that student, outside, there will always be times when they're careless. It's better for her to stay in the school. Those people deserve it. They clearly wanted to steal the school's auspicious beast, but they were killed in the end and blamed it on a little child. All right, who told those people to be so narrow-minded? From what I see, if they steal the auspicious beast, they won't let it and that brat's life go. Sigh, it's a pity that brat can't come. Otherwise, if the heavenly lightning strikes, who would be lucky enough to survive? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows. It seemed that not everyone was like those people. There were still people with justice. At this time, the teams were divided. Their strength was about half on each side. Those who were stronger had already broken through the void and headed towards their destination. Yue, follow us. That guy won't dare to do anything to you. Zhou Xiaotian came to Sima Yue's side and said to her with a smile. Xinjiang sect was also going to Red Cloud Ridge, so they could go together. Sima Yue saw that Zhou Xiaotian didn't seem to be surprised by the matter between Su Jin and the old woman. She asked, Do you know why my master is targeting her? Zhou Xiaotian looked at her in astonishment. You don't know? Sima Yue shook her head and said, Could it be that my master once pursued her and was hurt by her? Yes and no. I didn't think that your disciple wouldn't know. This is a major event in your master's life. Zhou Xiaotian said. What do you mean yes and no? Hurry up and tell me. Sima Yue poked his arm. There was indeed someone who was hurt by that person, but it wasn't your master, it was your master's good friend. Later on, that person died, and it was said that she couldn't get away with it. Your master even went to her sect to cause trouble, but unfortunately, her sect protected her. However, this matter was very big at that time. That's why everyone knows. Zhou Xiaotian said. Sima Yue finally understood why these people weren't surprised when they saw Su Jin targeting this woman. Let's go. Wang, she said to Zhou Xiaotian and the others. Sima Yue raised her head and saw that everyone had left. Only the people from Xinjiang sect were left. Wang, she was looking at them. It seemed that Wang, she was waiting for them to finish talking. Thinking about how a sect leader was waiting for her, Sima Yue smiled embarrassedly. She didn't know how many times her impression of him improved. Wang Shi opened a spatial tunnel and brought the people from Xinjiang sect in. Sima Yue and Chou Xiaotian were behind. They saw that Yan Ling looked back at them when she went in. Her eyes were filled with dissatisfaction. Don't mind her. Little junior sister just hates people from the ghost clan. She wants to go there as soon as possible. Chou Xiaotian said. I understand. Sima Yue nodded. She didn't mind a little girl who hated evil. She heard that this Yan Ling liked Chou Xiaotian and brought him a lot of trouble. Those female senior and junior sisters all stayed away from him. Those senior and junior brothers all wanted to find trouble with him. However, she was dressed as a man. She wouldn't treat her as an imaginary love rival. When they came out of the spatial tunnel, the first thing they saw wasn't the sky full of evil spirits. Instead, it was the piles of bones in the valley. It almost filled the entire valley. The evil aura filled the sky. Chapter 773. There are so many skeletons. Yan Ling couldn't help but cover her mouth and cry out when she saw the skeletons. Such a large valley was completely filled with corpses and bones. There were at least 1,000,000 stones, and they were all piled up here. That scene was simply shocking. For those who had experienced great storms, this was still acceptable, but for juniors like Yan Ling, they had never seen it before. Sima Yue looked at the scene below and thought that it was even more magnificent than what she had created in the dark forest. What about those ghosts? Chou Xiaotian asked. There's no one. Is this the wrong place? No, the ghost chi here is very strong. He should have been here not long ago, Xiaoyi said. Could it be that they have already left this place? Chou Xiaotian asked. Sima Yue pointed at the corpse. It's here. In the corpse. Yan Ling didn't believe it. She condensed her spiritual power and hid it. Sima Yue tried to stop him, but it was too late. When the flames landed on the corpses immediately burst into flames that were a few meters tall. Then, all the corpses burst into black flames. Countless black shadows came out of the corpses. Chilling winds blew around the valley, and countless evil spirits screamed. The cries of the evil spirits pierced everyone's eardrums. Everyone hurriedly mobilized their spirit energy to defend themselves. An expert like Wang Shi could easily eliminate the evil spirits around them with a wave of his hand. There were quite a few experts who came this time, but it was as if there was no end to those evil spirits. One after another appeared. Not good, we've fallen into some kind of formation. Someone shouted. What should we do? We don't understand the formations of the Ghost Clan. How would we know what to do? We can't kill all of these evil spirits, but our spiritual energy isn't limitless. Sima Yue's body was engulfed in raging flames. The evil spirits could not even get close to her, and she did not have to expend any energy to deal with them. Yan Ling, who was not far away, was scared silly. Her father, Chou Xiaotian's master, was protecting her. Seeing that she was still in a daze, he pulled her back to reality with a shout and joined the others to deal with it. However, no matter how many he killed, those evil spirits seemed to be endless. It could even be said that their numbers did not decrease at all. Although there were some experts around, this was also a solution. Even though those people were usually experienced and knowledgeable, they were still helpless against the Ghost Clan's array formation. Chou Xiaotian had always been near Yue. When she saw that he couldn't handle it, she would occasionally help him eliminate some. Yue, thank you. Chou Xiaotian smiled gratefully at Sima Yue. Watch your front. Sima Yue reminded. A person who was not very strong was entangled by a few evil spirits. Those evil spirits were passing through his body. He suddenly screamed and fell from the sky, no longer breathing. Yan Ling screamed when she saw more and more evil spirits attacking her. Wang Shi was by her side. With a wave of his hand, a wave of spiritual energy dispersed all the evil spirits around her. Then, a gentle force rolled her to his side so that he could take care of her from time to time. We really can't go on like this. Chou Xiaotian said as he took out a pill and ate it after dispersing a bunch of evil spirits. Sima Yue's gaze darkened as she asked Little Spirit to ask the two Ghost Clan members in her heart. These two ghost clan members had already been tortured in the spirit pagoda to the point that they didn't have any thoughts. When Little Spirit asked, they told him the truth. That's the evil spirits swallowing heaven array. It's a big array of the ghost clan. To be able to set up such an array, it's definitely an almighty from the ghost clan. One of the ghost clan members said. Almighty? Sima Yue frowned. But thinking about it, if there wasn't an almighty, the entire bright red mountain peak wouldn't have become a land of death. Is there any way to break it? Little Spirit asked. I don't know. That person shook his head. I know, I've heard of it before. It seems like you just have to extinguish one of the flames in the middle. Which one is it? I don't know about that. Sima Yue looked at the flames in the valley. There were thousands of them. To find one was easier said than done. Moreover, there wasn't even a hint. I can feel it, Little Roar said. Sima Yue carried Little Roar out and carried him as she flew around the valley. After that, he pointed at a flame and said, It should be this one. Are you sure? Sima Yue asked worriedly. These flames were too strange. It was as if they were using these lives as fuel for the lamps. If she made a mistake, she didn't know if there would be any other effects. We are the most sensitive towards things from the ghost realm. As long as there's a slight change, I will know. Little Roar said, There are so many flames. This one is slightly stronger than the others. Then let's try it. Sima Yue sighed and said. She originally thought that she would be able to snatch the 100 ghost banner. She didn't expect that the array would be activated by Yan Ling the moment she arrived. Now, she didn't see anyone with the 100 ghost banner. Instead, she saw so many evil spirits. She condensed her fire-attributed spirit energy and fiercely attacked the flames. After attacking once, the number of evil spirits decreased by quite a bit. Woo-woo, the remaining evil spirits seemed to feel threatened. Those that were close to Sima Yue all left their current targets and attacked Sima Yue. In a short while, the evil spirits decreased by quite a bit. Everyone present could feel it. Seeing that the evil spirits were attacking her while she was attacking the flame, everyone understood that she was breaking the array. Quickly protect her! Wang Shi shouted. Because there were fewer evil spirits, there were no more new evil spirits. Those strong warriors naturally freed up their hands to help Sima Yue. Sima Yue didn't want Crimson Flame to be exposed in front of these old spirits. Thus, she kept using her own flames. Naturally, the effect of dealing with these flames was weaker. However, the good thing was that those evil spirits couldn't hurt her. That was why Wang Shi and the others didn't need to help her. Just at this moment, she felt a murderous intent from behind her. Her intuition told her that there was danger behind her. Without thinking, she dodged from her original position. At the same time, a spirit energy turned into a fire arrow and pierced through where she was originally standing. She raised her head and saw that it was that damned old woman. Ugly old woman, how dare you sneak attack me from behind? You're courting death. She scolded. She decisively didn't extinguish the flame and flew towards the old woman. Wang Shi and the others naturally saw that Sima Yue was sneakily attacked. Everyone was unhappy. That old woman didn't expect Sima Yue to be so sharp as to dodge her attack. Seeing her flying over, she sneered and condensed her spirit energy to attack her. Who knew that Sima Yue would stop halfway? She turned and flew in another direction. At the same time, she released her spirit energy to attack the old woman's flame. Chapter 774. When that damned old woman saw Sima Yue running away, she thought that she was afraid of her, which was why she ran away. Sima Yue's attack that was neither painful nor itchy, so she didn't take it to heart. Please search to see the most complete. Update the fastest. However, the flame that was already a little weak after being attacked by Sima Yue was like a person who was about to starve to death suddenly drinking a cup of milk, immediately reviving with full health. As soon as it revived, the other flames also revived. Those flames all rushed up, and many evil spirits appeared in the air. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they attacked the group. The flames below the damned old woman were the first to reignite, and the evil spirit beside her was also the first to appear. As soon as those wraiths appeared, they attacked her, catching her off guard. Everyone was stunned for a moment. They did not expect such a situation to occur. Wasn't it almost healed just now? Why did it suddenly become like this? F***y, Bien Shuang, look at what you've done. Some hot-tempered people directly cursed. After fighting with the evil spirits for so long, they were affected by the death aura. Their mentality was a little bad. It was not easy to find a solution, but this guy actually dared to launch a sneak attack. Some people were not in the mood to scold her and went straight to Sima Yoyue's position. However, they realized that the position of the flames seemed to have changed in an instant. They attacked the spot where Sima Yue had attacked, but the flames burned even brighter. Old Huang, don't attack so casually. Haven't you realized that if you don't attack the right flame, it will have the opposite effect? Someone scolded. Some people immediately understood that only Sima Yue knew how to extinguish the flames. Yue, my young friend, don't argue with this old woman. Think of a way to extinguish this fire. Sima Yue did not even look at those people and said, Seniors, you are all the strongest of the strongest. You should be able to hold on for a while. As for this evil spirit swallowing heaven formation, I'll talk about it after I've dealt with my personal matters. This Bien Shuiping dared to attack her from behind. If she wanted to kill her, then she had to accept her anger and revenge. That guy was stronger than him. If he killed all these evil spirits, how was he going to take revenge? Pa! She condensed a lightning bolt and struck it towards Bien Shuiping. Although the old woman was surrounded by evil spirits, she sensed the danger and dodged it. But before it could stop for even a second, the next bolt of lightning came. This time, there were 2 bolts at the same time. This time she was not so lucky. She dodged the first lightning bolt, but she did not dodge the second. Her body was struck by lightning, and the electric current sizzled on her body. You little brat, how dare you sneak attack me? Bien Shuiping glared at her fiercely, as if she wanted to tear her into pieces. Sima Yu was frightened by her imposing manner and waved the lightning attribute spirit energy in her hand, saying, Shameless old woman, you were the one who sneaked an attack on me first. Now you have the nerve to say that I sneaked an attack on you. So bite me. I'm going to kill you. Bien Shuiping shouted. Kill you. Sima Yu cursed and directly released another bolt of lightning. Then she quickly condensed her fire attribute spirit energy and attacked the flame near her. When the younger girls beside Bien Shuiping saw the evil spirits suddenly appear beside them, they immediately cried out, Die! Bien Shuiping was enraged by the lightning and evil spirits. She attacked Sima Yue several times. The attacks came from all directions towards Sima Yue. She wanted to trap her in the middle. She was just a little brat. How dare she hurt her? She had to kill her. Bien Shuiping, you're crazy. If you kill her, who's going to break this array? Someone shouted. Wang Shi was far away. By the time he noticed, Bien Shuiping's attack was already close to Sima Yue. Yue! Chou Xiaotian shouted when he saw the spirit energy coming towards Sima Yue. He did not care about the danger of being hurt by the evil spirits. He gave up on attacking the evil spirits in front of him and attacked the spirit energy. Unfortunately, he was much weaker than Bien Shuiping. He only managed to disperse one of her attacks. The rest of the attacks flew towards Sima Yue. Sima Yue did not move. She did not form a protective shield. To others, she looked like she was scared silly. Yue, run! Chou Xiaotian shouted when he saw that his attacks were useless and Sima Yue did not react. Swoosh! Another wave of spirit energy was dispersed. It was Wang Shi who sent help from behind. Unfortunately, he only managed to disperse the spirit energy at the back. In fact, from the moment Bien Shuiping released her spirit power to the moment it reached Sima Yu, it was just a blink of an eye. Many people didn't have time to react and could only watch Sima Yu get hit. Then, just as the spirit energy was about to reach Yue, she disappeared. Following that, the sound of a sharp weapon piercing into a body could be heard. Everyone looked over and was shocked by the scene in front of them. Sima Yue, who was supposed to be dead, appeared behind Bien Shuiping and stabbed a dagger into her heart. Teleport, teleport. Someone looked at Sima Yue in disbelief. She knew how to teleport. Pooh! Sima Yue pulled the dagger out. Blood spurted out and dyed everyone's eyes red. After she pulled the dagger out, she took the opportunity to retreat and avoided the attacks from the people around Bian Shuiping. Master! Master, are you all right? A female disciple beside her held onto her falling body and shouted in fear. Bian Shuiping could not say a word. Her gaze slowly became unfocused. Master, quickly eat this pill. Another disciple stepped forward and took out a pill for her to eat. Yes. Master, take the pill. You will be fine after taking the pill. Sima Yue watched from afar and did not stop them. She knew that even if she took the pill, she would not be able to survive. Ling Long trembled excitedly in her hand. When it pierced the person's heart just now, it had added something. How could a normal pill save her life? Bian Shuiping's disciple looked on hopefully as she took the pill. However, her condition did not improve. The life in her body was still draining rapidly. When the evil spirits smelled the scent of life, they swarmed towards her and entered her body through her wound. The disciple who was supporting her was attacked by the evil spirits. She instinctively tried to block them. Once she let go, she fell towards the pile of corpses in the valley. After the evil spirits finished sucking the life out of her body, they floated out of her body. At this moment, flames spread from the side and her corpse was instantly set ablaze. She killed Bian Shuiping. Chapter 775. If it wasn't for the fact that it was not the right time, those people would have grabbed Sima Yue and asked her how she could teleport and control the wave movement without Bian Shuiping noticing. Follow the dream, said the little dog, visit. Copyokis. Sima Yue, you killed my master. A woman attacked Sima Yue. Unfortunately, her strength was only on par with Sima Yue. Unfortunately, her combat strength was far inferior, and her intelligence was even worse. Sima Yue didn't even need to attack her personally. She just needed to use her spiritual energy to increase the number of evil spirits around her. The woman was surrounded by evil spirits. Thinking that they would run into her body, she screamed in fright and waved the long sword made of spiritual energy around randomly. How dare you kill the people of my White Cloud Cave? When we go back, we'll definitely ask our masters to punish you. One of the girls shouted at Sima Yue. Are you reminding me not to let you leave today? Sima Yue raised her eyebrows and looked at them mockingly. A bunch of people who only knew how to talk about their sections. Looking at them, he didn't feel good at all. Should he just kill them right here and now? Little friend, which flame did you attack just now? The younger ones were already having a hard time. If this continued, many of them would probably be injured by the inexhaustible evil spirits. Sima Yue was not so kind this time. She said, I don't know how I found that flame. Little friend, please help us. Another person pleaded while killing the evil spirits. I'm afraid of being ambushed. Sima Yue said, I almost lost my life just now. If I get ambushed again, who knows if I can still escape? Don't worry, little friend. We'll definitely protect you. Young friend, I know that you're not the type to leave me in the lurch. Everyone's lives are in your hands. In the future, we will definitely remember your kindness in saving our lives. Xiao Yi said in a sincere tone. Sima Yue glanced at Xiao Yi. This guy really knew how to talk. This was what she wanted, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. City Lord Xiao is right. We will remember this little friend's kindness. Wang Shi also said. Sima Yue saw that he had spoken, so she didn't want to be pretentious anymore. He wanted to save her just now, so it wasn't good for her to be pretentious. I'll try and see if I can find it, but I can't guarantee that I'll find it. Yue said. Little friend, just go. Xiao Yi said Yue's voice. Sima Yu hugged Little Roar and walked one round around the valley. To walk in the midst of so many corpses, it required a lot of courage. The smells, especially after being burned by the flames, the smell's odor was unbearable. She didn't know how Little Roar's nose, which was more sensitive than a dog's, was able to endure this kind of environment. However, she was able to use his dog's nose to find the flame's location. When Sima Yu condensed her fire attribute spirit energy and prepared to attack, one of the ghost clansmen in the spirit pagoda suddenly said, if she uses her lightning attribute spirit energy to attack, she will be able to disintegrate them directly. Little Spirit sensed for a moment. After confirming that he wasn't lying, he told Sima Yue about this. Sima Yue was stunned for a moment. She dispersed her fire attribute spirit energy and condensed her lightning attribute spirit energy to attack the flame. In order to increase the effect, she even mixed in a little purple top-grade sky lightning. When the lightning landed on the flames, it traveled along the flames and into the corpses below. After making a circle around the corpses, it was transmitted out. Wherever the lightning passed through, the flames would slowly become smaller and eventually extinguish. When the flames disappeared, the evil spirits also disappeared along with them. Some people were still fighting with the evil spirits. In the end, just as they released their spirit energy, the target disappeared and the spirit energy almost hurt the people in front of them. Sima Yue looked at the charred valley and sighed in her heart. There! Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone followed his gaze and saw a group of ghost clan members standing on a cliff far away. Sima Yue looked over and saw Deja in the middle. The two of them looked at each other and had a strange feeling in their hearts. Behind him, she saw the person who took the 100 Ghost banner to kill her. This meant that the 100 Ghost banner was with these people. Sima Yue wanted to fly over and kill these people, then snatch the 100 Ghost banner. However, before she could move, the figures of these people slowly faded away. At this moment, the ghost master beside Deja suddenly shot out an aura. Wang Shi and the rest saw it and condensed their spirit energy to attack it. They did not know what that aura was, but it went straight through their spirit energy and headed straight for Sima Yue. In an instant, it entered her body. Sima Yue felt as if her body had fallen into a 10,000-year-old ice cellar. The aura quickly spread through her body and froze her body. She only felt that her body was stiff and she could not use her spirit energy. She fell down involuntarily. Yue! Chou Xiaotian was shocked and flew over to catch her. Yue, are you okay? Sima Yue blinked at him, then closed her eyes and fainted. The ghost master saw that she fainted and was shocked. He wanted to do something, but because he was already on his way back, he had no choice but to disappear from the top of the mountain. Yue, wake up! Chou Xiaotian carried Sima Yue and landed on the cliff. He anxiously called out her name. Let me take a look. Wang Shi came over and grabbed Yue's hand. He wanted to check on her condition, but he realized that his spirit energy could not enter her body at all. It was blocked by a force. Bring her back first. We will go to the Rhinoceros Valley to check on the situation there. If it is good, we will bring her master back. Wang Shi ordered. Yes, sect leader. Wang Shi opened a space tunnel. Chou Xiaotian carried Sima Yue and went in. Those juniors are tired after this battle. Why don't we let them go back to rest and recuperate? Let's go there and take a look. Wang Shi said to the elders. Okay. Those juniors were worried when they heard that Wang Shi wanted to go there. However, when they heard that there was no need to go, they heaved a sigh of relief. One by one, they went back through the space tunnel. Chou Xiaotian brought Sima Yue back to the Chiu family. The Chiu sisters were waiting for everyone in the courtyard. When they saw that Sima Yue was carried back, they ran over and asked, What happened to young Master Sima? He fainted. Is there a room here? Chou Xiaotian asked. Yes. This way. Chiu Rui said as she opened the door to a bedroom. Chou Xiaotian carried Sima Yue and walked over. He placed her on the bed. The bed was frozen in an instant. Chapter 776. Why is there a black aura around her? Chiu Rui was shocked to see Sima Yue's appearance. She was just attacked by the ghost clan. Chou Xiaotian said, Attacked? How is she now? Chiu Rui exclaimed. There was no need to answer this question. Her body was surrounded by black gas, and her bed was frozen into ice. Her current situation was self-evident. Chou Xiaotian looked at Sima Yue anxiously and worriedly. He looked outside from time to time, wondering why Su Jin hadn't arrived yet. On the Rhinoceros Valley side, Su Jin and the others were fighting with the spirit beasts. The situation here was much more serious than the Red Cloud Ridge. Many people were riddled with injuries from the spirit beasts. Fortunately, Wang Shi and the others had come over, relieving them of a lot of pressure. The situation of the battle was slowly developing in a good direction. Su Jin killed the spirit beast in front of him. When he saw Wang Shi and the others coming over, he looked around but didn't find them. He flew to Wang Shi's side and asked, "Where's Yue?" "I was looking for you." Those people from the ghost race left the mortal realm. Before they left, they injected an unknown aura into little friend's body, causing her to fall unconscious. "I've already asked Xiao Tian to send her back. Go back and take a look at her," Wang Shi said. When Su Jin heard that Sima Yue was seriously injured and unconscious, he couldn't help but inform one of the academy's teachers. He took out some things and gave them to the other party before breaking through the void and returning. The teacher distributed the things in his hands to the people of the academy. He took out one of them and poured his spirit energy into it. Then he threw it towards the place where there were many spirit beasts. This was Fatty Chu's improved version of the metal ball. Its power was much greater than before, and its power would vary according to the level of spiritual energy injected into it. Boom! The iron ball exploded on the ground, blowing up the skin of the surrounding spirit beasts. Everyone present was shocked. "Damn, this thing is so useful. That brat Su Jin actually only took it out now." The teacher was also a straightforward guy. Seeing the power he had caused, he slapped his thigh and shouted, "Let me try too." When the other teacher saw this, he injected spirit energy into the iron ball in his hand and threw it at the spirit beast. The people not far away saw the iron ball fall and quickly flew away. They watched as the iron ball fell to the ground and exploded into beautiful red flowers. F***CK, what is this thing? Such power! It doesn't look like an ordinary spirit artifact. Chi Wei exclaimed. This thing is great to use. Just a little bit of spiritual energy can release such great power. The teacher laughed. He liked this thing very much. Here, give me some more. Let me try too. The other teachers also threw out the spirit beasts in their hands. The successive explosions caused the spirit beasts to suffer heavy losses. The others were stunned by the series of actions of the teachers of the heavenly sect. Someone immediately scolded, "You old bastards, you obviously have such a good thing, but you didn't use it earlier." "You didn't ask us to use it, did you?" A teacher retorted. "Aren't we also fighting like you? It's not like I'm slacking off. Why are you so noisy? Do you want to have a taste of it? Then why are you willing to use it now? Since he had already planned this, why didn't he take it out earlier? I've worked myself to death for so long, and I was almost bitten in the butt by a spirit beast. Haha, I almost got bitten. If only I really got bitten. That way, you won't have the energy to complain. I don't care. Give me one of your balls to try." "Go away, this is my heavenly sex thing. Are you going to give it or not? If you don't, I'll tell everyone about how you were entangled by a girl outside your school." "The girl is..." "Shut up for me." An iron ball flew towards that person's mouth and was caught by him. Chi Wei and the others thought that the two were going to quarrel, but in the end, the scene changed. The two were clearly bad friends. That person received the iron ball and was very happy. He immediately poured spiritual energy into it and threw it towards the ground. This thing is really useful. Old man, give me a few more." He laughed loudly. "Go away, this is something unique to my heavenly sect. If you want it, 10,000 middle-grade crystals for one." The teacher said, "The thing I helped you steal last time was worth 100,000. 5 iron balls flew over, accompanied by a voice gnashing teeth. Iron balls have increased in price. 20,000 for one." Hee. That person received the iron ball and didn't mention the thing he stole. He went to fight the spirit beasts in satisfaction. Just like this, the originally cruel battle was turned into an incomparably joyous one. With the help of the small iron balls, the battle became much easier. The originally difficult battle quickly ended. At this time, everyone finally had the time to think about that little thing. It was so powerful and only needed a bit of spiritual energy. If they could bring some to the sect, let's go, we'll go back and see how Yue is doing. The teacher condensed spiritual energy and burned the blood off his body, making him feel refreshed. Seeing old Su's anxious appearance, it seems to be a bit serious. If they weren't worried about Sima Yoyue's situation, how could they take out so many small iron balls to end the battle early? They did this so that they could go back early. Qi Wei was not far away. When he heard their words, he ran over and asked, "What happened? Is my boss injured?" The teacher looked at him strangely. Blue Blade came over and bowed to the two teachers, saying, "Qi Wei has recognized Yue as his boss. May I ask, did something happen to Yue?" Just now, sect leader Wang told old Su that Yue was hit by an unknown aura from the ghost race and fell unconscious. One of the teachers said, "What?" Qi Wei cried out and urged, "Then let's hurry back and take a look." Those teachers were also worried about Sima Yoyue's situation and opened a space tunnel to return. Wang Shi led the people from Xingyang sect and did not fall behind. They quickly returned. When Qi Wei and the others reached the Qiu family, they immediately ran to see Sima Yue. However, they didn't expect that when they entered the courtyard, they would see Su Jin carrying the unconscious Sima Yue out of the house. The black aura around Sima Yue's body was even thicker than before, as if it was going to swallow her whole. "What's wrong, old Su?" Su Jin hugged Sima Yue and used his spirit energy to prevent the ghost aura from entering his body. When he saw the teacher's return, he said, "It's good that you're back. I'll have to trouble you to take care of the matters here. Yue's situation is very strange. I can't do anything, so I'll have to bring her back to Old Yuan to try." He actually said that he couldn't do anything. Then how serious was her situation? "Alright, you can go back first. I'll take care of the situation here and then bring the children from Mushui City back." Su Jin nodded at him. He broke through space and carried Sima Yue in. Chapter 777. Everyone present looked at Sima Yue and Su Jin's expression and guessed that she probably wouldn't be able to survive. What kind of person was Su Jin? Don't look at how he was just a teacher of the heavenly sect. His strength was recognized by the entire continent. Even he was helpless. Sima Yu's situation was obvious. Qi Wei's eyes reddened when he saw Sima Yue in such a state. Although they hadn't been together for a long time, she had taken good care of him. He had only recognized her as his boss for a short while, and she was about to be gone. Where would he find such a powerful boss in the future? "Don't be sad," Zhou Lan said. "Maybe she'll be fine. Even her master can't do anything. Her situation." Qi Wei felt terrible and couldn't continue. The heavenly sect is a place filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Perhaps someone else has a way. Blue Blade said, "It's too early for you to be sad. I want to go to Heavenly City." Qi Wei said, "What?" Blue Blade and the others stared at him in shock. This guy rarely went anywhere alone, but he was willing to go there just because of someone he had not known for long. "I'm worried about the boss's situation. I want to see it for myself," Qi Wei said. "But the Qi family's competition is about to start. You have to rush back to participate in the written test. If you go now, you might not make it in time," Yu Qing reminded. "That's right. If you dare to be absent, I'm afraid those brothers of yours will not forgive you," Xian Minglang also said. "I don't care anymore." Qi Wei clenched his fists. "Boss has saved us so many times. If it weren't for him, we would have been dead long ago. Now that her condition is uncertain, I can't just leave like that. If she is really fine, then I will rush back to participate in the competition. If there's really something I might be able to help, then I'll go with you." Blue Blade said, "You're right. Although we haven't known each other for a long time, we've been through several life and death situations. We can't just go back like this. I'll go back and talk to Master. He should agree. If all of you want to go, then let's all go," Zhou Lan said. "Alright, I'll go talk to Master." Blue Blade went to look for Master Blue Blade. The sect didn't like to have too many relationships with outsiders. He thought that it would take some effort to persuade him, but he didn't expect his master to agree immediately. "All of you are indebted to her. You should go and see how she is doing. However, you have to remember the rules of the sect. You cannot do anything against the rules," Master Blue Blade said. He had a good impression of Sima Yue. "Yes, Master. Blue Blade replied. Blue Blade, while you're there, ask around about that little metal ball. Master Purple Blade said. Blue Blade understood the power of the small metal ball. Many people were curious about it today, so it was not unreasonable for the sect to want to know more about it. If the sect could obtain some of these things, it would be a good thing for the sect. After today's events, the news of the small metal ball would spread very quickly. There was no need for the younger generation to do anything because all they had to do was to deal with the corpses in Bright Red Mountain Peak. Then, the various sects would divide their forces and send people to guard it. Blue Blade and the others returned to Mushui City first. Thinking about how Sima Yue had said that her companions were at Mushui River, they went to look for them. Fatty Chu and the others were anxiously waiting for news from Bright Red Mountain Peak. After hearing that the barrier had been lifted, they tried to contact Sima Yue, but they couldn't. At that time, Sima Yue was inside the barrier. The barrier had an isolation effect, so she couldn't contact them. Later on, she went to fight again. She felt the movement in her spirit pagoda, but she didn't have time to pay attention to it. Later on, she completely fainted. When they heard the waiters say that someone was looking for them, they were wondering who it was. When they went down and saw that it was a stranger, they were puzzled. I am Wei Ziqi. May I ask who you are? Wei Ziqi went down first and asked when he saw this person. You are Wei Ziqi? Qi Wei went up and grabbed his hand, saying, Do you know which city can directly go to Tianfu City? You are? Wei Ziqi looked at him suspiciously. Blue Blade cupped his hands towards Wei Ziqi, saying, We are Yu's friends. She saved us when we were at Bright Red Mountain Peak. You are Blue Blade and the others from the Heroic Sword sect, right? We have already heard about how you spread the news. Wei Ziqi said, If you want to go to Tianfu City, you have to go to Great City first. There is a teleportation array there that leads directly to Tianfu City. At this time, the others came down as well. When they saw Wei Ziqi talking to Blue Blade and the others, they walked over to understand the situation. Why are you in such a hurry to go to Tianfu City? Is something the matter? Sima Yuran asked. Yu is injured. We want to go and take a look. Blue Blade said, We heard that you are her family and companions, so we came to inform you. When everyone heard that Sima Yue was injured, their expressions changed. Fifth Bro is injured? Yu is injured? Where is she now? How did Fifth Bro get injured? When she was fighting with the Ghost Clan, an aura from their attacks entered her body and she fainted. Blue Blade said, How is she now? Wei Ziqi asked. She has already been sent to Heavenly Sect. Wei Ziqi and the others' faces turned pale. Only Fatty Chu didn't understand the twists and turns. Isn't Teacher Su there? Why does she have to go back to the sect? He asked. Teacher Su Jin said that he couldn't do anything about it. He could only take her back to the sect. Yu Qing said. Teacher Su is so powerful, how could he be so powerless? Fatty Chu didn't finish speaking before he was stunned. You're saying that Yu's situation is very bad? We don't know how she is right now. Blue Blade said, That's why we want to go to Tianfu City to take a look. We should hurry back as well. Sima Yuming said, Yu Qi, go check out immediately. Sima Yu Qi nodded and went to find the shopkeeper to check out. Since you want to go back as well, let's go together. Blue Blade said. Sima Yuming nodded and let everyone go upstairs to pack their things. Because their hearts were heavy, nobody said anything and silently went back to their rooms. However, after they checked out, they didn't go to the teleportation array. Instead, they went outside the city. Aren't we going to Great City? Xian Minglang asked. It's too troublesome to go to the teleportation array. We'll go back directly. Wei Ziqi said. Go back directly? Didn't you just say that there was no teleportation array nearby? Zhou Lan swallowed her words when she saw Sima Yulin's actions. Another array master. Chapter 778. Sima Yulin forced himself to calm down and set up the array. He did not want to be distracted by the news. But he couldn't control his heart. His mind was filled with Yue being injured and Su Jin being helpless, so he couldn't finish setting up the array. Sima Yuran walked over and patted him on the shoulder, saying, Everyone is worried. If you can't set up the teleportation array, we won't be able to go back. Sima Lin nodded, took a deep breath, and continued to set up the array. He's so young. We're very far from Tianfu City, right? Can he set up a long-distance array? Xian Mingling asked. No problem. Wei Ziqi said. I thought that only Boss was a genius array master. Who would have thought that he was one as well? Qi Wei looked at Sima Lin with admiration. What he's holding should be a half-completed formation, right? Yu Qing asked. That's right. This is a half-completed array that he and Yu created together. As long as we place the array stones in the predetermined positions, we will be able to reach Heavenly Sect City directly. Wei Ziqi explained, this was originally prepared for us to return to the academy after completing our mission. Array masters are truly formidable. Qi Wei sighed again. This time, Sima Lin finished setting up the array and got everyone to stand in the array. He activated the array and returned to Heavenly City. On the other side of the array was the courtyard of the Sima residence. When Sima Lai and the others heard the commotion in the courtyard, they all walked over. Sima Lai glanced around and discovered that Yue wasn't there. Instead, there were a few strangers. He furrowed his eyebrows and asked, Where's Yue? Yu and Teacher Su came back first. We came back from different places, so we didn't come back together. Sima Ran said. And these are? Grandpa, let me introduce you. These are the disciples of a sect in the central region. We met them outside. This time, he came to Tianfu City to do something, so he came with us. This is Blue Blade, this is Zhou Lan, this is Yu Qing, this is Qi Wei, and this is Xian Mingling. Sima Ran said before Blue Blade and the others could speak, This is my grandfather, Auntie Lan, Auntie Yu, Bei Gong's younger brother, Bei Gong Hang. Blue Blade and the others bowed to them when Sima Ran introduced them. Grandpa, we'll take them to Memory Restaurant. First, since they are your friends, why don't they stay? Sima, don't bother. Blue Blade said. Grandfather, they have their own things to do. Sima Ran said, Let's go out first and come back later. Blue Blade and the others cupped their hands towards Sima Lai and the others before leaving the Sima residence. Grandfather, Auntie Lan, Auntie Yu, we have to return to the sect to submit our mission. We'll take a few days off to come back. Sima Yuming left after speaking. Sima Lai saw that they were in a hurry and said, Don't you guys feel that their actions are a little strange? I think so. Sang Muyu said. Could something have happened? Yin Lan didn't see Sima Yu and had a bad premonition. Could it be that something happened to Yu? I don't think so. B. E. Although their reactions are a little strange, they are not flustered. If something happened to Yue, how would they have the heart to come home? Sang Muyu smiled. You're right. Sima Lai heard what they said and put down the doubts and worries in his heart. It was only after Sima Lu and the others left the Sima residence that they let out a long sigh of relief. In order to not let Sima Lai worry, they tried their best to pretend that nothing was wrong. Now that they had left the house, the group of them rushed to the sect. Brother Blue, you can't just enter the sect. I'll send you to Memory Restaurant first. If there's any news, we'll get them to inform you. You can look for them if you want to know. Is Memory Restaurant your power? Blue Blade asked. Why did he remember that Memory Restaurant was opened by Chinimo? You can say so. Sima Yuming said, a friend opened it and gave it to Yue. Is that friend surnamed Qin? Sima Yuming did not answer him but changed the topic. Please be careful when you reach Memory Restaurant because my grandfather will go there from time to time to check on the situation. Before we confirm Yue's situation, we don't want him to know. That's why we ask you to help us hide it. Blue Blade saw his expression and knew that he had guessed correctly. He didn't think that Chinimo would give Memory Restaurant to someone else. It seemed like Yue was just bluffing when she said that their relationship was not that good. We got it. Don't worry. Qi Wei said, if you know about Boss's situation, please let us know. Okay. After settling Blue Blade and the others down, they immediately rushed back to the sect and returned to the inner sect from outside. They did not return to their own dorms but went directly to Su Jin's parting garden. They stood outside for a while before Xiao Xiao came out from the courtyard. Senior Su, how is my fifth bro? Sima Yuran asked. Junior bro? Su Xiaoxiao looked at them suspiciously. Didn't he leave with you? Why didn't you come back together? Yue didn't come back? Fatty Chu asked in surprise. Su Xiaoxiao shook his head. Then, did your master come back? Sima Yulin asked. Master came back once, then left. He's not in Parting Garden now. Su Xiaoxiao said. What happened? Did something happen to Junior Bro? What happened to Junior Bro? Is he back? Xiaoxiao? Han Miao Shuang appeared behind everyone, hugging a wine jar. It was obvious that she had gone out to eat. I don't know what happened either. Su Xiaoxiao said, they just came and asked me how Junior Bro was doing. Then they asked if Master was here. They haven't said what happened yet. Han Miao Shuang guessed that something big must have happened and kept the wine jar away, saying, what happened? Wei Ziqi saw them like this and knew that Sima Yue was not in Parting Garden at the moment. If they wanted to know how she was, they had to find Su Jin first. It's like this. Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang heard what happened and said, after Master came back, he stayed in the house for a while before going back. It seemed like he came back to take something. Since he didn't bring Junior Bro back, it means that he hasn't recovered yet. But where is Junior Bro now? Su Xiaoxiao said, if I knew earlier, I would have asked Master when he came back. You didn't know that something had happened to Junior Bro at that time. Han Miao Shuang said, we have to find Master now. Master should be with the principal. Kang Junchul came out not looking sleepy. Chapter 779. The following is provided for you, 779. Please enjoy. Su Xiaoxiao saw the rare serious Kang Junchul and asked, how do you know? If even Master can't handle it, he will definitely look for Principal Yuan immediately. Kang Junchul said, what's with that ghost aura? We weren't there at the time, so we didn't see it with our own eyes. Sima Yuran said, but we heard them say that the ghost aura directly broke through the defenses of many experts before running into Yu Yu's body. We suspect that the ghost aura intentionally attacked you. You called on purpose? Su Xiaoxiao frowned. The things in the ghost realm are mysterious. If they really want to deal with Yu, it will be even more troublesome. Since we know that Master is with the principal, let's go take a look. Han Miao Shuang said. We'll go with you. Fatty Chu stepped forward and said. As such, the group of people went to the principal's house. This was already at the foot of the mountain. Before they could get close, they felt a force blocking them outside, not allowing them to take a single step closer to the small courtyard. Su Xiaoxiao pointed above Yuan Xiaojie's roof and said. Everyone looked over and saw a dark aura lingering above the roof. It wanted to break through, but was blocked by a spirit barrier. How can there be such a dense death aura? Kang Junchul was shocked by the death aura. He couldn't believe his eyes. Su Jin was currently in the house looking at the person who was trapped by the black aura, as well as Yuan Xiaojie, who hadn't spoken at all. His heart sank. Let them go back. It's no use coming now. They'll be scared. Yuan Xiaojie said. Su Jin went out and saw the group of people who were blocked by the spirit barrier. He said, if there's nothing, don't stand here. Go back. Teacher Su, how is my fifth brother? Sima Yuran asked. I'm not sure yet. Su Jin said, with old Yuan here, nothing will happen. You don't have to stay here. Go back. You're not sure. Does this mean that even the principal has no way to save junior brother? Kang Junchul asked. Su Jin was silent for a while before saying, it's not that we don't have a way to save her. It's just that we don't know anything about her current situation. Not even Principal Yuan? Su Jin said, old Yuan said that the ghost chi must have hurt her, causing her body to automatically form a defense system, protecting her body and preventing us from entering. Even Principal Yuan couldn't do it? That won't do. But we're thinking of a way. Su Jin said, all right, I've told you so much. You can all go back. But no one left. Teacher Su, can you let us go in and see fifth bro? Sima Yuming pleaded. Can't you see the chaotic death aura inside the barrier? Su Jin glared at him. You guys are so weak. Even if you go in, you might be invaded by the ghost chi. If you fall before she recovers, wouldn't that be even worse? Hurry up and go back. Teacher Su, it's already very uncomfortable that we can't go in and take a look. Let us wait here. Sima Yulu said. Su Jin glanced at them. They all had the same expression on their faces. He said, do as you wish. Then he went back. In the house, Yuan Xiaojie and Gulang stood beside Sima Yuyu's bed. Their expressions were heavy. What do you think? Yuan Xiaojie asked Gulang. Gulang took Sima Yuyu's pulse. When he heard what Yuan Xiaojie said, he shook his head and said, I can't tell. You couldn't enter her body either? Yuan Xiaojie asked. If you can't enter, how can I? Gulang said, although I didn't enter her body, I can roughly guess. Then tell me why? Su Jin came in and asked. Her physique. Gulang said. Her physique? Do you remember the Devil King who led the Devil Clan to attack the human realm? Gulang asked. Mosha? Of course we remember. He is the only Devil King who led the Devil Clan's army into the human realm in the past 1,000,000 years. Su Jin said, what does this have to do with Yu? I think that Yu has the same physique as that person. Gulang said. Same physique? Yu isn't from the Devil Clan. Su Jin still defended his student. Of course she isn't from the Devil Clan. Gulang rolled his eyes at Su Jin. This guy's IQ would drop to 0 whenever something happened to someone he cared about. But do you know what kind of physique Emosha has? Isn't he from the Devil Clan? What kind of physique could he have? Su Jin's brain was still paralyzed. Emosha used to be a human too. It's just that he was from that place. Gu Lang pointed upwards. He's a human? Then how did he become a Devil Clan? It's because of his physique. Gu Lang said. What kind of physique is he? Divine Devil Physique. Yuan Xiaojie said. I've heard of the Divine Devil Physique. You know about it too? Su Jin looked at Yuan Xiaojie. How could he not know about it? The Sacred Light Physique and the Sacred Darkness Physique appearing on one person at the same time. That's the Divine Devil Physique. Yuan Xiaojie said, back then, Emosha's parents were from that place and the other was from the Devil world. It's rumored that people with the Divine Devil Physique couldn't escape the fate of exploding and dying. After he grew up, he used some unknown method to choose the Sacred Darkness Physique and lived on. From then on, he became a member of the Devil Clan. Could it be that Yu is one too? Su Jin looked at his disciple with a conflicted expression. She wouldn't also explode and die, right? Shouldn't you be worried that she won't be able to get through this? Gulang looked at Su Jin speechlessly. Don't we have Yu and old Yuan? Su Jin still believed in them. If you can't solve it, then we might not be able to either. Gulang said. But after talking about the Divine Devil Physique, you two don't look so anxious anymore. Su Jin said. Do you think that Yue also has a God-Devil body? Su Jin asked. She's a human, we're pretty sure of that. If it was just a little bit of death chi, her body wouldn't be in such a state. None of the people we saw before who were injected with devil chi and death chi had such a situation. Gulang said, but now, her body is automatically protecting itself, isolating itself from the outside world. This means that her body is not ordinary. The biggest possibility was the God-Devil body. The fiend god bodies of humans and ghosts. Su Jin saw that the death aura on Sima Yoyue's body was getting thicker and thicker. He sighed and said, this means that Yoyue's father or mother is from the Ghost Clan. I don't know if she knows. I think he should know. Gu Lang felt some regret in his heart. For a fiend god body, once the two energies are not balanced, the body will explode. One way is to balance the power. In addition, refining the body is also one of the effective methods. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with this special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you. Chapter 780. The following is provided for you, 780. Please enjoy. They all knew that Yue was on the path of training her body. They thought that she was working so hard to make herself stronger, but they didn't think that she was doing it to survive. My poor little disciple, sigh. Why is it that out of so many people, you're the only one? Su Jin felt sad for his disciple. Alright, stop being like that. I can see that you're still excited. Gulang couldn't stand him being like that and said, I'm just a little excited. The world is so big and there are so many spirit masters. There are also many children between humans and other races, but she has the body of a god and devil. Su Jin said proudly, I'm really worried about her, but since Imo Sha was able to survive, I believe that she can do it too. But no one knows how he did it. Yuan Xiaojie said. Even the book they read didn't mention it. But then again, what will she do this time? Su Jin looked at Sima Yue worriedly. We can't do anything. Yuan Xiaojie said, her current situation should be because she got the death aura and activated the dark aura in her body. Her body is very sensitive right now. Maybe a little of our stuff will cause her body to break down, so we can't do anything right now. If we do anything, we'll be doing more harm than good. Sigh. Su Jin let out a long sigh. This was the first time he was helpless and could only watch from the side. This feeling was really uncomfortable. Especially when this person was his favorite disciple. You don't have to worry too much. I think that even if the death aura explodes, she'll be fine. Yuan Xiaojie thought through Yue's situation. Really? Think about it. Last time in the dark forest, how did she deal with the situation of being surrounded? Yuan Xiaojie reminded him. Dark forest? Didn't she just use the heavenly tribulation? Su Jin said, she can't use the heavenly tribulation right now. She'll be struck until nothing is left. Yuan Xiaojie and Gulang shook their heads and sighed. Where did this guy's wisdom go? Why did he become an idiot when something happened to Yue? I didn't go. I know. Gulang said, Yue didn't advance at that time, and didn't do anything that went against the heavenly Tao. How did you trigger the heavenly tribulation? Naturally, it's because there's something in her body that can trigger the heavenly tribulation. I remember now. Su Jin said, the ancient books once said that some people have a special lightning attribute in their bodies that can trigger heavenly tribulation. This means that Yue has this special lightning element in her body. Gu Lang nodded and said, if our guess is correct. If there's such a special factor in her body, even if she wants to suppress the light attribute in her body, it'll be impossible. Su Jin finally figured it out. So what she needs now is time, not the intervention of others, Yuan Xiaojie said. Then let's wait. The people in the house were waiting, and the people outside the house were also waiting. Everyone hoped that she would recover quickly, but she remained unconscious for 7 days. In these 7 days, she felt like she was in an abyss of suffering. One moment she was being roasted on a fire, and the next moment she was thrown into 10,000-year-old ice. Every moment was torturous. Her divine sense had actually been awake all this time. She was awake as she watched the dark energy in her body being triggered by the ghostly aura. It became violent and restless, breaking through the barriers she had set up on the pagoda pool and swimming around in her body, trying to seize control of her body. Every meridian had the light attribute, so when the dark attribute attacked, the two sides began to fight, causing her body to be in pain. Although her body was in pain, and although she watched them fight, she couldn't do anything. It was as if her divine sense was imprisoned, and she could only watch from the side. You fight and I snatch. If you snatch this meridian, then I'll take the other one. If you control this meridian, then I'll snatch the other one. For a moment, her body was in a mess. Her body couldn't take so much energy, and began to swell. Her body was like a ball, scaring the 3 people who were waiting at the side. They were all wondering if they should help. Fortunately, just as they felt that she was about to explode, her body slowly locked back, and the death energy that surrounded her body slowly retreated back into her body. Phew! The 3 of them heaved a sigh of relief. How many years had it been since they had felt so nervous? Sima Yue's divine sense also heaved a sigh of relief, and stared at the purple top-grade heavenly lightning that was wandering around her body. For so many days, this fellow had been watching from the side. When she couldn't take it anymore, it slowly came out of the lightning pool and chased the dark energy back into the dark pagoda pool, preventing her body from exploding. You stinky fellow, why did you have to wait until now to make a move? She curled her lips at the purple top-grade heavenly lightning. The blurry figure of the purple top-grade heavenly lightning protruded towards Sima Yue. She wasn't sure if it was because of the connection between their souls, but she actually felt that it was giving her the middle finger. Then the protruding part retracted, and another protruded out. It was pouting its butt at her. Sima Yue was so angry that her teeth itched, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only watch as the figure jumped around, and when it was done, it returned to the pagoda pool. "You rascal, I'll take care of you sooner or later." She gritted her teeth and threatened a certain someone. When all the spiritual energy returned to their respective pagoda pools, Sima Yue felt the shackles on her brain loosen, and her divine sense could move again. Pain, this was the only feeling she had right now. "Yue, how are you feeling?" She opened her eyes and saw the 3 heads above her. She blinked her eyes, and after a while, she said, "It hurts." "It's good that you know pain," Yuan Xiaojie said. "The muscles and blood vessels in your body have all exploded. It would be weird if you didn't feel pain." Gu Lang said, "Eat a pill." Su Jin took out a pill for her to eat. After eating the pill, she felt much better. "Thank you, Master." She smiled weakly at Su Jin. Gu Lang took Sima Yue's pulse and said, "Not bad, although your breathing is still a bit messy, there's no big problem." "Thank you, Teacher Gu. I've made you all worry." Sima Yue wanted to smile, but when she pulled, her mouth hurt. "Although your current situation is good, don't talk or move. Otherwise, you'll suffer if you feel pain." Gu Lang said, "Could it be that the death aura that entered your body has been dealt with?" Yuan Xiaojie asked. Sima Yue used her inner vision and shook her head slightly. That fellow was still floating above her dantian. "We still have to think of a way to deal with it. If it activates the death aura in your body again, you'll be in danger in the future." Su Jin said. Sima Yue was shocked. "They already knew?" "I love my academy. Actively cooperate with this special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Please report it. Thank you, everyone." Chapter 781. Book title, Zhang Must Save Her. By just when Sima Yue was worried, Yuan Xiaojie's voice came from above her head, giving her strength to calm down. "We understand your situation. Although the god devil body is a bit surprising, it's nothing much." "You already know." Sima Yue said, You don't think that I'm an alien? What does that have to do with anything?" Su Jin said, "Although your identity is a bit scary, I'll accept it after thinking about it. You are still my disciple." "Master?" Sima Yue was touched. She didn't expect that her physique and identity would be discovered without any warning. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't worried and afraid. Humans hated the ghost race and the devil race. If they knew about her situation, it was inevitable that they would want to get rid of her quickly. She didn't expect their reaction to be so unexpected. "However, your physique is a bit of a headache." Su Jin said, "But we'll find a way. You should focus on recuperating." Sima Yue nodded. "Let's go out." I'll go talk to those fellows outside about the situation first. Forget about the visit, you'll be fine in 2 days anyway." Su Jin said. He went to the courtyard. The people who had been waiting for him for 7 days all looked at him expectantly when he came out again. "She's already woken up. You guys go back first. She'll go back in 2 days when she's better." Su Jin said and went back. Sima Lin and the others relaxed and prepared to go back to rest. They hadn't cultivated or slept for the past few days. Once they heard that Yue had recovered, they relaxed and looked a little tired. Su Jin went to Yuan Xiaojie's office. The 2 of them were already waiting for him inside. Other than them, there was also Fan Lei and Mao Sanquan. "I'm going to find a solution," he said to them as soon as he entered. "You're going alone? Do you know where to go to find a solution?" Mao Sanquan looked at Su Jin in astonishment. Was this guy stupid? Wasn't Mo Sha from there? Although so many years had passed, there would definitely be some clues that had been passed down. "I want to look there." Su Jin said. "You actually want to go there for her?" Fan Lei said. "Do you know what kind of place that is?" "Of course I know." Su Jin sat down on the chair and casually leaned back, returning to his usual self. "Although the 2 of you are master and disciple, your relationship isn't that close. Is it worth it to go there for her?" Although Mao Sanquan felt that it was necessary for the school to take care of the students, it wasn't like this. This was too dangerous. "Old Gu, what do you think?" Fan Lei looked at Gulang. I'll go with you. Gulang didn't answer Fan Lei, but looked at Su Jin instead. It can't be? Are you too crazy? Mao Sanquan shouted. Perhaps. Mao Sanquan said, although I only took care of her for a short period of time, my feelings for her are not comparable to that of an ordinary student. Besides, she's very talented. We have to protect her. Even if she is, it's too dangerous for you to go there. Mao Sanquan was still somewhat disapproving. What is she? Fan Lei looked at them in confusion. What was there that he didn't know? Old Mao? She is the only person who has stepped into the pavilion of connecting heaven in so many years. Mao Sanquan said. Finished the stairway to heaven. How come I didn't know about this? Fan Lei shouted. Didn't those people directly send them to the inner court during the exam? Then why did Sima Yue stay in the outer court? Mao Sanquan snorted. Isn't it because of the outer court? On the day of the exam, Sima Yue didn't go to the pavilion of connecting heaven, so she wasn't sent over. Later on, she went to the pavilion of connecting heaven and finished the stairway to heaven. When we heard the news, you had already left with Little Tuesday. Fan Lei was so shocked by this news that he couldn't breathe. Then he pinched his thigh and said, there's actually someone who finished the stairway to heaven. This news is too shocking. She finished the stairway to heaven, but also has the body of a god and devil. She carries with her a fate and responsibility that we can't estimate. Gulang sighed. Then, Fan Lei looked at Su Jin and Gulang. Are you really planning to go there? It doesn't matter if she finished the stairway to heaven or not. She's still my disciple. Su Jin said, for her, I have to try. Gulang nodded in agreement. If there's a chance, we have to try. Since you want to go, then go. Yuan Xiaojie said, when the ranking competition is over, I'll go too. When the time comes, we'll go together. You want to go too? Mao Sanquan and Fan Lei shouted at the same time. After looking at each other, they said in unison, no. Why not? Yuan Xiaojie didn't care about their protests and said, you've managed the school well these years. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, my ass. Mao Sanquan wanted to curse. He'd never seen someone who could throw away their responsibilities like this. Anyway, you can't go together. 1 principal, 3 vice principals, and 4 stewards. The number of people in the academy had never exceeded that of the 2 principals. Have you ever considered my feelings? No, I want to take a vacation. Otherwise, I'll throw away my responsibilities and leave too. Old Mao has been tired these years. But the things we need to do are urgent. How about this? Old Fan won't go out these few years and will stay to help you. It's decided. Yuan Xiaojie said. Right, how's the arrangement for the ranking? Other than pushing back the date according to your request, there's no other problem. Mao Sanquan said. Those people are still stuffing people in here? If they can't find the eye of the earth, of course they'll continue. Mao Sanquan's eyes flashed with impatience, saying, I say, can't you clean it up? Those flies are always flying around. I'm tired of dealing with them. Little Seven hasn't finished evolving yet. When she's done, you can clean it up. Yuan Xiaojie said. Those powers didn't give up. Even though they knew there was no result, they still kept sending people. If the people they sent were useless, they sent their family members to the school. Did they really think there was hope just because they came? Old man, aren't you going to bring my disciple to participate in the competition? What? You're not going? Su Jin didn't care whether they fought or not. Anyway, it was never his turn to manage the school. I'll go there first and then rush back. If I can't make it back, Old Mao, you guys bring the students over. Yuan Xiaojie said. What's so urgent that you have to rush over in such a short time? Gulang asked. I'm going to stop something. If I fail, I'm afraid the entire continent will tremble. From then on, there will be a reign of terror. Yuan Xiaojie said faintly. Gentlemen's Alliance. Chapter 782. The following is provided for you. Chapter 782. One step too late, please enjoy. Sima Yue laid on the bed, her eyes filled with gratitude. They thought that she was injured and her divine sense was exhausted, so she couldn't hear their conversation, so they didn't try to avoid her. Who would have thought that she had heard their conversation clearly? She reckoned that for someone with her strength, with such a heavy injury, her divine sense would be too weak to hear their conversation. But her divine sense was several times stronger than the average person, so this injury wouldn't affect her at all. She sighed, thinking of Su Jin and Go Lang's feelings towards her. She hadn't known them for long, but they were so kind to her. A teacher for a day, a father for life. She hadn't done it yet, but they had. Master, Teacher Go, she wanted to find them and tell them not to run around for her. Mo Sha was by her side, so she would have a way. But she couldn't move now, so she couldn't find them. Let's talk about it when they come over, she thought to herself. She wanted to rest for a while, but she fell asleep. When she woke up again, a whole day had passed. Because of the pills and her physique, most of her injuries had healed. She got out of bed, and the courtyard was empty. Principal Yuan and the others were gone, and the barrier had disappeared. She walked around, and after confirming that no one was around, she left the courtyard and returned to Parting Garden. She wanted to find Su Jin and tell him not to run around for her, but she heard a surprising news when she went back. What did you say? Master already left. Sima Yue was shocked, and grabbed Su Xiaoxiao's clothes. Su Xiaoxiao didn't expect Sima Yue to be so shocked, and said, Master said he had something to do, so he left last night. Do you know where Master went? Su Xiaoxiao shook her head, saying, Master left with the principal and the others. He said he was going somewhere far away, and won't be back for a while. All right, Master also left his life tablet. Master left his life tablet. Sima Yue panicked, let go of Su Xiaoxiao and ran out. Little junior brother, you just came back, where are you going? Su Xiaoxiao shouted at her back. Unfortunately, she disappeared in a flash, leaving Su Xiaoxiao with dust on her butt. Sai, you ran so fast. I haven't asked you how you're doing. He shook his head and picked up a broom to start sweeping the yard. Sima Yue rushed to Mao Sanquan's office and pushed the door open without waiting for the announcement. Director Mao. She ran in and saw Mao Sanquan talking to a teacher. She then reacted and stood there awkwardly. You're awake. Mao Sanquan was surprised to see Sima Yue rushing in. Yes. Sima Yue lowered her head. Mao Sanquan said to the teacher beside him, the matter of the billboard ranking competition will be arranged according to what we discussed today. You can leave first. Yes, Director Mao. The teacher got up, cupped his hands towards Mao Sanquan, and left. When he passed by Sima Yue bowed to him. You haven't recovered yet. Why are you in such a hurry? What's the matter? Mao Sanquan asked. Well, I want to ask if Master and the others have left? Sima Yue asked. Can you contact Master? You can't? Aren't you and Master always in contact? We can't send messages to the place where they went. Mao Sanquan said. Then Master, what should we do? Sima Yue was worried. Mao Sanquan looked at her anxious expression and said with certainty, You heard our conversation yesterday? Sima Yue was silent for a while and nodded. That's why I want to stop Master from going. It would be better if you woke up last night. Mao Sanquan said, Now that they have gone, we can't send messages. Is there no other way? There is no other way. Sima Yue was silent. You don't have to worry too much. Mao Sanquan saw the way she was. Although we can't send messages, they can still send messages if they want to. We have already agreed to let them send messages back on time. If they go missing, the sect will send people to look for them. Sima Yue was silent. Is there anything else? Mao Sanquan asked. You haven't fully recovered yet. Go back and rest. Mao Sanquan said. Sima Yue bowed and retreated. Right, the billboard ranking competition 3 months later. You guys should prepare early. Sima Yue came out of the office and sighed in her heart. She walked to Sima Yue's courtyard and bumped into them. Eldest brother, second brother, where are you guys going? Sima Yue and Sima Yochi were surprised when they saw her. Fifth bro, are you alright? Fifth bro, why did you come out? Both of them said at the same time. I have something to deal with. My injury is no longer a problem. Sima Yue said with a smile, where are you guys going? Didn't we accept a mission before? We're going to hand it in now. Sima Yue said, we thought that the flamingo egg was with you, so we only handed in the third one. Now that you're here, let's hand in the first mission. Sima Yue gave a thought and the flamingo egg appeared in front of them. I'm still a little uncomfortable, so I won't go with you. You can hand in the mission anytime. Since you're here, let's go in together. Sima Yue said. That's right. Let's go in. Sima Yoshi looked at her pale face and his eyes were full of heartache. Sima Yue went in. Sima Yue and Sima Yue were surprised and happy at the same time. Fifth bro, you're finally alright. When we heard from Blue Blade, we were scared to death. Sima Yue reached out and hugged her. Blue Blade told you? Sima Yue hugged him back and asked. That's right. Sima Yulu let go of her. At that time, he came to look for us and said that you had been injured by the ghost clansmen. Even Teacher Su was helpless, so he brought you back to look for the principal. We were scared out of our wits. What kind of person is this Teacher Su? Even he can't do anything about it. How serious was your situation back then? That's right, fourth brother was so scared that he was about to cry. Sima Yuming said with a smile. Aren't you the same? Sima Yulu retorted. At that time, I wonder whose fingers were pinched so hard that they bled. Fifth bro, what happened to you that day? Sima Yuran asked. Go and call them over, I'll tell you all about it. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with this special action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you. Chapter 783. The following is provided for you. 783. Please enjoy. Yu, what exactly happened to you that day? How did you get injured to the point where even Teacher Su couldn't heal you? Fatty Chu asked anxiously when he saw Sima Yu. You, how are you now? Wei Ziqi asked with concern. Sima Yu smiled at them and waved her hand, saying, come and sit down, I'll tell you later. Bei Gong Tang came to Yu's side and sat down, saying, your face is still very pale, why did you come out in just a day? It's no longer related. Sima Yu said. Yu, tell us what happened that day. Sima Yu said it very simply, it was nothing more than how she was injured by the ghost aura and how she was saved by Yuan Xiaojie and the others. That thing is still in your body? Sima Yu Lin frowned. If that was the case, wouldn't she be in danger at all times? That death aura can't threaten me now. It's because I just woke up that I don't have time. Wait until I'm healed, then I'll deal with it. You don't have to worry. Ghost aura belongs to another world, can you deal with it? Fatty Chu asked worriedly, why don't you ask the principal or Teacher Su? The principal and my master are no longer in the sect. If I really can't do it, I'll find someone else to help. Sima Yu wasn't anxious. That death aura was very peaceful in her body now. Once she took precautions, it wouldn't be able to move the dark energy in her body. Thinking about the death aura that came out, she was very suspicious because she always thought that her body only had the dark attribute. She never knew that she had death aura. Before this, even Crimson Flame and Mo Sha didn't know. That was why she never dared to confirm whether her mother was from the Devil Clan or the Ghost Clan. But she didn't think that once the death aura entered her body, the death aura in her body would appear out of nowhere, and there was so much of it. Even the Spirit Pagoda pool that the Spirit Pagoda opened was filled by more than half. It wasn't any less than the Dark Pagoda pool. Maybe this is the power your mother left for you. Mo Sha guessed. Mother? Otherwise, I can't think of another reason. Perhaps. In fact, she had also thought that her mother might have left the death aura in her body so that once the seal was broken, the power of darkness and light would be able to contend against each other. However, she probably didn't expect that her death chi would be completely unleashed by that black-robed ghost's attack, causing her to almost die. Yue, what are you thinking about? Bei Gong Tang looked at Sima Yue's dazed expression and asked. Sima Yue recovered from her thoughts. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she said, nothing. I was just thinking about the billboard. Billboard? How come I overheard Director Mao talking to a teacher about this in his office? With your strength, you should be able to easily get first place, right? Fatty Chu said with a grin. Has the time been set? Sima Yuran asked. Previously, for some reason, the timing of the billboard kept changing. It didn't seem like the style of the past at all. It's set. 3 months later. Sima Yue said, it just so happens that our mission has been completed. We can go in exchange for points. Yue, you won't be leaving during this period of time. Let's go to your spirit pagoda to cultivate. Little Spirit's place is much better than the cultivation pagoda. The spirit energy is much denser and the time is longer. Fatty Chu blinked his big eyes and looked at her. Sima Yue thought about it and agreed. But I still have to exchange for points. I'll save it for when I'm not in the sect. Second bro and I will go first. Sima Yuming said. Sima Yue and the others chatted for a while before Sima Yuming and Sima Yuqi returned. Both of them had smiles on their faces. Why are you so happy? When we went to exchange for points just now, that teacher said that we took 20 flamingo eggs and gave us 2 missions. To find out the reason for the strange things in Bright Red Mountain Peak, the leader said that this matter was important and gave us 3 times the reward. 3 times? Sima Yulu jumped up. Isn't that 32,000 points? That's right. Including the flamingo eggs, we earned a total of 32,000 this time. That's right. After dividing it, each of us can get 2,900. Wow, that's enough for us to cultivate in the cultivation pagoda for 8 years. 1 mission in exchange for 8 years of time, this is too worth it. That's because of 5th bro. If it weren't for him, not to mention completing the mission, we wouldn't even be able to keep our lives. Sima Yuming said. Eldest bro is still saying this to me. Be careful or I'll get angry. Sima Yue said with a smile, my share won't be divided. I won't go to the cultivation pagoda either. It'll be a waste. In addition, little 7 doesn't need to be divided. 5th bro, you have the cultivation pagoda. It's okay if you don't divide the points. But little 7 went with us. It's not good if you don't divide it. Sima Yuming said. Little 7 won't go to the cultivation pagoda to cultivate either. Sima Yue thought of little 7 in the spirit pagoda and was a little worried. It's okay. You don't have to count it in. You can divide it. They also knew that little 7 was not human. Since you said that they didn't need it, then they didn't need it. Then there are 9 of us. If we divide it equally, each of us will get 3,500. Sima Yulu was overjoyed. 3,550 cultivation points. That was almost 10 years worth of time. They could cultivate in the cultivation pagoda for 10 years. Big bro Yuming, you don't have to give us so much. Just give us 1,000 each. Wei Ziqi said. How can we do that? Big bro Yuming, we are all professional masters. It's easier for us to accept missions. We can complete them during our usual practice. On the contrary, if you want to accept missions, you will waste a lot of time. If you have more, you can cultivate for a longer time. Wei Ziqi explained. They didn't lack cultivation points, so it didn't matter if they got fewer points. Big bro, let's divide it according to what Ziqi said. Sima Yue said. In the end, Sima Yulin and Wei Ziqi's group of 5 got 5,000 points. Sima Yuming and his brothers got the remaining 27,000 points. Each of them got 6,750 points. 6,000 points. We can cultivate in the cultivation pagoda for 18 years. It's too fantastical. Sima Yulu held his token. His eyes were about to disappear from his smile. Sima Yuming and the others were also very happy. It was already good to get an unexpected reward. They didn't expect to get so many cultivation points. This time, they didn't have to go out to accept missions for a long time. 18 years was enough for them to advance in rank. At this moment, a clear and familiar voice came from outside. I heard your laughter at the door. You've been gone for so long. You're finally back. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the fight against internet obscenity and pornographic information. Thank you everyone. Chapter 784. The following is provided for you. 784. Please enjoy. Sima Yuming and the others stood up to welcome them. Just as they reached the entrance of the hall, they saw Shui Rong and Ma Bojian walking in from outside. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Shui Rong teased, "You've gotten so many cultivation points. You must be overjoyed, right?" "You know about it too?" Sima Yuming said with some surprise. "We're not the only ones who know. I'm afraid that all the other teams know about it. Your Thunder team has completed 2 missions and obtained 32,000 cultivation points. The other teams are probably dying of envy. How did it spread so quickly?" Sima Yuming was stunned. "It's only natural that such explosive news spread quickly. You've obtained so many cultivation points in one go. It's something that has never happened before. Furthermore, you're a newly established team with few members. When everyone thinks about the cultivation points you'll get, they all go crazy. There are already many people who want to join your team," Shui Rong said with a smile. She followed Sima Yuming in and subconsciously glanced at Sima Yu. Seeing her pale face, she said with concern, "Yu, why do you look so pale? Are you hurt?" Sima Yu saw that Shui Rong's shock and concern were not fake. She guessed that the sect did not spread the news that she had been hurt by the ghost realm. She smiled, saying, I got hurt when I was on a mission. It's no big deal now. I just need to rest for a while." It's normal to get hurt when you're on a mission. As long as you don't hurt your foundation, you'll be fine." Shui Rong had seen many injured people. They were often injured when they were on missions, so she did not pay much attention to her injuries. "Are you here for something?" Sima Yuming asked. "Actually, it's nothing much. We heard that you're back, so we came to see you." Shui Rong glanced at Sima Yu with a troubled expression. "Why are you looking for me?" Sima Yue asked. "This." Shui Rong and Ma Bojian looked at each other. Yue was a little confused. In the end, Ma Bojian said, "It's like this. We went on a mission recently. During the mission, one of our team members was injured. We heard that Yue studied medicine in the outer court. You have excellent medical skills, so we wanted to ask you to take a look at him. But I didn't expect you to be injured too. If a student is injured, can't they look for a teacher?" Sima Yuran reminded them. "Why don't we know about this?" However, after the teachers in the academy checked her condition, they said that they couldn't find the reason and that there was nothing they could do. They said that they would report it. Shui Rong said, "We wanted to go to the outer court to look for Teacher Ge, but we heard that Teacher Ge left last night. Therefore, he wanted to invite Yue to take a look when the school arranged for a teacher to come over. After all, she is someone who Teacher Ge praised for her outstanding medical skills. But Yue is injured. We have to think of another way," Ma Bojian said. "Who's injured?" "It's Yuan," Shui Rong said. "Shu Yuan?" Sima Yue thought of that girl with clean eyes. When they were in the maze forest, she was still very protective of her. How is her condition?" "Her body is still considered normal, but she's been unconscious." Shui Rong said, "The teacher who came to take a look said that she won't be in any danger for the time being, but we still don't feel at ease. Since it's her, then I'll go over and take a look," Sima Yue said. "But you're also—" Shui Rong looked at her worriedly. "My condition is still all right. It's just that my body is a little weak. I'll go take a look at her condition first. If it's not serious, then we'll talk again in 2 days," Sima Yue said. Shui Rong smiled at her apologetically and said gratefully, "Then I'll have to trouble you." "Then let's go over." Sima Yue said, "Right, the billboard ranking is about to start. The billboard ranking is part of the 3 great meetings. Fatty Chu and you guys have to prepare well." Fatty Chu and the rest nodded. When she said to prepare, she meant for them to prepare the things they needed for their training. When she recovered, they would go into closed-door cultivation in the Spirit Pagoda. Hence, they had to prepare well. Sima Yue thought about how she had heard about the 3 great meetings before she entered the inner sect. Now, it was finally here. Shui Rong brought Sima Yue to their dormitory. The moment they entered, they saw many people standing in the courtyard. "Shui Rong, is she the person you were talking about?" A little guy looked at Sima Yu's sickly appearance and was a little suspicious as to whether or not she really knew medicine. "I was still wondering who you guys would look for. So you guys went to look for Yue. But Yue, why do you look so pale?" Someone who had seen Sima Yue in the maze forest greeted her. I got injured during a mission. Sima Yue said, I'll go take a look at Su Yuan. I'll bring you in. Shui Rong said. After they left, the small person thought about how they had addressed her. He blinked and asked, Yue? Sima Yue? She's Sima Yue? You just found out that it's her? No way, you're so ignorant? Didn't I go into closed-door cultivation for a period of time? After I came out, I heard of her name, but I've never seen her in person. I thought it would be a tall and strong man. Who would have thought that it would be such a small man? The small person said. How is she small? She's about the same size as you. Someone poked him and laughed at the small person. Sima Yue entered the house and went to Su Yuan's bedroom. She saw her lying on the bed peacefully. The corners of her mouth were slightly raised as if she was smiling. Yue, she has had this expression since she fainted. It's as if she had a beautiful dream. Shui Rong said, At the beginning, we all thought that she was asleep because we found her like this the next morning. But no matter how much we called her, she didn't wake up. We then realized that something was wrong. Take a look at her. Sima Yue walked over and took out her right hand to check her pulse. After a while, she put it back. How is she? Shui Rong asked. Where did you guys go? Violet Water Swamp. You guys went to the Violet Water Swamp? Sima Yue looked at Shui Rong in surprise. At that time, they said that they would choose a more difficult mission to earn more cultivation points. Some people saw that the mission in the Violet Water Swamp was easier and insisted on going there. Shui Rong was a little angry when she said this. If they didn't go there, how would this happen? The Violet Water Swamp is one of the top 10 dangerous places in the outer region. Even if this mission isn't difficult, the environment itself is very dangerous. How can it be easy? Sima Yue shook her head in disagreement. I love my academy. Actively cooperate with the Special Action to combat obscene and pornographic information on the internet. Thank you. Chapter 785. What happened to Yuan? If I'm not wrong, she was attacked by something from the Violet Water Swamp. Sima Yue said. Spirit beast? What kind of spirit beast would attack a person like this? Shui Rong thought about it in her mind. She couldn't think of any of the spirit beasts they had encountered that could cause such an outcome. She was very puzzled. Sima Yue stood up and said, The phantom worm is a type of transparent worm that is smaller than a sesame seed. It is a spiritual type spiritual worm. After being bitten by it, one will fall into an illusion and will not be able to wake up. To outsiders, it will look like they are sleeping. The illusions were all beautiful dreams, so most of the people who were bitten had serene expressions and smiles on their faces. How long has she been asleep? 10 days. What happened? If a person bitten by a phantom bug doesn't wake up within half a month, they will never wake up again. Fortunately, she didn't exceed the time limit. He can still be saved. Sima Yue said. Then can you save her? I can't do it now. Sima Yue shook her head. I can't do it with my current body. You can tell the teachers about her reasons. The teachers definitely know how to solve it. It's just that they haven't thought of the reason yet, so they came up with a solution. What if teacher can't cure him? Shui Rong asked worriedly. If she's still like this after 4 days, you can come and find me. My injuries should be healed by then. Sima Yue said. All right. Thank you for coming today. Shui Rong said gratefully. I can't help you much with my current body. Sima Yue said. You've already helped a lot by finding the reason. Shui Rong said, We'll ask the teacher for help. If it still doesn't work, we'll have to ask for your help again. All right. If it doesn't work, you can come to the parting garden to find me. You're not feeling well. I'll send you back. Thank you. When the people outside saw Shui Rong and Sima Yue coming out after a short while, they thought that she was out of ideas. Their faces darkened. When Shui Rong came back from outside and saw them like this, she said, Why do you guys look even worse than before? Yue is a doctor and has been praised by Mr. Ge, but she is still young. It's normal that she can't tell the reason. Sigh, I didn't have much hope at first, but now I can't say that I'm disappointed. It's a pity that there's one less hope. Like I said, it's useless to look for her. What are you guys chattering about? Shui Rong walked over and said to Ma Bojian, I'm going to look for the teacher and pass on Yue's message to him. Let's see if there's any way. What? Did Yue say anything? Yes. She found out the reason for Yuan's coma, but because of her injuries, she can't save her. She asked me to tell the teacher the reason and see if the teacher has any ideas. Shui Rong said, come with me to find the teacher. All right. The two of them left some instructions to the members of the club and went to look for the teacher. Hey, this Sima Yue only went in for a while and found the reason? Is she really that good? The little guy from before still couldn't believe it. He felt like he was hallucinating. I told you Yue is very good. Didn't you say that you were disappointed just now? Did I? I definitely didn't say that. The teacher who treated Yuan walked out of his alchemy room. Shui Rong and Ma Bojian went up to him. Teacher Su. Shui Rong went up and bowed to Teacher Su. Shui Rong? Teacher Su saw Shui Rong and Ma Bojian and thought that they were here to see him. He said, I've already reported Yuan's situation. The school will contact you soon. Teacher Su, we found the reason for Yuan's coma. Shui Rong said, You found the reason? Teacher Su was surprised. Shui Rong nodded. We found a classmate. She went to take a look and found the reason for her coma. Classmate? Which classmate? Sima Yue. She said that Yuan must have been bitten by a type of spirit insect called the phantom bug. Phantom bug? Teacher Su thought carefully and said, if it's the phantom bug, it's really possible for such a situation to happen. Let's go, quickly take me to see it. Shui Rong saw Teacher Su's expression and knew that he had a way. She immediately nodded happily and led him over. Teacher Su examined Yuan again. With a direction, it was indeed easier for him to find some of her characteristics. Teacher Su, how is it? Yes, it's indeed the symptoms of the phantom bug. Teacher Su said, why didn't I find it before? Yue said that the phantom bug is not common and can only be found in the violet water swamp. That's why most people would not think of it. Shui Rong said. Yue? Sima Yue? Teacher Su asked. So it's her. Teacher Su said. Teacher Su, do you know her? I've heard some things about her. Teacher Su said, since we know that it's the phantom bug, then we have a way to wake her up. But we need 7 days to prepare. 7 days? That won't do. Yuan has been unconscious for 10 days. Yue said that we can wait for 5 days at most. Otherwise, Yuan will never wake up. Shui Rong said. Only 5 days? Teacher Su looked at the person on the bed worriedly and said, I'll go and discuss with the other teachers to see if there's any other way. I'll go back first. Sorry to trouble you, Teacher Su. After Teacher Su left, Shui Rong went out and told the members of the club outside. It seems that we have to prepare for a backup plan. If Teacher Su and the others can't do it, we can only ask Yue for help. I hope Yuan will be fine. If Yuan wakes up, we have to ask her not to tell anyone about it. But even if we don't say anything, the news will spread very quickly. Even so, we still have time. If it wasn't for this, Yuan wouldn't have. Ma Bojian walked over and scolded, Shut up. Is that something we can talk about here? If someone hears about it, we'll be in trouble. After being yelled at, those people immediately fell silent, looking as if they had done something wrong. Ma Bojian and Shui Rong looked at each other and entered the room together. What do you think about that matter? Shui Rong asked. We still have to wait for Yuan to wake up before we can confirm the situation, Ma Bojian said. If it's really, then we have to report it to the academy. It's a pity for those brothers. Out of so many people, only Yuan escaped alive. When she wakes up and finds out the truth, we can only hand this matter to the academy. Chapter 786. 4 days later, Xiao Yuan still did not wake up. Shui Rong went to look for Sima Yue. Sima Yue had basically recovered from her injuries in the past 2 days. As her strength increased, her physique also developed more and more. This kind of external injury could usually be healed very quickly. It was even more effective than those medicinal pills. Yue, thank you for coming today. Shui Rong welcomed Sima Yue into Su Yuan's room. Do you need me to do anything? Roll up her arms, legs and clothes. Sima Yue said. All right. Shui Rong saw that Shu Yuanyuan's sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, and her pants were rolled up to her knees. Is that okay? Sima Yue looked at it and said, It's done. She took out a pill and fed it to Qin Yuanyuan. After waiting for a few minutes, she took a silver needle to the bedside and inserted a few needles into Qin Yuanyuan's arms, legs, and head. When she pierced the last needle in, Xiao Yuanyuan's body trembled violently. She took a deep breath, then suddenly opened her eyes and gasped for air. She looked around frantically, as if she hadn't realized where she was. Seeing Shui Rong at the side, she said excitedly, Rong, 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 there are so many monsters. Those people, they are all dead. Shui Rong grabbed her hand and comforted her. Yuanyuan, don't be afraid. It's all right now. You're in the academy now. Everything is fine. Are you all right now? Su Yuanyuan stared blankly at Shui Rong. When she saw Shui Rong nodding, she burst into tears. She wanted to hug Shui Rong, but Sima Yue pressed her against her chest. The needle is still on you. Don't move. Shui Rong and Su Yuanyuan were both stunned by her actions. Su Yuanyuan even forgot to react. Sima Yue let go of her and said, If you move, don't blame me if the needle goes in. Yue? Only then did Su Yuanyuan see Yue clearly. Then she remembered that Yue was pressing down on her part just now. She immediately blushed. Yuanyuan, you fainted in the violet water swamp. Yue woke you up. Shui Rong was afraid that Yuanyuan would say something she shouldn't, so she quickly explained. Thank you, Yue. Xiao Yuanyuan understood and smiled gratefully at Sima Yue. Lie down and don't move. I'm going to remove the needles and release the poisonous blood. Sima Yu removed the needle from her head. Then, she cut her finger and poured the poisoned blood into the basin that she had prepared earlier. The faint blood flowed for half a plate before it stopped. By the time Sima Yu stopped the bleeding, Su Yuanyuan was about to faint due to excessive blood loss. All right. Sima Yue stopped the bleeding and gave Su Yuanyuan a pill. Then, she removed the needles and said, The poisonous blood has been released. She's basically fine now. It's just that she lost too much blood. The pill I gave her just now is to replenish her blood. Give her another 2 pills later and she'll be fine. Thank you, Yue. Shui Rong said. You're welcome. Since she's fine now, I should go back. I'll send you back. It's okay. She just woke up. You should accompany her. How can I not find my way back in the academy? Sima Yue smiled. Oh right, I'll go into seclusion later on to prepare for the 3 great conferences. So, I don't want anyone to come and find me. Don't worry. I won't tell anyone about this. Shui Rong promised. However, the news still spread. However, it wasn't from Shui Rong and the others, but from the teachers. It turned out that when Teacher Su was still preparing to save Su Yuanyuan, Shui Rong and the others came and said that Su Yuanyuan had already recovered. Teacher Su was still worried that he wouldn't be able to save her in time. So, he curiously asked Sima Yue how she had saved her. When Shui Rong was telling her about it, a student just happened to pass by. When that student heard it, he was shocked and did not know how to keep his mouth shut. As a result, very quickly, the news of Sima Yu curing an illness that even the teachers could not cure spread like wildfire across the entire school. The news of the Thunder sect obtaining 30,000 cultivation points hadn't even passed. Then the news of Sima Yue spread. The Thunder sect became a legend in everyone's eyes. Everyone wanted to join them. However, when they went to Sima Yu Lin's dormitory to look for them, they were already gone. When they asked to Oba Yen Er and the others, they found out that they had all asked for leave. Sima Yue didn't ask for leave. However, not everyone dared to barge into Su Jin's parting garden. At this moment, Sima Yue and the others were eating delicious food in the backyard. Little junior brother, just how unlucky are you? You've been out for such a short period of time and you've been injured so many times. Han Miao Shuang nibbled on a drumstick and drank fruit wine. She laughed and teased Sima Yue about her bad luck. Sima Yue sighed and said, I think I'm pretty unlucky too. She thought about how she had been struck by lightning twice in the few months she had been out. She was almost killed by the death aura. Others didn't have such good luck. Others have only injured their arms and legs. You, on the other hand, injured your entire body. From top to bottom, inside to outside, there's not a single bit that's healed. Kang Junchul rarely joked. However, Sima Yue didn't want to laugh at all. Why do I see gloating in your eyes? Sima Yue glared at him unhappily. If you laugh at me again, I won't give you anything to eat. How am I laughing at you? I'm just speaking the truth. Kang Junchul said, Look, when have you not been shocked to the core? Let's talk about the time you saved your brother. In the end, you actually got yourself into the chaotic world. Go and get a bird's egg. You struck a few hundred god-ranked and monarch-ranked experts. Then, you struck yourself until there's not a single piece of skin left unscathed. Then go and check on the news. You were almost killed by the Ghost Clan. Should I say that you're lucky every time, or that you're just too unlucky? Sigh, Sima Yue sighed heavily. Senior brother, I'll give you my luck. It's useless even if you give it to me. Kang Junchul skillfully snatched the chicken wing that she had just roasted from her hands. Sima Yue was speechless. Did he have to be so skillful? Junior brother, don't worry. Although Master has left, we'll still take care of you. Su Xiaoxiao said seriously. Sima Yue nodded. She picked up a skewer of tenderloin and continued to roast it. Her face revealed a trace of worry. Han Miao Shuang took a bite of the meat and drank a mouthful of wine. She felt that this feeling was too wonderful. Seeing that Sima Yue was in a daze, she used her elbow to poke her and said, Junior brother, you don't have to worry about Master. He said that he had something to do. But from what I see, he just wants to change his current life. Don't worry. Sima Yue lifted the corner of her mouth. She wanted to smile, but she couldn't. He even left his life jade behind. Didn't he feel that he would be in danger? Chapter 787. Little junior brother, don't worry. Master is a scourge who lives for thousands of years. He won't die so easily. Kang Junchul said with a poisonous tongue. However, Sima Yue could still hear a trace of worry in his voice, but it was not as strong as hers. They don't know where Master went, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't be so calm. Oh right, why isn't Little Seven back yet? Han Miao Shuang asked. Little Seven went to evolve. He won't be back anytime soon. Sima Yue said. Little Seven is indeed not human. Su Xiaoxiao sighed. Evolution? Kang Junchul narrowed his eyes. Generally, the advancement of spirit beasts could not be called evolution. Only when spirit beasts opened their bloodlines and entered a higher level could it be called evolution. Little Seven had actually evolved. What exactly was she? At this moment, Fatty Chu and the others were still staring blankly at the creature. Is this really Little Seven? Fatty Chu pointed at Little Seven in shock, not daring to believe it. Little Seven's identity is really unexpected. Sima Yuran said while shaking his head. It really is shocking. This time, even Sima Yulin, who had always been calm, was no longer calm. When Yue let them in, she only said that Little Seven was evolving inside, so they came to take a look. They didn't expect to see this scene. No wonder Yue managed to obtain the Eye of the Earth after just a few days. So the owner is here. Wei Ziqi shook his head and laughed. They had been searching for information about the Eye of the Earth ever since they arrived at the inner court, but they had made no progress in the past year. On the other hand, Yue had only been here for a short period of time, but she had already gotten to know Little Seven and had even received a gift from her. Fate was indeed important between people. Since Little Seven is here, then let's sit here and meditate. Sima Yuming said. I heard that Little Seven can help people cultivate and increase the speed of repair. Let's give it a try. Fatty Chu took out a praying mat and placed it beside Little Seven before sitting down. Sima Yulu took a deep breath, saying, This smell is really the same as the one I usually smell in the sect. No, it's much denser. All right, go and cultivate. Sima Yuming patted him on the back, urging him on. Sima Yulu chuckled as he went to find a praying mat and placed it beside Fatty Chu. After he sat down, he was so excited that he couldn't cultivate. Fatty. He poked Fatty Chu, who seemed to have already entered a meditative state. Can you cultivate? I can't. Fatty Chu didn't even open his eyes as he said blankly. Sima Yulu was amused by the way he was behaving and patted him on the shoulder. Good boy, you can't cultivate and you're still pretending to be so serious. Fatty Chu opened one eye and stared at him, saying, aren't I trying to calm myself down? Otherwise, I'm afraid I'll have to fly around the spirit pagoda 3 times. Everyone was amused by his behavior. Fatty, I think you should go fly 3 rounds. Otherwise, you won't be able to cultivate properly in the future. Bei Gongtang laughed as she said. I think so too. Fatty, you should go fly. Ouyang Fei looked at Fatty Chu, implying that if he didn't fly, he wouldn't be able to cultivate today. You guys, you're all so excited. Don't make me fly alone, let's do it together. Fatty Chu opened both eyes and glared at them. We're excited but we're not pretending to be serious. Sima Yuran said with a smile. You guys are too bad. Just now, you all said that you wanted to cultivate, but now you're all laughing at me. Fatty Chu was unhappy. Who asked you to be stupid? Wei Ziqi said, since nobody is in the mood to cultivate, why don't we find something else to do? Yulin, what's wrong with you? Everyone heard what Wei Ziqi said and looked at Sima Yulin. His face was no longer as excited as before. Instead, it was filled with worry. He looked at Little Seven and said worriedly, there are so many people outside, so many forces looking for her. If people know that she's here, I don't know what kind of carnage it will cause. Sigh, that's right. Wei Ziqi sighed as well. You use things are all so heaven-defying. Every single one of them will cause an earthquake if the outside world knows about it. That's why we have to keep it a secret for her. Fatty Chu said. Oh right, didn't you say that the 2 ghost clansmen are still in the spirit pagoda? Since we don't want to cultivate, let's go and see the 2 ghost clansmen. That's fine too. Then let's go. Outside the spirit pagoda, Han Miao Shuang hit Sima Yuyu's arm and said, it's the tenderloin. Sima Yuyu lowered her head and looked at the barbecued meat in her hand. It was indeed burnt. Cough cough, I was distracted. She threw the burnt meat aside and picked up a few skewers again. What are you thinking about? Little Seven? Han Miao Shuang asked. Sima Yuyu didn't deny it. Little Seven got first place in the previous billboard ranking meeting, right? It's that little brat. Han Miao Shuang said, if I didn't go out and overhear people talking about it, I wouldn't know that she got first place. What do you plan to participate in? I want to try everything and see where I stand. Sima Yu said, of course, the main focus is still alchemy. If it was in the past, she might have focused on the billboard ranking meeting. But after this incident, she wanted to bring back some glory for Su Jin. Although he couldn't see it now and didn't care. Little junior brother, if you were to do alchemy, you would probably scare everyone. Su Xiao said. Senior brother and senior sister, will you be participating in the 3 big meetings? We won't be participating. It's boring to participate every time. Kang Junchol's eyelids were glued together again. Sima Yuyu suspected that this guy didn't want to eat and was preparing to sleep. She divided the meat skewers into Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Zhao's bowls. Kang Junchol opened his eyes immediately and looked at his empty plate, saying, mine. Sima Yuyu redistributed the meat skewers to the 3 of them. Then she took out a few eggplants and chili and started to roast them. You can roast vegetables too? Han Miao Shuang's eyes lit up. She had never eaten roasted vegetables before. Of course, the taste of roasted vegetables is very good. Especially this eggplant, I like it the most. Sima Yuyu said as she roasted them. I believe it will be so delicious that even your tongue will want to swallow it. Han Miao Shuang looked at the vegetables in anticipation. Sima Yuyu roasted the vegetables and shared them, saying, oh right, I thought of something. What? Have you been to the Violet Water Swamp? Violet Water Swamp? Never been there. What happened? Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao looked at her. Kang Junchol lowered his head and ate the roasted eggplant. She didn't know if he was listening. I suspect that something happened in the Violet Water Swamp. Sima Yuyu replied. Chapter 788. What's wrong? Kang Junchol's voice was still lazy, but it made Yuyue feel at ease. Didn't I go to treat Co Yuanyuan this morning? Then I realized there was a problem. Sima Yue thought for a while and organized her words. She continued, she was bitten by the phantom worm. That's true. Phantom bug? Wasn't that something that could only be found in the graveyard of the Violet Water Swamp? They went to the cemetery? Han Miao Shuang asked in surprise. It was so easy to talk to professionals. Most books only record that phantom worms live in Violet Water Swamp, and many people only know this. But I didn't know that this can only be found in cemeteries. Sima Yue said, I asked Shui Rong and the rest if they had been to any special places. She said no, they were bitten when they were on a mission in the swamp. If it's just a normal graveyard, there's nothing to hide. But they didn't tell you the truth, so you guess what happened there? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Sima Yue nodded. But I'm just curious. When Co Yuanyuan woke up, she was very frightened. It seemed that many people had died. I think the academy will receive the news soon. Why? Su Xiaoxiao asked. So many people have died, the Cliff Mountain Society needs to give the academy an explanation. Kong Junchul said, now we just have to see if the academy will announce this news. I don't think so. Han Miao Shuang guessed. For the Cliff Mountain Society to hide this matter for so long, it must not be a small matter. Otherwise, they would have told the academy when they came back. Now that the 3 great meetings are around the corner and the Billboard rankings are about to be rearranged, this is a matter of utmost importance to the academy. The teachers will not speak of it at this time and disturb the students' hearts. Thinking about it, it made sense. Then it seems like we won't have a chance to find out what's going on. Sima Yue said. If you want to know, you can look for Director Mao in 2 days. Kong Junchul said, grill me another eggplant. Sima Yue took out another eggplant and placed it on the grill. Seeing Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang looking at her, she took out another 2 eggplants and said, I don't want to go out now. The students of the academy are too crazy. Pa, just hide here. You have nothing to do now anyway. Just stay here and prepare for the 3 great conventions. Su Xiaoxiao laughed. Yeah, I think so too. Sima Yue said. By the way, junior brother, tell us about the Dark Forest. Previously, I only heard Master mention a few words, but didn't go into detail. Han Miao Shuang said, did you guys leave the academy and go to the Dark Forest? No, we encountered something even worse before we reached the Dark Forest. There's something worse? Quick, tell me. Actually, it's nothing much. We were just sold by someone. Sima Yue was still speechless when she thought about the West Coast desert. Han Miao Shuang spat out the wine in her mouth. She didn't care about her image at all. You were sold? She pointed at Sima Yue with a face full of disbelief. Su Xiaoxiao glanced at her blankly. He was speechless as he condensed a ball of flame to dry the wine that Su Xiaoxiao spat on him. Even Kong Junchul's lazy eyes had a hint of interest. Come, tell senior brother and senior sister. How were you sold? Senior brother loves to see others suffer. Sima Yue was speechless. Why didn't she realize that senior brother was so bad? Junior brother, don't bother about him. Quick, tell us. How were you sold? Han Miao Shuang looked at Sima Yue agitatedly. Although she said to ignore Kong Junchul, wasn't she acting just like Kong Junchul? Sima Yue put an extra layer of chili on the grilled eggplant. She added a spoonful of salt and some vinegar and placed it on their plates. Then she started to speak. It's because the sex teleportation array is too deceitful. It didn't send us to the place we wanted to go. Instead, it sent us to the West Coast Desert. West Coast Desert? That's still a far cry from the Dark Forest. Han Miao Shuang said. Yeah. Sima Yue sighed and continued. The West Coast Desert is so big and it's our first time there. The first thing we met was a despicable bald bird. Because it was unhappy that we taught it a lesson, it pointed us in a random direction. It even said that we would reach in 2 days. After that, we flew for 2 days and didn't even see a single bird feather. Han Miao Shuang burst out laughing again. I didn't think that you guys would be deceived by a bald bird. Was that the one that was sold? Su Xiaoxiao asked. No, when I said sold, I meant sold. Sima Yue said. Don't interrupt. Kang Junchul glanced at the two of them. The two of them stopped talking and waited for Sima Yue to continue. Sima Yue looked at their sparkling eyes and wanted to poke them with a barbecue skewer. What happened after that? After that? When we realized that we were deceived, we couldn't find that bald bird anymore. Coincidentally, we met a woman at that time. She was quite pretty. Very charming. Han Miao Shuang was speechless. You're a girl. You don't have to describe that woman like that, right? After the previous experience, we decided to let her bring us there. So we gave her money and she brought us to the nearest city. Then she sold you guys? The city that she brought us to was affiliated with a sect. It was a place for minors to rest. Sima Yue said. That woman took the other party's money. In the end, she was defeated by Little Seven with one punch. Han Miao Shuang knocked the table with her chopsticks. She was laughing so hard that she couldn't breathe. Didn't you give her money to sell you guys? Why would you do such a stupid thing? That sect, could it be the Brave Moon sect? Kang Junchul said. Yes, that's it. Sima Yue said. They wanted to put the slave rings on us. In the end, we released all their slaves. Then, not long after, they were destroyed. Damn, those people were you guys? Han Miao Shuang cursed and looked at Sima Yue in shock. Sima Yue blinked and looked at her in confusion. Previously, there were students who came back and said that the Brave Moon sect offended someone. They asked them to destroy their sect. So, you guys are the ones who have been spreading rumors about you all the time. You all knew? Of course, many people in the sect used to worship those young people. I didn't expect it to be you guys. Han Miao Shuang said in disbelief. I guess the thing they regret the most is that they bought you guys from the West Coast desert. Chapter 789. Sima Yue looked at the expressions on their faces. She saw them laughing and stuffing her spiced grilled eggplant into their mouths, waiting for their reactions. But these guys were so amused by her that they didn't notice that the smell this time was a little strange. I realized that when little junior brother goes out, it will definitely shake the heavens and earth. Han Miao Shuang said. Did she? Last time when you went back, Teacher Gu said that it made him experience nervousness, excitement, and worry that he hadn't experienced for many years. In the end, you sent yourself to the chaotic world. That was her own thrilling experience, all right? How could it be earth-shattering? After that, you can go out and carry out a mission. You can destroy an entire sect. Although you are just a catalyst, you are also the reason, right? Weren't they the ones who provoked him first? She didn't want to get into that kind of trouble. After that, you annihilated hundreds of experts from hundreds of forces in the dark forest. You were the one who did it. The entire outer perimeter was shaken by that incident, and the foundation was almost shaken. That was because they wanted to snatch Little Two and kill him. She was just retaliating. I went to Bright Red Mountain Peak to investigate, but the ghost race was involved, and I almost died. Whether it was the destruction of a sect, the dark forest, or the Bright Red Mountain Peak, which one of them was not an earth-shattering event? Yeah, what's with that expression of yours? Are you going to deny it? Han Miao Shuang looked at Sima Yue and wanted to poke her with a chopstick, but she was hit back with a barbecue stick. I also think that the things that little junior brother does are very fun. Kang Junchul said, since it's so fun, then let's go together in the future? Cough cough. Sima Yue almost choked on her own saliva. She looked at Kang Junchul in shock and said, You're not joking, right? Are you kidding me? Kang Junchul said with a serious face, Master is no longer here. As your senior brothers, we naturally have to protect you and teach you well. It's only right that I go out with you. Give me another one. Don't add so much salt, pepper, and vinegar. Sima Yue looked at Kang Junchul in amusement. This guy usually looked lazy and did not care about anything. She did not expect him to have such a shameless side. Kang Junchul, on the other hand, had other ideas. Before Su Jin left, he did tell them to take care of Sima Yue. Although she didn't come for long, she was indeed young in their eyes. She was just a fraction of their age, so they had to add another digit in front of her age. The person Su Jin chose was the same as him, stubborn. Since they were together, they were a family and had to support each other. It was their duty to take care of her. Birds of a feather flock together. Otherwise, how could Su Jin have only taken in 4 disciples after living for several hundred years? By the way, junior brother, what's the matter with the mineral load of the Brave Moon sect? Su Xiaoxiao asked. Those rumors are so exaggerated. Is the mine really gone? It should be. Sima Yue said. At that time, we also ran away together and did not pay attention to whether or not there was anyone behind us. When Kong Junchul heard her words, he smiled and did not say anything. Junior brother, there's something that Master has always wanted to ask you. Unfortunately, he didn't have the chance. Kong Junchul looked straight at Sima Yue and said. Sima Yue looked at Kong Junchul's eyes and felt a little scared. Did this guy know that she was lying? When she was thinking about how to deal with it, Kong Junchul said something that surprised her even more. The 10 great villains are now your people, right? He smiled faintly, the expression on his face was both evil and righteous. Sima Yue could not see his thoughts for a moment. She thought about it and did not immediately deny it. Instead, she asked, how do you know? This was admitting that the 10 great villains were now her people. Master said so. Kong Junchul pushed the blame to Su Jin. Usually, I don't see you and Master talking much. Both of you sleep whenever you have time. Could it be that you have sex in your dreams? Han Miao Shuang interrupted. Sima Yue originally had a little bit of vigilance in her heart, but it was immediately washed away by her words. That's right, they are now my people. She said, how did Master guess? You took on 3 missions. Master knew when you left with them. When he saw the 10 great villains with your brother and the others, he guessed that they were in cahoots. He also saw that one of them was sickly, so he guessed that you made a deal with them. Master guessed correctly, right? Yes, you're right. Sima Yue did not continue to roast meat. She sat on her seat and took out a glass of wine. She said faintly, but did Master guess it or did you guess it? Isn't it the same whoever guessed it? Kong Junchul moved his body and said, anyway, the result is the same. Result? Master asked the Academy's mission office to withdraw this mission. Withdraw? Sima Yue was surprised. Master asked for it to be withdrawn? He still has some status in the Academy. He has the right to withdraw a mission. Sima Yue was silent for a while and asked, then why is senior brother asking me this? Actually, it's nothing. I just wanted to ask, what are you planning to let them do, if there's anything fun? Kong Junchul said casually. She took 2 deep breaths and said, no. Really? She said with certainty. She did not want them to know about the matter of forming a force. Not to mention the fact that they hadn't succeeded yet, even if they did, they had to make sure that as few people as possible knew about their existence in the future. All right, since you don't want to say, then to protect your safety and complete Master's instructions, we can only follow you at all times. If you do something dangerous and something happens, you die or become disabled. How are we going to answer to Master? Kong Junchul looked as if it was up to her to say it or not, which made her gnash her teeth in anger. Sima Yue gritted her teeth. She had the urge to pounce on him and beat him up. Fox, a black-bellied fox. It won't do you any good to know. It's not up to you to decide if there are any benefits. If it's really not good, then we'll choose not to hear about it. You're ruthless. I asked them to find a place for me to form a force. Form a force? Really? Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiaoxiao stared at Sima Yue in shock. Even Kong Junchul was surprised. He looked at her with a deep gaze. Little junior brother, are you right? You want to form a force? Han Miao Shuang felt that she was being pressured too much by Kong Junchul and spoke nonsense. Chapter 790. Sima Yue glanced at the 3 of them. Since she had said so, she would not lie to them. Why are you forming a force? Kong Junchul asked. He and Su Jin had thought of many possibilities. They thought that she was going to do something dangerous, so they wanted to ask her. She was still so young, so she shouldn't do those dangerous things. But she actually wanted to establish a force. This was really beyond his expectations. Of course I have something to do. Sima Yue said. Little junior brother, you still want to establish a force? Why didn't you invite me for such a fun thing? Han Miao Shuang ran to her side and reached out to pinch her cheeks. Then she began to rub them. Sima Yue struggled to escape from the devil's claws and said, I didn't build it for fun. Then what did you build it for? Han Miao Shuang looked at her curiously. Senior sister, don't ask about this. Don't tell me you're going to rob and rob. Senior sister, that's enough. We're fellow disciples. Don't tell me you really don't want to tell me. It's not that I don't want to, but I can't. Sima Yue said, what I'm going to do is very dangerous. It's not something ordinary. When Han Miao Shuang heard this, she hooked her neck and said faintly, what you mean is that your senior sister is someone who is afraid of danger and can't tell me about this? Senior sister, the more you don't say it, the more I want to know. How about it, are you going to tell me? Han Miao Shuang smiled, her arms around Yu's neck tightened. Sima Yue was more powerful than her, so she could easily break free, but she did not do so. Senior sister, I haven't started yet. I'll tell you when I'm done. You haven't started yet? Does that mean it's going to be done later? Why don't I do it with you? Han Miao Shuang's eyes lit up with interest. Senior sister, it's not that I don't want you to do it, but once I find out, I can't withdraw. Wouldn't it be bad if I implicate you? Don't be afraid. I, your senior sister, have no father, no mother, and no clan. It doesn't matter if I'm implicated. Anyway, there's nothing exciting to do in the academy all day. Sima Yue could not find an excuse. Little junior brother, if you don't let me participate, I won't keep it the secret for you. I'll tell Xiao Xiao and the others. All right then. I'll tell you later. Sima Yue compromised this time. That's it? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Sima Yue and told Han Miao Shuang, Junior brother, let me join too. It seems pretty good. Xiaoxiao, are you planning to sweep the floor of Junior brother's sect? Before Sima Yue could speak, Han Miao Shuang spoke first. You're the one sweeping the floor. Su Xiaoxiao said unhappily, we are all fellow disciples. You can't just tell her and not us. Then why don't you go and grasp Junior brother's secret? Then see if little Junior brother will tell you. Han Miao Shuang said proudly. What secret do you know? I already said it's a secret. How can I tell you? Han Miao Shuang lifted her chin, showing that she was in a good mood. You want the 10 great villains to help you build a force. Do you want to build a villains gang? Kong Junchul was not as agitated as Su Xiaoxiao and guessed. You can say so. Sima Yue said. Master said not to let you go out because there are many people out there who want to kill you. So it's hard to say if you want to build a force. Threat. It was a blatant threat. Of course, if you let us join in, it'll be different. Bad guy. I don't have any parents or clan here. Kong Junchul added. Pa. The wine glass in her hand shattered, but her hand was not hurt at all. Don't be angry. Didn't I give you a choice? Kong Junchul said with a smile. He was not intimidated by Sima Yue's aura at all. What do you mean I don't have any parents or clan here? Do you mean there are other places? Then I can't tell you. She shrugged and said, It won't affect your business. Maybe I can help you. Sima Yue looked at him in confusion. Her mind was quickly turning over the memories. It seemed that there was no famous Jiang family on the road. Little brother, if you want to tell them, you can't not tell me. Su Xiaoxiao said quickly when she saw Sima Yue's silence. She thought he agreed. Sima Yue sighed and said, You don't have to do this. I don't know what Master said to you to take care of me, but there are some things that you don't have to do. Since I've made the decision, I won't change it. Kong Junchul said, Say it. Sima Yue closed her eyes and thought for a while. She said, Then I'll tell you. We set up the force to kill people. Because the other party is very strong and not easy to deal with. In order to prevent people from retreating and to avoid involving the innocent, we plan to only choose those outlaws. That's why you chose the 10 great villains. Kong Junchul said. Sima Yue nodded. Then you also plan to choose those outlaws in the future? Sima Yue nodded again. It's not easy to tame those people to follow you. Kong Junchul had seen many such people when he went out with Su Jin. But once they surrender, they will be willing. I know. Sima Yue said. Okay, then when are we going to choose? We. Sima Yue looked at her and said, "You're going too? You're going too, how can we let you go alone?" "That's right." Han Miao Shuang poked Sima Yue's head and said, "How can we let you go alone? Of course we're going together." "When are you planning to go?" Su Xiaoxiao asked. "You're going too?" Sima Yue was helpless. "Of course. Both of them are going, how can I stay in the academy alone? It's dirty outside." Sima Yue tried to change her mind. "I'll clean myself," Su Xiaoxiao said without hesitation. "Okay then. You guys don't regret it," Sima Yue said. "What's there to regret?" Han Miao Shuang said, "If I continue to live an ordinary life, I'll regret it when I'm old." Sima Yue shook her head. She didn't agree with her idea of going with her for the sake of excitement. "When are we going? We haven't chosen the place yet. We haven't done anything yet. We'll talk about it after the 3 great meetings." "Okay, then let's wait for the 3 great meetings to end," Kang Junshil said. At this time, a small paper crane flew in from outside the courtyard and stopped in front of them. Chapter 791. What's this? Su Xiaoxiao wanted to catch the paper crane, but the paper crane quickly dodged and landed in front of Sima Yue. "This is Xiang Yi's paper crane." Sima Yue reached out and the paper crane landed on her palm. Her spiritual power dissipated and it became an ordinary paper crane. "I've heard that Kong Valley has a skill that can turn paper into spirit beasts. It seems like it's true." Kang Junshil looked at the paper crane thoughtfully. Sima Yue opened the paper crane and glanced at the message on it. "I need to go out for a while. They're waiting for me outside, saying that they have something to tell me. Also, a few friends that I met at Bright Red Mountain Peak were worried about me, so they followed Fatty and the rest over. I want to meet them too." Sima Yue said, "Senior brother Su, I'll have to trouble you to pack up these things." "Okay, go ahead." Su Xiaoxiao nodded. "Go early and come back early. Come back and tell us in detail about your situation," Han Miao Shuang said. "All right. You're going out just like that? Aren't you afraid of being surrounded by those students?" Sima Yue thought about it and called Thousand Resonance out. She fused with him and changed into another appearance. "I'm leaving." She straightened her clothes and strode out of the parting garden. The fusion of spiritual techniques of the Sima family. Kang Junshil muttered, "Our little junior brother has many secrets." "You recognized it too?" Han Miao Shuang said. "It's so easy to recognize. How can I not recognize it?" Kang Junshil said, "It's just that we don't know what kind of relationship our little junior brother has with the Sima family. Little junior brother came from the continent below, there is no doubt about that. However, the spiritual techniques of the Sima family were never taught to outsiders. This was for sure. If they knew about junior brother's existence, I don't know how they would deal with it." Han Miao Shuang said worriedly. "What's there to be afraid of?" Kang Junshil waved his sleeves. "Our master is not someone who can be easily bullied. Who dares to bully our little junior brother? With master's temperament, wouldn't he destroy the other party's house? Isn't what happened to you the best proof of that?" Han Miao Shuang thought back to that year when she had just acknowledged him as her master. When he found out that she wasn't living well in the family, he went to get back at her and dealt with all the people who had bullied her in the family. Then, he told those people in the family that she had nothing to do with them from now on. In the end, he took her and left. Her lips curled into a smile. At this moment, her smile was so beautiful. Yes, Master is indeed the best master in the world. But when Master went out this time, he even left behind his life tablet. I think he must have met with misfortune. Su Xiao said. "Where did Master go?" "Master is trying to find a way to prolong junior brother's life." Kang Junshil said. He spoke with Su Jin alone for a while before he left, telling him some things as well as the reason for his departure. However, he only said that he was going to look for a solution. He did not say why. "What's wrong with junior brother?" Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang were shocked. Kang Junshil shook his head. "Master is fine. He just told us to take good care of junior brother." Sigh. Sima Yue changed her appearance. When she left Parting Garden, She saw many people strolling outside intentionally or unintentionally. When they saw her come out, they all looked over. When they saw that it was someone they didn't know, they turned their gaze away. Sima Yue smiled. When she left the living area of the inner sect, she removed the fusion and returned to her original appearance. Then she went to the teleportation array. The two people guarding the array were still the same two people. When they saw Sima Yue, their eyes flashed with passion. However, when they thought of Yuan Xiaojie's words, they could only suppress their thoughts. Yue, are you going out? Dawei asked with a smile. Yes. There's something I need to go back for. Sima Yue took out Su Jin's token and handed it to Dawei. Dawei took it and looked at it casually before returning it to her. Go. Be careful. Don't forget that there are many people who want to kill you. Sima Yue kept the token and said with a smile, I know. However, I think that those people won't dare to cause trouble in Heavenly City. Thank you both for your concern. She stood on the teleportation array and little Wei activated it. Then she left. Sima residence. Shimin Feng was chatting with Sima Lai while Kong Sangyi was sitting at the side. When he saw that Sima Yue had returned, he stood up and looked at her carefully. Are you all right? I'm fine. Aren't I fine now? Sima Yue said with a smile. Yue, are you injured? Sima Lai walked over and looked at her from head to toe. Sima Yue saw him like this and knew that they didn't tell him about her situation. Grandfather, I'm fine. I just suffered a small injury before. Small injury? Would they hide it from us if it was a small injury? When those guys come back, I'll definitely teach them a lesson. Sima Lai said. He knew that those guys were acting weird that day. They were indeed hiding Yue's injury from him. Grandfather, I'm fine now, aren't I? Sima Yue held his arm. Brother and the others were afraid that you would be worried, so they didn't tell you. Don't be angry about the past. She shook his arm and begged for mercy. No, I have to teach them a lesson. Otherwise, they'll hide everything from me in the future. That won't do. Sima Lai said angrily. Grandfather? Sima Yue kept shaking his arm. Sima Lai looked at his precious granddaughter and couldn't be angry anymore. He sighed and asked, Are you seriously injured this time? If it wasn't serious, those guys wouldn't have hidden it from him. Sima Yue nodded and said, When I was fighting with the Ghost Clan, I was hit with a death aura. In the end, it caused the death aura in my body to explode. I couldn't control it and gave them a chance to rebel. After that, Master brought me back to the academy and the principal and the others healed me. So it's nothing serious. Sima Lai glared at her and said, Do you really think that grandfather doesn't know anything? Hearing you say it, I know it's serious, but you still say it so casually. Isn't it all in the past? Brother and the others only heard about it from their friends and didn't see me with their own eyes, so how would they dare to tell you about my situation? What if they said something serious and scared you? Sima Yue said with a smile. I'll stay by your side in the future. Sima Lai said, Anyway, we don't have much to spend, so we can just cultivate in the spirit pagoda. I'll be more at ease if I follow you. Sima Yue hesitated for a moment, but still nodded and said, That's good too. Anyway, there's more time in there, so it'll be faster to cultivate. I was afraid that you guys wouldn't be able to interact with anyone in there and would feel bored. Then I'll go and discuss with the three of them. You siblings have things to discuss too. I won't disturb you guys. Sima Lai finished speaking and went to look for Sang Muyu and the others. Chapter 792. Sima Yue and Shimin Feng came to their seats and sat down. They took out the small paper crane and returned it to Kong Sangyi. Is there really no problem with your injury? I heard from them that your situation at that time was very frightening. Even Su Jin couldn't do anything. Shimin Feng was a little worried about her. It was a little scary at the time, but it's fine now. I won't joke about my body. Sima Yue said. Why did you call me out in a small paper box? And there is indeed something. Shimin Feng said, but you are the most important. All right, I know you're worried about me. Now that you see that I am fine, can you tell me what happened? Sima Yue was amused by Shimin Feng and asked with a smile. We're here to ask you something. Kong Sangyi said, We previously obtained an array formation, but we don't know how to break it. That's why we came to you for help. Array formation? Your Kong Valley should have an array master, right? Sima Yue asked doubtfully. But our array master said that this array formation is not the current array formation, so there is no way to break it. Kong Xianxia said, we thought that you would know some ancient array formations, so we wanted to ask you for help. Asking for help? What's wrong? Are you guys trapped in that formation? Sima Yue asked. These are the parts that our formation masters drew based on the information they sent out. Kong Xianxia took out a piece of paper and passed it to Sima Yue. Sima Yue took it and opened it. There was only a part of the array, and only one corner was drawn in detail. She looked at it for a while and said, this should be a graveyard array, right? Yes, it's the graveyard's array formation. Can you solve it? Kong Xianxia asked excitedly. Sima Yue frowned and thought for a while, then said, there are too few arrays. It's similar to several other formations, but I'm not sure which one it is. He could only be sure if he saw it with his own eyes. Where is this array formation from? Kong Xianxia was silent for a moment, then said, this came from a tomb in the Violet Water Swamp. The mausoleum in the Violet Water Swamp? Why was it the Violet Water Swamp again? What's wrong, sister? Shimin Feng asked when he saw Sima Yue frowning. Nothing, I'm just curious as to why there's such an ancient formation in the Violet Water Swamp. Sima Yue said. How did the Kong Valley people get trapped here? This is something they discovered by accident. The disciples in the valley went to the Violet Water Swamp to complete their mission. Then, they hurried over to take a look. There seemed to be some movement there. In the end, he accidentally fell into a swamp. Below the swamp was a mausoleum. Since they had discovered this place, they naturally had to explore it. Who knew that they would be trapped in the array formation in the end? It's a good thing that Jinghuan knows a little about arrays. After he contacted the outside world, he spread the news. Jinghuan? Don't tell me it's Jinghuan who was trapped in the West Coast desert? Sima Yue raised her brows. Of course it's him. After Jingwen found out that you saved his brother, he kept saying that he wanted to thank you. He just escaped from the West Coast desert. How did he get trapped again? Sima Yue felt that this guy's luck was too good. He went with Jingwen. I was worried about them, so I let the disciples in the valley go with them. Kong Xianxia said. So you're saying that Jingwen is also inside? Sima Yue asked. Kong Xianxia hesitated for a moment, then said, I know that your school is holding a competition soon, but can you go over and take a look? Jingwen said that there are many mechanisms inside. I'm afraid that they won't be able to hold on for long. I can ask for leave to take a look and give it a try. But I might not be able to break it. I don't have 100% confidence either. Sima Yue said. Really? Thank you, Yue. But I have to go back to the school to ask for leave. Sima Yue said, this time I'm afraid that it will take some time. Although my master is not here, I still have to go back and tell the school. Then we'll wait for you. Before I go back, I have to go to Memory Restaurant. A few friends are still waiting for my news. Sima Yue said. Friends? They are the disciples of the heroic sword sect that I met at Bright Red Mountain Peak. They were worried about me because I was injured, so they followed me. Sima Yue explained. I'll go with you. Shimin Feng said. No need. I won't get lost. Sima Yue said, I'll go see them and then go back to the school. I can go by myself. Okay then. Sima Yue went to greet Sima Lai and left. Sima Lai felt that his decision was right. Ever since he came up, he had spent too little time with the children. But he couldn't go with them immediately. He still had to settle the matters of Memory Restaurant. Sima Yue went to Memory Restaurant. The shopkeeper saw her and immediately welcomed her. Young master. Shopkeeper, the friends that brother brought last time, are they still staying here? Sima Yue asked. They're in the first few rooms on the 3rd floor. The shopkeeper said. Oh, then I'll go up by myself. You can go do your work. Sima Yue said and went upstairs. When she came to the room at the end, she heard voices inside. She listened carefully and after confirming that they were chatting, she knocked on the door lightly. Who is it? Yu Qing opened the door and saw Sima Yue standing outside. She said in surprise, Yue, you're better? Boss is here? Qi Wei came over and saw Sima Yue standing outside their door. He hugged her happily. Boss, if you didn't come, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Cough cough, Sima Yue almost couldn't breathe from his hug. She patted his arm and asked him to let her go. What do you mean you couldn't hold on? Why does this sound so ambiguous? Sima Yu walked in and only then did she notice the two strangers in the room. They are Qi Wei's brothers. They're here to bring him back. Blue Blade explained. At the same time, they were here to see what kind of person their brother called boss was. Qi Wei then introduced them to each other. Little brother, you've seen him now. It's time to go back with us. One of Qi Wei's brothers said. Qi Wei seemed to listen to his brother. Although he was reluctant to part with Sima Yue, he still nodded his head obediently. Boss, I'm relieved to see that you're better. Don't pull a long face. It's not like we won't see each other again. Sima Yue said. Boss, if you go to the central region, remember to look for me. Qi Wei said a long list of ways to find him in the central region. At this moment, one of the mother-son stones in her space ring suddenly moved. Chapter 793. Crazy Wife, Godly Doctor 5th Miss Chapter 2, Gift-Giving Category, Wuxia Cultivation Author, Fanguma Book Title. Sima Yue took out the mother stone and smiled apologetically at Blue Blade and the others. She inserted her spirit energy into it and said, Eldest senior brother. Little junior brother, when are you coming back? Kong Junchol's lazy voice made them wonder if he was already asleep. I'll be back in a while. What's the matter? There's something I wanted to discuss with you. Since you're coming back, I'll wait for you to come back. Kong Junchol said. Then I'll go back early. All right, wake me up when you come back. Kong Junchol's voice became softer and softer. Needless to say, he must have fallen asleep. Sure enough, a small voice came from inside. Kong Junchol, can't you go back to the house and sleep? You're blocking me from cleaning. Sima Yue smiled at Blue Blade and the others. Seeing that they were a little surprised, she explained, My eldest senior brother likes to sleep. I've embarrassed myself in front of you. The world is so big. There will always be people with special hobbies. It's not strange that he likes to sleep. Blue Blade said. How's your injury? Zhoulan asked. It's already healed. I heard from my brothers that you came back especially to see me. Thank you. You're my boss. That's right, boss. I'm going back now. Do you have any parting gifts for me? For example, those little metal balls. I want to play with them. Qi Wei came in front of her and looked at her expectantly. Little metal balls? Sima Yue looked at Qi Wei in confusion. It's the small metal balls that the people from your school used in Rhinoceros Valley. Insert a bit of spirit energy into it and it can explode. Qi Wei explained, the last time I saw the people from your school use it, it looked really cool. Can you help me get a few to play with? You're talking about that little metal ball? Sima Yu immediately knew what it was when she heard about the little metal ball that would explode after injecting her spirit power. That's right. Over the past few days, we've been looking around the shops here, but we haven't seen any of those little metal balls. Blue Blade said that they were probably developed by your academy, and they haven't been sold outside yet. I'm about to leave, so I can only look for you, Qi Wei said with a chuckle. Seeing that Sima Yue did not speak, the excitement on his face faded a little. He said, could this be the secret weapon of your academy that you can't reveal to outsiders? Sima Yu saw the bitter expression on his face because of her guess and laughed out loud. It's not a secret weapon. It's just something that Fatty developed for fun. Since you like it, I'll give you some. She took out a few and handed them to Qi Wei, who happily put them away. Thank you, boss. Sima Yue thought that since she had already given a few to Qi Wei, she should give some to the others as well. Hence, she took out a dozen more and gave a few to each of them. Fatty is lazy. I don't have a lot of these on me, so don't complain. When Blue Blade and the others saw that Qi Wei wanted the small metal ball, they also wanted it. However, they were not as direct as Qi Wei, so they were too embarrassed to ask. Now that Yue was giving it to them, they did not hesitate and accepted the small metal ball with thanks. Boss, was this really developed by Fatty? Chi Wei asked curiously. That's right. Fatty is the only one in the world who knows how to make this. It's his exclusive product, Sima Yue said. When she heard Chi Wei talk about the power of Fatty's small balls on that day, she saw the expressions of Xian Minglang and the others. She guessed that part of the reason they came here was because of this. However, they were not bad people. Giving them some of these wouldn't be a big deal. It could even help Fatty advertise, so why not? All right, little brother, we should go, one of Chi Wei's brothers urged. Chi Wei made an oh sound, then looked at Sima Yue. Boss, I'll go back first. Remember to find me when you reach the central regions. Don't forget about me, or I'll be sad. Sima Yue saw the reluctance in Chi Wei's eyes. She took out 2 jade bottles and said, "These things are for you." What is this? Chi Wei opened the lid. A thick pill smell wafted out. What a thick pill smell. Boss, these pills must be very valuable, right? It's all right, Sima Yue said. Keep it. Who knows, you might be able to use it to save your life. Chi Wei put the things away and heavily patted Yue's shoulder. Boss, you're so good to me. I'm so touched. Chi Wei's other brother was the practical type. Seeing that he was still hesitating, he took out a boundary breaker talisman and opened a spatial passage. Let's go. Chi Wei saw that the spatial passage was open and knew that he could not delay any longer. He said goodbye and left with his 2 brothers. Sima Yue saw that the spatial passage was closed and the powerful aura in the room finally dissipated. Chi Wei's family should be very powerful. His 2 elder brothers have such a strong aura. She sighed. Blue Blade nodded. It's a powerful family in the central regions. Sima Yue chatted with them for a while and heard them talk about the new powers in Bright Red Mountain Peak. Then, she bid farewell and returned to the academy. Blue Blade and the others saw her situation and obtained the information they wanted. They left Tianfu City the next day. Sima Yue rushed back that night. Because she was thinking about something, she forgot to disguise herself. Thus, when she arrived at the inner courtyard, she was surrounded by students who were still walking around outside. Fortunately, at this time, most people were either cultivating or resting, so there weren't many students outside. After a few words, she quickly slipped away and hid in the parting garden. Those students followed her to the parting garden. After seeing her enter, they left unwillingly. Sima Yue stood in the parting garden. She patted her chest and let out a long sigh of relief. These guys are too crazy. They don't look like seniors at all. That's because you don't look like a new student either. Su Xiaoxiao appeared in front of her and smiled at her. Sigh, it seems like I have to be more careful the next time I go out. At least wait until this situation is over. Sima Yue said. Oh right, where's eldest senior brother? He's sleeping in his room. Su Xiaoxiao said. I don't know why he's looking for me. Sima Yue said. Then I'll wait until he wakes up tomorrow. She would apply for leave tomorrow. He said that we'll go look for him when you're back. Let's go. Sima Yue saw Su Xiaoxiao's expression. It seemed like he didn't know what was going on either. When they went upstairs, they knocked on Han Miao Shuang's door. She quickly opened the door and came out. She followed them to Kong Junchul's room. All right, youngest junior brother is here. Kong Junchul, tell me your plans. Han Miao Shuang grabbed a chair and sat down. Sima Yue looked at her and then looked at Kong Junchul. What was it that he had to wait for her to come back before he could say it? Your arrival is the greatest support for us. If you like it, then introduce more friends. Chapter 794. Kong Junchul lazily sat up from the bed and took a pillow. He leaned against the wall behind him and moved his body. After he was comfortable, he said, Today, Director Mao called me over to talk about the Rock Mountain Club. Sima Yue was not surprised. Shui Rong's incident had killed so many students, it was impossible to hide it. Moreover, judging from Xiao Yuanyuan's appearance, the things that had happened inside were definitely not small. It was not something that they could handle on their own. The only thing they could do was to inform the academy and let them deal with it. However, she was a little surprised that the academy would tell Kong Junchul about this. Could it be that they accidentally stumbled into a mausoleum and everyone who went in died, leaving only Xiao Yuanyuan who desperately ran out? Sima Yue said. You guessed right, Kang Junchul said. Then how did Xiao Yuanyuan get out? Sima Yue asked. As far as I know, there should be a very ancient array in the tomb. Su Yuanyuan said that they didn't enter the formation. Because there were people inside, they stopped in their tracks. However, they were still affected by the array formation and 7 or 8 people died. Because Su Yuanyuan was at the back, she ran faster. It must be those people behind them who helped them stall for time. She's lucky. Sima Yue sighed. If not, why are they looking for you? Su Yuanyuan said that she saw some creatures that she had never seen before. They looked very ancient. She was worried that something was wrong, so she wanted to send someone to take a look. So they want us to go? Sima Yue blinked. It's not us, it's you, Kang Junchul looked at Yue, but since you're going, we have to go too. So, it's right for us to go. Looking for me? You want me to go? Sima Yue was really shocked. Are you kidding me? How could the academy let little junior brother go? That's too dangerous. Su Xiaoxiao was surprised. If we let junior brother go, wouldn't we be putting him in danger? Han Miao Shuang disagreed. I haven't even finished and you've already said so much, Kang Junchul said. Who told you to pant for so long? Su Xiaoxiao complained. Hurry up and tell me what happened. Han Miao Shuang urged. The academy is preparing to send people over. Because they know of the existence of the array, they went to look for the 2 people guarding the array. However, the 2 of them said that since ancient creatures had appeared, perhaps the array formation inside was also relatively ancient. So they want Yue to go with them, Kang Junchul said. Big Wei and Little Wei? Han Miao Shuang raised her eyebrows. It's them, Kang Junchul said. Junior brother knows arrays? Su Xiaoxiao looked at Sima Yue in surprise. Of course she knows how to set up formations. Kang Junchul looked at her. If you don't know how could you know how to enter our courtyard from the start? Weren't we the ones who brought her in the first time? She knew how to do it herself. She just didn't want to show off in front of you, so she followed you in. Su Xiaoxiao slapped her thigh and said excitedly, That's right. At that time, I was wondering how junior brother could grasp the steps so quickly. Junior brother, you're teasing me. Junior brother didn't want to scare you, Han Miao Shuang said. After that, she wanted to verify it. Isn't that right, junior brother? I didn't think that junior brother was actually an array master. Su Xiaoxiao thought of her perfect alchemy skills and sighed. Actually, the 2 of you didn't notice. Didn't Master mention it last time, that the array formation was set up by junior brother? Kang Junchul said. If the 2 of you thought more, you wouldn't be so surprised today. Su Xiaoxiao and Han Miao Shuang thought about it and agreed. Then junior brother wants to go with them? Yes. Kang Junchul nodded. I already agreed. How could you agree? How dangerous is it for junior brother to go out? There are so many people outside who want to kill him. If they know that he went out, then... Xiao, are you stupid? Did you forget that Master said that junior brother was in disguise? No one would know that it was him. As long as he didn't use that move, no one would recognize him. Han Miao Shuang said. That's true. Su Xiaoxiao smiled. I'm not worried about that. Han Miao Shuang said. I'm worried about the danger of this matter. Since the sect asked Big Wei and Little Wei to go together, it means that the situation there is very dangerous. Will junior brother be in trouble? There will definitely be danger. That's why they want us to go together. Kang Junchul said. It's my first time going out with junior brother. I'm a little excited. Han Miao Shuang clapped her hands and looked at Sima Yue. What are you excited about? Fun things always happen when he goes out. Who knows, it might be the same this time. Han Miao Shuang said. Sima Yue looked at them and settled the matter with their words. You haven't asked for my opinion. Han Miao Shuang walked over and hugged her shoulder. Junior brother, you can't reject us. We have to protect you. Or do you not want to go? Sima Yue shook her head. I came back tonight because I wanted to ask for leave from the sect. Where are you going? Violet Water Swamp. You plan to go alone? My friends came to find me. They said that their people were trapped in the tomb and wanted me to help take a look. Then we can go together. Did the sect say when we're leaving? If possible, tomorrow morning. Then I'll let them know. I'll also let Instructor Mao know. The next morning, they set off. Sima Yue didn't go with Kong Sangyi and the others. She only asked them to meet at Jialing City near the Violet Water Swamp. Heavenly Sect was led by Fan Lei, Big Wei, Little Wei, and a few other teachers. Sima Yue found that she didn't know many of these teachers. They shouldn't be the teachers who usually taught students. Other than these teachers, the rest were Sima Yue and her 3 senior siblings, Shui Rong and Shu Yuan. Fan Lei directly broke through the passage. When they came out of the void, they were already outside Jialing City. Yue, Shimin Feng and Kong Sangyi, who had been waiting outside the city, called out when they saw Sima Yue coming out. Sima Yue waved for them to come over. Then she briefly introduced them to each other. Xiangyi, where are the people in your valley? She asked. They're in the Violet Water Swamp. Dean Fan, since that's the case, let's go to the Violet Water Swamp earlier. Sima Yue saw that Kong Sangyi was a little anxious. She knew that he was worried about Jing Wen and the others and wanted to go earlier. Fan Lei also wanted to confirm the situation there. He nodded. Then let's go and take a look. Chapter 795. Since Xiao Yuanyuan said that they had seen people down there, it should be Jing Wen and the others. Crazy Wife. Divine Doctor 5th Miss Chapter 795. Therefore, both parties had the same destination. Violet Water Swamp. Because this place was filled with violet plants, it made the swamp look like violet water, hence the name Violet Water Swamp. The place they were going to wasn't very far from Jialing City. The group flew for more than a day before arriving at their destination. The Violet Water Swamp was not particularly large, only covering a radius of 1 million miles. However, there was a long mountain range behind her that stretched as far as the eye could see. People who wanted to gain experience liked to go to the back of the mountain range, where there were many opportunities and treasures. However, very few people dared to come to Violet Water Swamp because there were always many unknown dangers. They dismounted from their flying beasts, and the Kong Valley's people immediately came forward to welcome them. Mississippi, how are Jingwen and the others? Kong Sangyi asked. Not long ago, they sent out another message saying that they can't hold on any longer. There are many strange creatures outside their protective circle. If they still can't break the formation, I'm afraid they will. Yue. Kong Sangyi looked at Sima Yue. Sima Yue nodded and said, I'll try my best. With the 2 teachers around, the chances of success should be higher. I need to check with the teachers first. Sima Yue patted her shoulder and turned to look for Big Wei and Little Wei. Shimin Feng said, Don't worry, nothing will happen to the disciples of the valley. She didn't say no directly, which means she still has some confidence. I believe her too. Sima Yue came to Wei and the others and bowed to them. Yue, do you see anything? Big Wei asked. When I was in the sky just now, I observed the terrain here. This place looks like an ordinary basin swamp, but if you look at it together with the mountain range in the distance, this place has excellent feng shui. Unfortunately, too much time has passed and the feng shui here has changed. Sima Yue said. What kind of terrain is this? How did it change? A teacher asked. Looking at the entire mountain range, the horizontal and vertical direction, it looks like a soaring dragon. And this basin is like the dragon's pearl. Sima Yue explained. The Dragon Ball is the source of the giant dragon's power, so it is the best place to bury the tomb. Unfortunately, this place used to be scorching hot and dry. Because too much time had passed, this place had become a swamp. When fire turns to water, the feng shui will naturally change. Is the water Dragon Ball not good? The teacher asked. Of course not. Sima Yue pointed at the mountain range in the distance and said, Because that's a fire dragon. The fire spirit pearl has turned into a water spirit pearl. Do you think this place is good? Although the teacher didn't know much about feng shui, he knew that fire and water were incompatible. Then how do you know it's a fire dragon? Su Xiaoxiao asked. It's too profound to explain. I'll tell you when I have time, Sima Yue said. This place of great fortune has become a place of great calamity. Naturally, some things that shouldn't exist will grow. Is what she said true? Fan Lei looked at Dewey and asked. Dewey looked at Sima Yue with satisfaction. This brat was really out of his expectations. Her knowledge was indeed extraordinary. And seeing that she was so familiar with feng shui, he guessed that she wasn't just an array master. Among all the major professions, seeker spirit masters were the most knowledgeable about feng shui. Thinking of this, he looked at Sima Yue with a deeper gaze. Then what do we do now? Fan Lei asked. We still have to take a look. Dou Wei said. Big brother, there should be a drainage array here. Little Wei said, but we don't know who tampered with it. So you're saying that someone purposely created such a place of great calamity? Han Miao Shuang asked. It's only possible. Dou Wei said. No matter if there's really something below, this place isn't suitable for a tomb. Little Wei said, Big brother, let's find the drainage array first. The two of them flew into the air to observe and deduce. The others could only wait below. Little junior brother, why aren't you coming along? To find an array in such a big place, I don't have enough experience. Sima Yue said. Aren't you very good at arrays? Han Miao Shuang asked. Senior sister, I'm just more familiar with some arrays. But I'm only good at small-scale arrays. For a large-scale array like this, I can't deduce it. Sima Yue said, if this array is only a few hundred meters, I can do it. Is this a specialization? Han Miao Shuang said, just like us alchemists, we have our own specialties. Something like that? They waited for half a day, but Dou Wei and Little Wei were still frowning. It seemed like there wasn't any progress. Yue, come over for a while. Dou Wei waved at Sima Yue. Sima Yue walked over. Yue, come and take a look. What's wrong with this array? We can't deduce it together. Dou Wei said, come and see where the problem is? This array is really old. It looks quite old. Sima Yue squatted down and fiddled with the array stones that they had deduced. The three of them discussed. Little junior brother looks so handsome when he's serious. Han Miao Shuang exclaimed. It was a pity that she was a girl. Otherwise, she would have chased her. It's really handsome. Su Xiaoxiao turned his head and said, right, eldest senior brother? Kang Junchul leaned on Su Xiaoxiao's shoulder and fell asleep. It's really... Han Miao Shuang poked him speechlessly. As expected, there was no reaction. Xiaoxiao, come here. She pulled Xiaoxiao away. Kang Junchul, who lost his support, didn't fall to the ground. He maintained his position. When the surrounding teachers and Kong Valley members saw him like this, they all started laughing. Han Miao Shuang touched her forehead and felt that she had done something wrong. She stuffed Xiaoxiao back. Kang Junchul felt something rubbing against him and rubbed against him again. He continued to sleep on Xiaoxiao's body. Sima Yue looked up and saw this scene. She couldn't help but smirk. He was such a sleepy person, but he followed her to this place. And Su Xiaoxiao's patient look, wasn't it because the environment here was too bad? But he still came and stood there. He didn't leave and even grumbled. If this was the parting garden, he would have gone berserk. Her heart felt warm. What if this line was drawn like this? Xiao Wei's words pulled her back to reality. She looked down and saw that Xiao Wei had already changed the array a little. But it was still not right. He was about to change the part back when he was stopped by Sima Yue. Wait a minute. Sima Yue picked up the other two array stones and placed them on the ground. Dou Wei and Xiao Wei's eyes lit up. Chapter 796. That's it. Little Wei exclaimed as he stared at the array formation on the ground in disbelief. The people on the other side heard his cheers and looked over. Done. Fan Lei and the others flew over. I've already completely deduced this array formation. Now, we just need to see what's wrong with it. Little Wei said, aren't we going into the tomb? What is the use of the array on the surface? Han Miao Shuang asked. Because the formation has lost its effectiveness, this place has become a place of great danger. If this formation is activated, even if it can't expel all the water vapor here, it can weaken the water attribute here. It'll be easier to deal with those things when we go down there, Little Wei explained. Hearing his explanation, the others finally understood. This teleportation formation wasn't complicated, and it wasn't very different from the one they were using now. Big Wei and Little Wei quickly found the source of the problem, and after clarifying the problem, they activated the formation again. Almost at the instant the array was activated, Jing Wen and the others in the mausoleum below immediately felt the pressure outside lessen. The attack power of those strange-looking things was greatly reduced. Let's go down. Big Wei and Little Wei returned to the group and said. Once he heard that they could go down, Kong Sang immediately led the Kong Valley people into the swamp. Let's go down as well. After Fan Lei and Kong Valley's people left, he said to the people from the academy. Sima Yue and the rest immediately formed a thin barrier around themselves before jumping down. Plop, plop, the muddy water was split open. Sima Yue felt as if she had passed through several hundred meters of muddy water. After breaking through the thick layer of soil, she flew for a while before seeing a huge mausoleum. There was a huge barrier above the mausoleum, enveloping the entire mausoleum. Perhaps it was because too much time had passed, but the barrier could only block the sand outside and not people. Yu and the girls passed through it with a light push. They landed on the empty ground in front of the mausoleum. The entire place was built like a courtyard. The mausoleum here looks really ancient, similar to what I read in ancient books. It seems that it has indeed been a long time. The scenery here is similar to what Su Yuan said. They should have entered from here. Han Miao Shuang said. There are powerful creatures here. Kong Junshul finally woke up and opened his eyes beside Su Xiaoxiao. He didn't wake up when Su Xiaoxiao brought him down. She didn't expect him to wake up as soon as they arrived here. There is indeed a very powerful aura. Han Miao Shuang also said, it seems like from the moment we arrived here, we've been targeted by someone. It gives me a creepy feeling. On the other hand, Sima Yue raised her head and looked at the barrier above her, saying, it seems like the moment we entered this barrier, we entered a huge formation. There's an array here? However, we don't feel the power of the array. A disciple from the Kong Valley said. Because this formation is not activated. Sima Yue said, or rather, the person who destroyed the array outside back then came here to do this. There is indeed an array formation here. This array formation can prevent people from coming in from the outside. It can also trap the things inside from coming out. Daoist said, it should be that person back then who knew that something would appear after this place became a place of great danger, so he destroyed the array here. Little Wei guessed. I don't know who did this. However, no matter who it is, they don't have good intentions. Han Miao Shuang stretched out her hands and rubbed her arms as she said. However, everyone proposes but God disposes. I didn't expect that before their plan succeeded, it would be broken by someone. Kong Sangyi said. I think, this isn't something a small force can do. Sima Yue said, the sea turns into mulberry fields over the years. Even if this place changed from a dry land to a swamp, it doesn't necessarily change the feng shui. To change the feng shui here, even if it doesn't take hundreds of thousands of years, it would at least take tens of thousands of years. An ordinary force might not be able to hold on for so long. Everyone agreed with her opinion. This was definitely not done by an ordinary force, but now they didn't know who did it. Yue, let's go in and take a look. Kong Sangyi was worried that the people inside wouldn't be able to hold on, so he said to Yue and led the Kong Valley people in. Not long after they went in, there were sounds of fighting and fluctuations of spirit energy. Let's go in and take a look. Fan Lei said to the teachers of the sect. Shui Rong and Shu Yuan stayed on top of the swamp and didn't come down, so the people who came in were not weak. After they went in, many ancient-looking creatures attacked them immediately. Not far away, Kong Sengyi and the others were surrounded by those creatures and were fighting with all their might. These creatures look like creatures from ancient times. Why are there so many of them here? A teacher shouted. Kong Junshul and Han Miao Shuang were beside Sima Yue. Both of them controlled the flames and burned the creatures that pounced on them. However, after they burned one, another one would appear and its strength would increase greatly. These creatures are so strange. Han Miao Shuang said with a frown when she saw a spirit beast that looked exactly the same as the one she just killed. Sima Yuiwei was protected in the middle and didn't have to do anything. After hearing Han Miao Shuang's words, she carefully observed those spirit beasts. Their shapes were very similar to what was described in the ancient books in the Spirit Pagoda. Some were from ancient times, some were from ancient times. They were all extinct in the modern era. Why were there so many ancient creatures here? Could it be that they could live for so long? Or could it be that they were like little golden snake and were also trapped in the spirit stone? They preserved their life signs and only came out now? She frowned and thought for a while before she denied her own idea. Without a seeker spirit master to open it, these ancient creatures wouldn't come out so easily. There wouldn't be so many of them. Moreover, even a seeker spirit emperor master wouldn't be able to find so many of them. Since these creatures didn't come out from the spirit stone, they couldn't have lived for so long. Then these were fake? Could it be an illusion array? Little Wei also thought of it and said to Big Wei, "Quick, take a look. Old Fan, cover us brothers." Big Wei said to Fan Lei who was beside him, "There's no illusion array here." Sima Yue said, "Not only is there no illusion array here, there aren't any other arrays." "You've seen it?" I've already checked. There's no movement of an array here." Sima Yue said, "Could it be that these things are really ancient creatures?" A teacher said, "Those old things can't live for so long." Sima Yue said as she condensed lightning attribute spirit energy and struck towards those spirit beasts. Chapter 797. The power of the lightning she condensed was not very strong, but it still gave everyone present a shock. The spirit beast that was struck by her attack instantly turned into small specks of dust before dissipating into the air. This time, no spirit beast that looked like it came out. Sima Yue took advantage of the fact that the spirit beasts and humans were still in a daze and struck down 2 more lightning bolts. 2 more spirit beasts were scattered. Those with thunder attribute, use your thunder attribute now. Kong Sangyi shouted. There were still a few people who had thunder properties. Although their power wasn't as pure as Yoyue's, it was still effective when it hit the spirit beasts. Half of the spirit beasts that surrounded them were killed in a short while. The remaining spirit beasts, after seeing that too many of their companions had died, retreated one after another, as if they were in some kind of organization. Retreated. Those people saw the spirit beasts retreating like a tide, and they still couldn't believe it. Although I don't know why, it's good that you've retreated. When Fan Lei saw that the spirit beasts had retreated, he recalled that the first thunderbolt was struck by Sima Yue. He asked curiously, "Yue, how did you know that the thunderbolt had a deterrent effect on them?" "I guessed," Sima Yue said. "How did you guess?" Fan Lei asked again. Sima Yue was speechless as she looked at this fellow who wanted to get to the bottom of things, because they are not real spiritual beasts. Not a real spirit beast? When she said that, everyone turned their attention to her and waited for her to explain. These spirit beasts all look like the ones in the ancient books. Some are from the ancient era, and some are from the immemorial era. Sima Yue said, "No spirit beast can live for so long, so it's impossible for them to live until now. If they were sealed by the spirit stones and had only recently opened the seal, their strength would not be so weak. Furthermore, there wouldn't be so many spirit stones piled up in a mausoleum. This is neither the ancient mine nor the ruins of an ancient sect." "That's why you guessed they were fake?" "That's right. But you also said that we weren't in the illusion array." Someone asked. "Those are not illusions." Sima Yue said, "This has nothing to do with the illusion array." "Then what are these?" "It's some chi spirits." Sima Yue said. "Chi spirit? What is that?" This was the first time many people had heard of such a thing, and they found it very strange. They're spirit beasts that are formed from spiritual chi in certain environments. They would take on the appearance of the spirit beasts they were in at that time and possess their skills. It's just that it's not as strong as the real deal. Big Wei said, "This mausoleum is isolated by a barrier. The inside is not connected to the outside. Therefore, when the environment here changed, these chi spirits were formed." Little Wei explained. "No wonder they are so weak. So that's why. Have these chi spirits always been so weak? The more time passed, the stronger they would become. If they are beaten, they will absorb our spirit energy and form an even more powerful chi spirit. Big Wei said. That's right. I just realized that when we kill some, more powerful ones will appear. Han Miao Shuang said. These are so weak. It should be because they haven't been formed for a long time. If we encounter those that have been formed for a long time, it won't be so easy to deal with them. But, if spirit energy is nourishing for the chi spirit, why can lightning attribute do it? Actually, fire can do it too. It's just that normal flames are useless. Unless it's a famous deviant flame. Sima Yue explained, these chi spirits belong to the abnormal category. Lightning attribute has lightning punishment, so it's naturally possible. Ah! A scream came from the depths of the mausoleum, causing everyone's heart to jump. Young miss, it's a brother from the valley. A man beside Kong Sangyi said. Let's go in and take a look. Kong Sangyi could tell that this voice belonged to someone he knew. He brought his men and rushed in. Let's go in and take a look. Fan Lei said. The people from the sect also ran in. They first passed through a long tunnel. Once they exited the tunnel, they couldn't hear anything from the outside. It was as if they entered a silent world. We're in an array today. Wei didn't panic. He and Little Wei quickly broke the array. They seemed to be in a huge cave. There were tunnels in all directions. They didn't know where to go. Although the array was broken, they still couldn't hear Jing Wen and the others. It was just that it wasn't as quiet as before. I heard their voices just now. Why are they gone now? Kong Sangyi said doubtfully. We probably went in the wrong direction when we came in. Little Wei said. There are many arrays here. They're all connected to each other. Maybe we'll end up in different places after entering different arrays. Then what do? We don't even know where they are now. Kong Sangyi said anxiously. Xiangyi, don't panic. Sima Yue said, there are so many arrays here. I think they shouldn't be too far in. They should be near us. We just have to find their way. But it's so dangerous here. How do we find them? Han Miao Shuang grabbed her arm and said, don't run around. It'll be dangerous if you meet with some trap array. This is an ancient tomb. Who knows what's inside? Sima Yue saw the worry in Han Miao Shuang's eyes. She smiled and said, I won't run around. I'll get someone to help us find them. Who are you looking for? Sima Yue called out a few hundred scarlet bees. After giving them some instructions, she got them to fly towards the different tunnels. There were so many scarlet bees in the spirit pagoda. A few hundred of them were nothing to her. Based on this speed, she didn't know if there would be a flood of scarlet bees. Should she get the scarlet queen bee to control the speed of her birth? Scarlet bees. The teachers in the sect recognized the scarlet bees. After the scarlet bees left, they all turned their attention to Sima Yue. Little junior brother, why do you have so many scarlet bees? There were a few hundred of them just now, right? Han Miao Shuang looked at Sima Yue with shining eyes. She was very excited. You have scarlet bees. Do you have scarlet honey? You do. You didn't even share some with me. Little junior brother, you're too mean. Han Miao Shuang reached out and poked her head. Haven't you eaten it before? Sima Yue grabbed her finger. Every time I barbecue meat, I put honey. Are you saying that's scarlet honey? Han Miao Shuang shouted. I only have scarlet honey. If it's not used, then what is it? I was wondering why the taste of this honey was different from the ones I ate before. I actually ate so much scarlet honey and I didn't even know. Kang Junchul and Su Xiaoxiao were shocked too. But they wouldn't be as embarrassing as her. Chapter 798. This time, even Fan Lei, Big Wei, and Little Wei were surprised. This guy actually used scarlet honey to barbecue meat? This was too extravagant. Yue, I only know now that you're so nice. I'm so happy. Han Miao Shuang hugged Sima Yue and jumped happily. She even kissed her on the cheek. Everyone stared at the two of them with their mouths agape. How immoral. All right, aren't you embarrassed? Sima Yue wiped the saliva off her face. What's there to be embarrassed about? They were all girls. Han Miao Shuang didn't say the last sentence, otherwise, this little girl would have smashed her head. Oh right, junior brother, give me a big jar later. I want to refine pills. Sima Yue said helplessly, okay, I'll give it to you when we get back. Let's get down to business first. Alright. Han Miao Shuang thought of the big jar of scarlet honey and smiled widely. Everyone else was dumbfounded. A big jar of scarlet honey was given away just like that? This was too generous. I want one too. Su Xiaoxiao saw that Han Miao Shuang already had one. How could he not have one? One can for each of you. Sima Yue noticed that Kong Junchul was also looking at her. Good. Thank you, junior brother. Su Xiaoxiao was also happy. The eyes of the other teachers turned red. These were 3 jars of scarlet honey. He gave it away just like that. They really wanted to ask, are there any more? They wanted it too. It was a pity that they weren't close, so they couldn't ask. But if there was a chance later, he could buy some from her. Yue this? Sure. Sima Yue raised a finger and interrupted Kong Seng. She seemed to be listening to something. After a while, she said to Kong Seng, the Scarlet Bees have found Jing Wen and the others. They said that their situation is a little serious. I don't think they can hold on any longer. We have to hurry over. Then let's go. Hey, wait a minute. Sima Yue held on to Kong Seng and said, there are so many arrays here and so many chi spirits. We can't just walk around. Then what should we do? Come with me. Sima Yue glanced at Fan Lei. Seeing him nod, she said to Kong Seng, let's go. She entered a passageway first. Kong Sengyi and Shimin Feng quickly followed. Han Miao Shuang and the other 2 senior siblings also entered together. The disciples of the Kong Valley had all entered, but the people of the academy remained where they were. Old Fan, are we going? Big Wei asked. Since all the students of the academy have gone, it's fine for us to stay here. Old Su's 4 disciples have all gone. If we don't go and something happens to them, Old Su will definitely be anxious with us when he comes back. Fan Lei shook his head and led the way into the passageway they went. Old Wei and Little Wei shook their heads helplessly when they thought of how Su Jin would flip out and followed in. Fan Lei, Big Wei, and Little Wei all went. The other teachers could only follow. The route they took is very strange. Big Wei followed them for a while and said, they avoided all the places with arrays. It looks like they took a detour, but they actually saved a lot of energy. How did she know about these routes? The teacher behind asked. It should be the Scarlet Bees that investigated it just now. Are those Scarlet Bees that powerful? Scarlet Bees are the most powerful among the spirit bees. They are experts in hiding their aura and investigating. Little Wei said. There are so many Scarlet Bees. It's not difficult to investigate all the passageways here. Sima Yue led them for a while. Gradually, they could hear the sounds of fighting and screams. The people of the Kong Valley were very anxious. But Yue was walking at a steady pace in front of them. They didn't dare to run to the front. When they came to a 3-way junction, the sounds of fighting came from the left passageway. Sima Yue stopped at the junction and led them to the right. Yue, didn't the sounds come from the left? Kong Sengyi asked. Follow me. It won't be wrong. Sima Yue was focused on the journey. She didn't have the heart to explain to her. Fortunately, Kong Sengyi had absolute trust in her. Hearing her say that, he didn't ask any more questions and continued to follow her. Seeing this, the people of the Kong Valley had no choice but to follow. They originally thought that they would go to the wrong place. They didn't expect to see Jing Wen and the others fighting at this passageway. Quickly go and help, Kong Sengyi said to the Lightning Attribute Spirit Master. Sima Yue condensed her spirit energy faster. As soon as Kong Sengyi finished speaking, she released her spirit energy. Pa! The lightning struck the spirit beast that attacked Jing Huan. When it dissipated, its claws were less than a centimeter away from Jing Huan's heart. Jing Huan was pressed to the ground by the spirit beast. He could only watch as the sharp claws of the spirit beast approached his heart. I'm done for. When he was faced with death, his mind went blank. Only these 3 words echoed in his mind. What do you mean by recalling your life before death? Is that a lie? However, the expected death didn't come. Instead, he was struck by lightning because of the spirit beast. Hiss! He felt pain all over his body. However, it wasn't to the point where he couldn't move. Seeing another chi spirit swinging his fist and smashing it down, he quickly rolled on the ground and dodged. Fighting a spirit beast in close combat. As a spirit master, you've got guts. A familiar voice came from above. He looked up and saw Sima Yue grabbing the arm of the spirit beast. Yue! He shouted in surprise. Sima Yue condensed a ball of fire and added a little bit of Qi Yan's fire. Starting from the arm, the spirit beast was burned clean. Jing Huan got up from the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you. You saved me again. Remember to reward me later." Sima Yue said with a smile, "Let's hurry up and fight now." That being said, with everyone joining in, those chi spirits were quickly wiped out, and the remaining few ran away with whooshing sounds. They ran really fast. Sima Yue retracted her spirit chi and didn't continue chasing. Kong Sangyi and the others didn't continue either. Everyone turned around and asked Jingwen, "How are you guys?" Cough cough. Jingwen's injuries were more serious. He coughed twice and said, "We're fine, but Sima Yue followed his gaze. There were several corpses in the room. Other than one or two that were relatively intact, the rest were broken limbs. Kong Sangyi looked at the corpses and said, "They're all disciples of the valley. Collect their corpses and bring them back to the valley for burial. Jingwen, you guys eat some pills first." The people of the valley went to collect the corpses. Jingwen and the others took the pills from everyone. "Yue, I didn't think we'd meet again so soon. I heard from Jing Huan that you saved them. Before I could thank you, you saved us again." Jingwen said to Sima Yue. Sima Yue didn't answer him. Instead, she looked at the passageways. "They're here." Chapter 799. Everyone looked in the direction she was looking at. Soon, there was some movement there. Chi spirits are coming. Shimin Feng stood beside Kong Sangyi and said, "What is Qi Ling?" Jinghuan asked. "Why haven't they heard of it before? It's a special kind of creature. I don't have time to explain it to you now." Shimin Feng said, "Listening to the commotion, there are quite a few people coming this time. The Thunder Attribute Spirit Master's spirit energy is almost exhausted. It's better for us to retreat first. But we can't get out." Big Wei said. "Master Wei, what did you say?" "When we entered here, we entered an array." Big Wei said, "Before we break the array, we can't get out." "Then what should we do?" "What else can we do? We can only go." Han Miao Shuang said. "But when our spiritual energy hits them, it will only replenish their energy. Then there's no other way." Big Wei said, "You guys go ahead and hold on for a while. We'll break the array here." "All right." Sima Yu brought the few lightning attribute spirit masters to the entrance of the tunnel and attacked the chi spirits that were coming over. The first batch of chi spirits were all struck to death. However, there were two spiritual masters whose thunder attribute spiritual energy had been completely depleted. "It's our turn." The two spirit masters quickly retreated, and the other two spirit masters stepped forward. They condensed their spirit power and attacked the chi spirits. This time, the two of them lasted longer. Even so, they couldn't hold on until Big Wei and Little Wei broke the array formation. At the same time, there were movements coming from the other passageways. "Oh no, there are chi spirits coming from other channels. What should we do? It's not like we can fight them." "Let me try." Fan Lei waved his hand and a barrier enveloped the entire stone room. "It's useless. Ordinary barriers can only block ordinary creatures, but they can't block things like chi spirits." Big Wei stood up and quickly went to various places in the house. He condensed his spirit energy to draw the array pattern and then placed the last array stone under his feet. When the last array stone was placed, the array formation immediately lit up, blocking all the chi spirits outside. Sima Yoyue's eyes lit up when she saw the Great Wei's formation. The way he set up the array formation was very strange. The array formation was simple, but the effect was very good. He only took a few breaths to finish setting up the array. This speed made her gasp in amazement. "This formation can hold them off for a while. You guys should quickly recover your spiritual energy. Once we break through this formation, we'll have a tough battle ahead of us. Big Wei said as he squatted down to continue discussing the formation with Little Wei. But we don't have any lightning-attributed spiritual energy recovery pills right now. We usually don't prepare many of these special pills. Someone said, the wind, thunder, and ice attributes were different from the other basic attributes. Generally, pills that recovered spiritual energy could be used for the 5 basic attributes, but these special attributes were useless. There were very few lightning-attributed pills that could restore spiritual energy, so most people didn't prepare many of them. Sima Yue took out some pills and gave them to those who did not have any. Use mine first. Thank you. After those people ate the pills, they went to the side to recover their spiritual energy. Sima Yue came to Big Wei's side and squatted down to study the array formation with them. Han Miao Shuang took out the dried meat that Yu prepared for her and ate it, while Kong Junshou leaned on Su Xiao and fell asleep. Kong Sangyi told Jing Wen and the others about the qi spirits. Only then did they know why the more they attacked, the more powerful the spirit beasts were. It turned out that they were not ordinary spirit beasts. Knowing that other than the lightning-attributed people, the rest of them didn't have enough spiritual energy, those people were disheartened. No matter how strong they were now a burden. Sima Yue looked at the sketches that Big Wei and the others drew on the ground and felt that it was familiar. She remembered that in the book that Wu Lingyu gave her, there were some similar ones, but she couldn't remember which one it was at the moment. So she let Little Spirit flip through the pages of the Spirit Pagoda for her. Finally, when she was about to finish flipping through the entire book, she found one that was similar to this formation. It still doesn't work. Big Wei deduced the formation once and sighed. Without a complete record of the formation, we can't deduce these ancient formations. Then there's no other way? Fan Lei was at the side and said dejectedly when he heard Big Wei's words. Not really. Maybe there's another way. Little Wei looked at Sima Yue and said. Sima Yue was still in a daze and didn't notice Little Wei's gaze on her. I know how to do it. After understanding the formation, she came back to her senses and walked around the room. She pointed at an inconspicuous little bump in the corner and said, this is the place to break the formation. Big Wei looked at the bump and lowered his head to look at the formation that they deduced. Then he continued to deduce according to the hints. That's right. It's done. Little Wei exclaimed first. As expected, as expected. Big Wei looked at Sima Yue. This sentence had a deeper meaning. This formation is broken? Fan Lei looked at them and asked. That's right, it's broken. Little Wei said. We'll wait for a while before breaking the formation. Big Wei looked at those who were still recovering their spirit energy. The formation that I set up can still hold on for a while. We'll wait for them to recover their spirit energy before breaking the formation. This way, we'll have a higher chance of escaping. That's good too. Fan Lei said. Sima Yue looked at the few passages that were filled with spirit beasts and looked at those who were recovering their spirit energy. If they wanted to escape, it would be difficult. The others knew this too. So even if the formation was broken, they didn't look relaxed. She came in front of Su Xiao and the others and sat down, saying, I told you not to come, but you insisted. Look at you now, you're trapped here. Han Miao Shuang finished the last bit of dried meat and took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands, saying, Hey, junior brother, let me tell you. Ever since I followed Master, this is the first time I've experienced something so dangerous. It's so exciting. Exciting? Aren't you worried that you won't be able to escape? Sima Yue looked at her speechlessly. What's there to worry about? Han Miao Shuang said, although the situation is dangerous, there's no anxiety or worry in your eyes. If you're not afraid, why should I be? Sima Yue looked at her calm face and was silent for a while before saying, Thank you for your trust. You really trust me more than I trust myself. That's true. Han Miao Shuang looked in her interspatial ring for a while and didn't find anything she wanted to eat, saying, Junior brother, do you still have spirit fruits? Sima Yue took out a spirit fruit and handed it to her. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She was really a carefree person. But she didn't completely believe that they weren't worried because of her. They definitely had their own methods. Chapter 800. As time passed, Daoist's array became more and more unstable under the attack of the Qi spirits and was on the verge of collapsing. Fortunately, the pills that Sima Yue gave to the spirit masters were very good. During this period of time, almost everyone had recovered their spirit energy. It's about time. Daoist stood up and said to everyone, "Let's follow the plan that we just discussed." Fan Lei said. While they were waiting, Fan Lei and Kong Sangyi discussed their strategy and decided that one side would lead the way while the other would stay behind to deal with the aftermath. "I'll walk at the back," Sima Yue said. The Qi spirits in front would get lesser and lesser while the ones at the back would get more and more. So the people at the back would be under more pressure. "Yue, you should walk in front." Kong Sangyi was worried about Sima Yue and said yes. "Yeah, and with you leading the way, we won't walk into dangerous places. The Wei and Little Wei teacher are in front, there shouldn't be a problem." Sima Yue said, "Principal Fan should be more clear about my lightning." Fan Lei knew what Sima Yue meant. Since she could trigger the heavenly tribulation, her lightning was definitely not ordinary lightning. "Alright, then you walk at the back," Fan Lei said. "Then we'll walk at the back too," Kong Junshil said. You guys walk at the back." Fan Lei wanted to say that they would be a burden if they walked at the back, but Kong Junshil shot out a flame and hit him back. Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiao Xiao also shot out 2 flames. He glanced at the 3 of them and said, "Since you guys have deviant flames, then you guys walk at the back. Remember, if you can't hold on, immediately come to the front. If you guys die, your master will go crazy." Of course we know that. We're not idiots. Han Miao Shuang kept her flames and clapped her hands. "If that's the case, then the rest of you will lead the way." Fan Lei instructed the others, "The rest of you will be in the middle. Everyone, get ready. Teacher Big Wei, take that path." Sima Yue pointed at the leftmost path. De Wei nodded. When the formation he had set up was broken, he immediately attacked the small bump that Yue had found. Attack! The lightning-attributed soul masters immediately charged towards the tunnel that Sima Yue had mentioned. The soul beasts at the front were immediately scattered by the lightning. Go! Those spirit masters chopped as they walked, taking the lead to enter the passage. The rest went in while Sima Yue and the other 3 stayed behind to clean up the mess. "I haven't used deviant flame to fight before. Now I can test its power." Han Miao Shuang clasped her hands together and chuckled. "Don't laugh, let's fight." Su Xiao shot out a green flame, burning all the Qi spirits that rushed up. Kong Junshil also casually shot out a flame. The flame took the shape of a lotus and flew towards the Qi spirit that was flying over from another channel. Han Miao Shuang's flame turned into a red whip. With a swing of the long whip, it swept across. Sima Yue hadn't even made a move, but the 3 of them had already dealt with the first wave of enemies. "Let's go." Han Miao Shuang pulled Sima Yue and walked into the passage. Su Xiao followed behind and Kong Junshil brought up the rear. Sima Yue saw the flames that they had summoned and knew that she didn't have to worry. She knew it. How could these guys be so calm? They definitely had a backup plan. But she didn't expect that the 3 of them would have deviant flames. Seeing that the 3 of them didn't reveal anything, it really surprised her. A few soul masters cleared the path in front and Kong Junshil's deviant flame behind them. They quickly walked out. "So we're not far from the exit." Jingwen sighed. "It's not far from here. But there are many arrays here. If we don't avoid them, we'll walk to other places. We might even walk further and further away." Little Wei explained. "Since we're out, let's go out quickly." A teacher said. They didn't understand the situation before coming down. They suffered a little. Now there were only a few lightning attribute soul masters. If the Qi spirits chased after them, it would be very dangerous. At this time, Sima Yue and the other 3 came out. "Let's go back to the land first." Fan Lei saw them come out and said. Everyone condensed a protective layer and flew up. Sima Yue followed behind. After thinking for a while, she threw out a flame before flying up. Kong Junshil and Han Miao Shuang saw what she did and threw a flame back. "Let's go." The 4 of them were the last to go out. The Qi spirits wanted to chase after them but were blocked by the spirit barrier. Before they could fly back, they were engulfed by the flames. Little birdie turned into a big birdie and flew in from the entrance. It brought along 2 other flames and started to sweep through the tomb. The chi spirits that chased after them were all burned up. Shui Rong and Su Yuan were waiting on the swamp. Seeing that they didn't come out for a long time, the 2 of them were very anxious. Rong, do you think the dean and the others will be okay? Su Yuan's complexion wasn't very good. Although the poison in her body was cured, she didn't fully recover. Probably not. Shui Rong wasn't sure herself. They went down for too long. But the 2 of them didn't have a choice. If something really happened, they could only go back to get help. Poo dash! The sound of the muddy water splashing attracted their attention. A figure came out of the muddy water. It's the academy's teachers. Su Yuan shouted in surprise. That's great. They're fine. Shui Rong heaved a sigh of relief. If the academy's teachers were fine, then the others should be fine too. Soon, the people below came up. Dean. Shui Rong and the others went up. They saw that none of them were seriously injured. Only some of their clothes were torn and stained with blood. There were also some people that they didn't see before. They should be the people they wanted to save this time. Let's go back to the city first. Fan Lei said. Dean, then we don't care about the things below? Will they come out to harm people? A teacher said. Chi spirits can only move around in tombs. They can't come out. Daoist said, and we've already reactivated the array outside. The feng shui here will return to how it was before. When the time comes, the chi spirits will naturally disappear. The teachers were relieved when they heard that. They didn't say anything else. Since they wouldn't come out to harm people, their academy didn't need to care too much. As for whether or not people would go down, it wasn't within their scope of concern. Sima Yue and Kang Junchul looked at the sky. They didn't mention that they set the fire. Let's go back first. I still have some things to ask you. Fan Lei said to Shui Rong and Kong Yi. Kong Sangyi also ordered the Kong Valley's people to return to the city. The group of people sat on their flying beasts and left. Not long after they left, a few people came out of the swamp and looked in the direction they left. They weren't far from Fan Lei, but even he didn't notice anyone hiding in the swamp. Tip: press the Enter key to return to the book list. Press key to return to the previous page. Press key to return to the next page. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Divine Doctor, please remember our address. Download Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Divine Doctor, please go to Chapter 801. Those people were wrapped in black clothes, only revealing their eyes. Please search to see the most complete. Every one of them had a ruthless look in their eyes, and their bodies exuded a gloomy aura. It seems like the plan this time has failed. The leader had a long scar at the corner of his eye. Although only a little could be seen, it still made people feel ferocious. I didn't expect those people to be able to escape from that place, someone said from behind. Those people are from the Sky Heaven School. I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. I didn't complete the mission Master gave me. I'm afraid that this time when I return, speaking of this, these people exuded a strong sense of fear and anger. Let's go down and take a look first. Since we can't protect this place, we have to at least protect those things. We can only bring them back to other places to raise them. They went to the underground tomb, but after entering, they did not see what they wanted to see. Where's the chi spirit? Everyone was shocked. The leader took out a whistle and blew it twice, but there was still no movement. The chi spirits are gone? Could they have been killed by those people just now? How is that possible? With so many chi spirits, there weren't many thunder spirit masters among them. Being able to come up from below is already a very rare thing. How could he possibly kill all of the chi spirits? Someone immediately retorted. Indeed, there is none left. The leader squeezed the whistle. If it wasn't a spirit weapon, it would have been crushed by him. So many chi spirits, are they really all killed? How is that possible? There's the smell of deviant flame here. Deviant flames. Deviant flames and lightning are the natural enemies of chi spirits. No wonder, when we go back this time, someone's face instantly turned pale, and his entire body froze on the spot. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, a faint sound came from inside. Then, the sound became louder and louder. It was not far from the cave entrance. What's that sound? F***CK, it's a phantom bug. Let's go. The group hurriedly formed a protective layer and flew up. However, one person did not move from his spot. What are you still doing there? Hurry up and leave. Do you want to be killed by the phantom bug? Who would have thought that the man would take off his veil and smile at them, saying, "You may go. I'm not leaving." What are you doing? If we fail this mission, we will definitely be thrown there when we return. Rather than risking his life in that place, he might as well end his life here. Anyway, if you get bitten by the phantom bug, you won't feel any pain when you die. After the man finished speaking, he turned around and ran into the tomb. Let's go. A trace of hesitation flashed in the eyes of the leader, but he still made a decision in an instant and left with the rest of the people. Although it wouldn't be painful to die like this, they were still willing to gamble on the small chance of survival. What do we do now? Are you going back to report? After leaving the swamp, they were all in low spirits. Ruthlessness flashed through the leader's eyes as he said, "If we go back now, we'll die. Let's go to the next place. This time, we have to change the method." When Sima Yue and the rest returned to Jialing City, they first found an inn to stay in. Once they arrived at the inn, Fan Lei called Shui Rong, Su Yuan, Kong Junshul, and Sima Yue over. Originally, he called Han Miao Shuang and Su Xiaoxiao over, but one of them was busy looking for food while the other was busy bathing, so they didn't have time. "We're already back, but you're still not letting us sleep, Principal. This isn't right." Kong Junshul leaned lazily on Sima Yue. Fan Lei looked at him and shook his head helplessly, but didn't say anything. "What did Principal call us over for?" Sima Yue asked. "Actually, it's nothing much, I just asked you to come over and listen." Fan Lei said, "Shui Rong, although that tomb isn't particularly hard to find, it's not that easy to find it underground. How did you know about this tomb and send people down?" His voice carried a stern questioning tone, which shocked Shui Rong and Su Yuan. "We heard it from others." Shui Rong said, "Heard it from others? It's such a secretive thing, how did you hear it from others?" Daoist. "That day, we were carrying out a mission in the mountains. When we passed by a resting area, we heard two people talking about a tomb in the Violet Water Swamp. They said that there were some strange movements recently and that there might be some great opportunity, so everyone said that they should go and take a look." Shui Rong said, "If there really was an opportunity, why would they say it so carelessly and let you hear it?" Sima Yue said, "We thought so too at that time, but they insisted on taking a look. In the end, those who believed went down, while those who didn't believe waited for them up there. But in the end, only Yuan came up." Shui Rong said, Yuan came up and said that they were all dead and unconscious. Then we went back to the academy." Sima Yue thought for a while and said, "Xiangyi said that Jingwen and the others were doing something nearby and came over when they heard that there were movements here. It's all hearsay, then this hearsay is a bit coincidental." Kong Junshul, who was half asleep, suddenly said, "Someone must have purposely leaked the news." Do Wei said, "Purposely leaked the news to let those people go in and then provide spiritual energy to those chi spirits to make them stronger?" Shui Rong guessed. "It should be." Fan Lei said, "It's not, it should be, it's true that someone is manipulating this." Sima Yue said, "How can you be so sure?" Little Wei asked. "Before I left some bees behind. They sent back news that someone came out of the swamp the moment we left. Listening to them, I'm sure that they were the ones who leaked the news." Sima Yue said, "But those people were very vague and didn't directly say anything useful. At that time, we didn't even notice that there were people in the swamp. These people's abilities can't be underestimated." Fan Lei said solemnly. "They went down for a while, and when they came up, they said that they wanted to go to other places to continue. I think, maybe there are many places like this." Sima Yue added, "They just gave up on that place? They had no choice but to give up. There are no more chi spirits down there. Their efforts were wasted." Sima Yue said, "What about those chi spirits? Before we came up, the senior brothers left some deviant flames. They should have been burned up. Sima Yue said. Kong Junchul narrowed his eyes and looked at her, but didn't say anything. He should find a time to ask her about the deviant flames that she released. You guys are more thorough, leaving some deviant flames to destroy the Qi spirits. We don't know what kind of power is behind this and where are they going next. Fan Lei said worriedly. Chapter 802. Didn't you send the scarlet bees there? Did they not hear what they were going to do next? Little Wei asked. Copy URL access. At that time, they only said that they were going to the next place, but they didn't say where. Sima Yu said, at that time, I ordered the bees to follow them, but their alertness was very high and they discovered the bees. In the end, all the bees were killed by them, and the information I received was cut off. If they can hide under the swamp without being discovered by us, it wouldn't be difficult for them to discover your scarlet bees. Fan Lei said, it's just that this way we'll lose track of them. Then things won't be easy after that. Big Wei said, although these Qi spirits can't leave the tomb, since those people have the intention to do so, they will naturally have a way to get them out. Right now, we can only go back and have the Academy's forces investigate. See if there are any strange movements or if something similar has happened. Fan Lei said. I think now that they've failed this time, they'll speed up their next step, Little Wei said. There's no time to lose. Let's go back now. Fan Lei said. Director, can I go back by myself later? Sima Yue said, I have something to tell my friends. Fan Lei glanced at Kong Junchul. Seeing that he did not object, he said, since you want to stay, then stay. However, he could not delay the 3 great meetings. I know you have other events to take part in after leaving the billboard. Director, don't worry. I won't delay the competition. Sima Yue said with a smile. Then let's go back first. All right. When Han Miao Shuang came back from looking for food and Su Xiaoxiao finished bathing, he realized that everyone from the academy had left, leaving only Sima Yue and Kong Junchul. Where are the dean and teacher? Su Xiaoxiao dried her hair with spiritual power and asked. Let's go back. Sima Yue said. Then why didn't you call us? Because we are not going back. Sima Yue said with a smile. We're not going back? Then what should we do? Su Xiaoxiao looked at her in confusion. Let's rest for a day and then go to the mausoleum to take a look. You're going back? Of course we have to go back. Sima Yue said, it's an ancient tomb. Don't you want to know what it looks like inside? No matter what it looks like, it's been so long. I don't think there's anything good left. Su Xiaoxiao wasn't interested in the things inside. Han Miao Shuang's eyes lit up as she held her hand and said, you really want to go back? I was thinking that there must be something good in there. How could I not go back? I didn't expect Junior Brother to have the same thoughts as me. Sima Yue looked at Kong Junchul, who had fallen asleep on the bed, and said, I'm not the only one who thinks the same way, right? If he didn't think so, he wouldn't have remained silent when she said that she wanted to stay. All right then. Since you all want to go, let's go, Su Xiao said. But if we go like this, is it really okay? Our powers aren't very high. The 3 of you have deviant flames. You can walk sideways in there without a problem. Sima Yue said. What sideways? You're the crab. Han Miao Shuang elbowed her. Aya, since we're going tomorrow, I have to rest well today. You have to call me when you're leaving tomorrow. After she finished speaking, she ran out. I'm going to tidy up my house and then rest. Su Xiaowan also left. Sima Yue turned around and looked at Kong Junchul, who was lying on the bed. She knew that she couldn't wake him up now. She shook her head and went out. She didn't go to Kong Junchul's room. Instead, she went to look for Shimin Feng and Kong Sangyi. But she didn't find them in their rooms. Young Master Sima, are you looking for young Miss and the others? A disciple from the Kong Valley passed by and saw her knocking on the door. He said, young Miss and Shimin Feng went to young Master Jing's room. They might not be back yet. Oh, thank you. Sima Yue smiled at that person and went downstairs to Jing Wen's room. As expected, she found Shimin Feng there. At this moment, Kong Sangyi, Shimin Feng and the 2 brothers Jing Wen were talking about what happened that day. When they heard Sima Yue knocking on the door, Shimin Feng went to open the door. You're really here? Sima Yue went in and saw that Jingwen's face was still pale. She said, "How's your injury?" "It's already much better." Jingwen nodded at her. "Why are you here?" "There's something I need to tell Feng. I also came to ask you something." Sima Yue said. "What's the problem? Ask away." "I want to know, how did you know about the tomb in the violet water swamp?" Sima Yue asked. "There must be more than one tomb in the violet water swamp. Why did you choose the one with the Qi spirit?" "We heard it from others." Jingwen said, "Jing Huan and I came here to settle some matters. Once in a while, we heard two people talking about it. We thought that if it was true, then it would be a great opportunity. So we went to verify it. At that time, we thought that even if there was any danger, we should be able to handle it. But we didn't expect it to be that kind of thing." "Can you remember who told you this?" Jingwen shook his head, saying, "We were just talking about this." The two people who were talking were wearing ordinary clothes and looked very ordinary. But no matter how hard we tried, we couldn't remember what they looked like. "You can't remember a single person?" Sima Yue asked, a little surprised. "Not a single person," Jingwen said with certainty. "In that case, the person who told you this must have used some kind of martial arts to make everyone subconsciously ignore their appearance." Sima Yue said, "It was to spread the news without causing any trouble for them." "We guessed that too." Kong Sangi said, "Why, did the people from your school come here after hearing the news?" "Just like what you said, they couldn't remember what those people looked like." Sima Yue said. "So someone really thought that they were controlling us?" Jing Huan said in shock. "Yes, after we left, someone came out of the swamp." Sima Yue said. "What?" The four of them were shocked when they heard the news. Sima Yue told them what the scarlet bees had seen. "It seems that the person controlling us has a plan for the next step. We have to do something," Jing Huan said. "The dean and the others have already left. He said that he would take action when he got back. I think there shouldn't be any problems. But I'm worried that the school will waste their efforts." Chapter 803. A waste of effort? Jing Huan asked in surprise. "Those people spent so many years to create a place to cultivate Qi spirits. Now that we've destroyed it, I'm afraid they'll be more careful in the future." "That's true," Kong Sangi said, "but the power of the Sky Heaven School is not to be underestimated. I also believe that the school will investigate. Once those things are released, they will definitely harm the people of the continent. On this point, the school is more upright. They won't just watch this happen." Sima Yue said. "You said you were looking for me. What's the matter?" Shimin Feng saw that Sima Yue was almost done asking and asked. Sima Yue glanced at the others. Kong Sangi said, "If it's not convenient for us to listen, you can go back to the house and talk." "It's nothing," Sima Yue said. "I just came to tell you that I plan to go back to the tomb." "You want to go back to the tomb? It's so dangerous there." Before Shimin Feng could speak, Jing Huan spoke first. Jing Wen also looked at her disapprovingly. Everyone finally came out. "Why do you want to go back? It's too dangerous there. Not to mention the arrays, just the Qi spirits alone are hard to deal with. Although you have lightning attribute spiritual energy, it's not enough there. The Qi spirits have already been dealt with," Sima Yue said. "Dealt with?" "Senior brother and the others dealt with it," Sima Yue said. "But even so, if you go, it's still very dangerous, right?" Kong Sangi said worriedly. "Feng, don't you think so?" "Feng." Kong Sangi looked at Shimin Feng in disbelief. She thought he would advise her, but she didn't expect him to go crazy with her. 900 spirit beasts won't be able to change her mind. "Why don't I go with her?" Shimin Feng said. "At least if there's any danger, I can accompany her." Sima Yue rubbed her nose. "Don't talk to me like I'm a disobedient child." "Aren't you?" Shimin Feng asked. "Of course not," Sima Yue retorted. "That's a tomb from ancient times. There might be some treasures inside. Wouldn't it be a waste of such a good opportunity if we just leave like that? This kind of wasteful thing will be struck by lightning. That's why I know it's useless to persuade you." Shimin Feng knew his sister too well. "When are you going?" "Tomorrow morning." "All right." Kong Sangyi pulled Shimin Fang's sleeve and said, "You guys really want to go? Then I want to go too." "Why are you going?" Shimin Fang subconsciously refused. "If you want to go, I'll go too." Kong Sangyi said, "Anyway, I'll go wherever you go. It's too dangerous there." "You know it's dangerous, but you still want to go." Kong Sangyi said, "I don't care. If you want to go, I want to go too. If you think it's dangerous, then don't go." Sima Yue saw Kong Sangyi looking at her and patted her forehead, saying, "I still have some things to discuss with my seniors. You guys can decide whether you want to go or not. I'll go back first." She didn't want to get involved in this couple's matters. Let them decide for themselves. But she felt that Kong Sangyi's clinginess wasn't something that her cute little brother could resist. So when Kong Sangyi appeared in their group on the second day, she wasn't surprised at all. After that, the 6 of them returned to the violet water swamp. Sima Yue found a scarlet bee's corpse on a plant in the swamp. "This is the scarlet bee you left behind 2 days ago?" Han Miao Shuang said. "That's right." Sima Yue kept the scarlet bee's corpse into the spirit pagoda and said, "Let's go down." The others nodded. Everyone wrapped themselves in spirit energy and jumped into the swamp again. When they came out of the tomb again, the 6 of them felt different from the last time. "This is the mirage bug's corpse," Sima Yue said as she picked up one of the black corpses on the ground. The mirage bug was transparent when it was alive. I didn't expect it to turn pure black after it died. The difference is quite big, Han Miao Shuang said. "We didn't chase after the mirage bug that day," Kong Sangyi said. "These were left behind by the people who came after us. It's a pity that they didn't leave any useful information," Su Xiaoxiao said regretfully. "If they could find some useful information, they might be able to guess who came after them." "Not necessarily." Sima Yue smirked and threw away the mirage bug in her hand. "If you get it, can you find any useful information from it?" "There's no useful information here, but there will be soon," she said as she walked inside. After a while, she saw a man in black lying on the ground. This person was lying on the ground with a faint smile on his face, as if he saw someone in his dreams. "This person came after us? Looking at his clothes, he should be. If he's not one of them, why would he be dressed like this?" Han Miao Shuang said. "It's the same as when Se Yuan Yuan was poisoned. Luckily, no other spirit beasts came out after the mirage bug. So although this person is in danger, it's not like he can't be saved," Sima Yue said. "Then let's try. Who knows, we might be able to get some information after we treat him," Su Xiaoxiao said. Sima Yue shook her head and said, "Saving people is a waste of energy. We just need to get the information we want." "How will we know if we don't save him?" Kong Sangyi asked. "Do you know about the soul-absorbing technique?" Sima Yue teased her when she saw her expression. "Soul-absorbing technique? What's that? Why haven't I heard of it before?" Kong Sangyi believed her. "It's a spirit technique that can absorb a person's soul." Sima Yue said, "I'll suck his soul out in a while and absorb it. Then I'll know what happened to him." Kong Sangyi looked at Sima Yue in shock. "You? How did you learn such a disgusting technique?" Absorbing a person's soul was too disgusting. Sima Yue pulled a long face and said, "How is it disgusting?" "You'll know if it's disgusting or not when you see it later." Kong Sangyi shook her head. "No, I don't want to see it." Sima Yue looked at her and couldn't help but laugh. "You'll believe whatever she says. There's no such thing as a soul-absorbing technique." Shimin Feng rubbed Kong Sangyi's head and said affectionately, "There's no soul-absorbing technique? Then what's she going to do?" Kong Sangyi asked blankly. Sima Yue smiled but didn't say anything. She squatted on the ground and placed one hand on the person's forehead and closed her eyes. Kong Sangyi looked at Sima Yue in confusion. Although she didn't know what she was doing, she knew that she shouldn't be disturbed and suppressed her questions. Tip: press the Enter key to return to the list of books. Press key to return to the previous page. Press key to return to the next page. Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Divine Doctor, please remember our address. Download Crazy Wife, 5th Miss Divine Doctor, please go to Chapter 804. After a while of silence, Sima Yue finished reading that person's memories. Her body emitted a strong sense of anger. People like you deserve to die. She punched the man in the chest, and a raging flame spread from her hand, burning the man to ashes. Then she waved her hand, and little birdie returned to her hand. Seeing her flames, Kong Junchul's pupils contracted. This flame, junior brother, what's wrong? It was the first time Han Miao Shuang saw Sima Yue like this, and she was a little scared. In this person's memories, other than the cruel training he received in an unknown place, everything else was about killing, killing, killing. For some reason that even he didn't know, they could massacre the entire city. And more than once. Sima Yue said. How despicable! Han Miao Shuang heard and was furious. Spirit masters like them wouldn't interfere with normal people's lives. These people who massacred a city for some reason were the most despicable. Then did you get any news about this? Shi Minfeng asked. Sima Yue shook her head. Their organization's information management is very strict. This person is the lowest level assassin. He would only carry out a mission every time and wouldn't ask why. He didn't get any news at all. Even when they were together, they didn't see each other's faces. The only useful thing was that his superior had a scar at the corner of his eye. Then you don't know what their next plan is? Su Xiaoxiao asked. I don't know. I thought that after finding this person, there would be some clues, but I didn't expect that there would be nothing. Kong Xianxia said, even the insiders don't know about this. It would be even harder for others to find out. I hope that the academy will find something. Sima Yue calmed herself down, telling herself not to be so angry, or else it wouldn't be good to encounter danger with this kind of emotion. Let's go in. Han Miao Shuang saw that she had calmed down and said, The few of them kept their emotions and walked in. This time, they didn't meet any qi spirits. Will there be any unknown creatures here? Kong Xianxia asked beside Shi Minfeng. I don't think so. Shi Minfeng said, this mausoleum has existed for too long, and there's also a barrier separating it. It's already very rare for qi spirits to appear. Perhaps there was something protecting it in the past, but it wouldn't have survived until now. It's said that ancient creatures are more powerful than the ones we have now. This kind of mausoleum is safer than the ones we have now. Thinking about it, they had been in here for so long, and there were no qi spirits to attack them this time. It was indeed safer than ordinary tombs. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sound of fluttering wings came from the front. Judging from the sound, there should be a large wave of animals attacking. The sound was getting closer and closer, but no one saw any spirit beasts appear. The phantom bug is here. Everyone be careful, Kong Junchul reminded. The phantom bug was only the size of a fingernail and looked like a beetle. Its body was transparent, and even its organs could not be seen. There were only 2 black dots at the tip of its 2 antennae. Therefore, when a swarm of phantom bugs flew over, what everyone saw was a dense mass of black dots. After hearing the sound, everyone stopped moving forward and condensed their spirit energy to protect their bodies. When those transparent phantom bugs flew over, they attacked together. To deal with these spirit beasts that attacked in groups, everyone chose to use fire attribute spirit techniques. A spirit technique was released, and it swept across the area. Piles and piles of phantom bugs were burned, and the ground was densely covered with their corpses. These phantom bugs' carapaces are really hard. Normal flames can't burn them to ashes. Han Miao Shuang sighed as she looked at the corpses. You just have to deal with your phantom bugs. If you're not focused, you might get bitten. Su Xiaoxiao released a ball of flame to destroy all the phantom bugs that rushed towards her. Seeing her sigh, he couldn't help but say, Our Xiaoxiao is so good. How could I get bitten, right? Han Miao Shuang said while not forgetting to deal with the phantom bugs. The first wave of phantom bugs was destroyed before they could use their skills. The ones behind were smarter. They didn't rush over immediately, but attacked from afar. Unfortunately, distance was not a problem for spirit masters. Even if they were far away, they were still hit by the spirit energy and died in groups. Be careful of the yellow fog they release. Don't breathe it into your body. Sima Yue reminded Shi Minfeng and Kong Xianxia. Kong Xianxia happened to be surrounded by a group of phantom bugs that broke through the encirclement. When he saw the yellow fog, he quickly held his breath and didn't breathe it in. Are you bullying me because I don't have fire attribute spirit energy? She took out a bell, inserted spirit energy and shook it lightly. The bell immediately let out a clear and loud sound. The sound waves rippled in all directions. When the phantom bugs heard the sound, they became dizzy and their fighting strength decreased. Han Miao Shuang saw the phantom bug's reaction and couldn't help but praise, "What a powerful sound attack." In order to save spirit energy, they changed to using deviant flames. Thousands of phantom bugs were burned to ashes. Shimin Feng also had fire attribute spirit energy, but his flames were weaker than Kong Junchel's. Therefore, many of the phantom worms attacked her. Kong Sangyi saw that there were more phantom bugs surrounding Shimin Feng and ran to his side. He shook his bell at the phantom bugs. With her help, Shimin Feng's pressure was reduced by a lot. It was easy to deal with them. How many phantom bugs are there? There are so many, why didn't they fill up the tomb? Han Miao Shuang was a little annoyed by the waves of phantom bugs and complained. Sima Yue also thought, why were there so many of these guys? She didn't think so before. Actually, what they didn't know was that in the past, the Qi spirit was suppressing the phantom bugs, so they didn't dare to run around. But now that the Qi spirit was gone, this place became their territory. They kept burning for half an hour until the air was filled with the pungent smell of the phantom bugs being burned. Then they finally stopped. Han Miao Shuang kept the flame and said, after burning for so long, if we only rely on spirit energy, I'm afraid it will be exhausted. These phantom bugs are stupid. They obviously saw their companions die, but they still kept flying over. Kong Sangyi didn't understand the phantom bugs and couldn't understand their suicidal behavior. Humans don't know much about the phantom bugs. The descriptions in the books are just one-sided views of the people who met a few before. Sima Yue said, I think their thinking should be simpler. They want to be with their companions. So when they saw their companions being burned to death, they continued to come over and didn't think of escaping. This is similar to other social creatures. Chapter 805. So many have been burned to death. I don't know if all of them have been burned. Su Xiaoxiao smelled the stench and frowned. It doesn't matter if this is all burned, I think the road ahead won't be peaceful. Sima Yue said, there are more insects in the tomb, I hope there won't be too many here. I don't think so. Those insects also need certain conditions to survive. It was rare that Kong Junchul was not sleepy. When his peach blossom eyes were fully open, they were not as charming as when he was sleepy, but they were still very good-looking. There are many tombs in the violet water swamp. Everyone has taken a fancy to the feng shui here. But the central position is the best. Sima Yu said, but because it was the best in the beginning, it's the worst now. In the mausoleum, there are many of those insects, but here, because of the presence of Qi spirits, it is not so easy for other creatures to reproduce. Kong Junchul said, these phantom insects are probably an exception. Senior brother, you sound so sure. Are you very familiar with this? Sima Yue turned to look at Kong Junchul. I don't know much about it, but I know a little about it, Kong Junchul said lightly. Sima Yue looked at him. Why did she feel that he seemed to be saying that he was very familiar with this and that he had gone through many ancient tombs? But would this guy know how to do it? It must be an illusion. Let's continue inside. Kong Junchul seemed to be very confident about the situation inside. With his hands clasped behind his back, he swaggered inside. When Sima Yue saw that he was not worried at all, she chose to believe him and followed him in. They kept walking and soon arrived at the place where they had met Jingwen and the others. Their journey was unimpeded and they did not encounter any danger. We haven't encountered anything after walking for so long. We should be able to confirm that the thing inside is gone. Su Xiao said. Even if there was something in the past, over the long years, it has been completely cleaned up by the Qi spirit. Han Miao Shuang said. If it's that good, then wouldn't we be taking advantage of it? Kong Sangyi said with a smile. I'm afraid there aren't many good things left in this place. Kong Junchul poured a bucket of cold water. Why? The existence of the Qi spirit can not only destroy the creatures here, but also absorb the spiritual energy here. Sima Yue explained to her, if there's anything with spiritual energy here, It should have been sucked dry. But we can't say that there's nothing. Maybe we'll be lucky enough to find something. Kong Sengyi looked at Sima Yue and asked in surprise, "You already knew?" "I know. That's how I know there's no danger here," Sima Yue said, "but it was just a guess. I didn't expect this place to be so clean. Since there's nothing good left, why are we still here? Picking up scraps." When Kong Sengyi saw that Kong Junchul and the others had the same expression, he was speechless. It turned out that he was the only one who didn't know. "I also don't know," Shimin Feng indifferently said. Kong Sengyi smiled when he heard that. Regardless of whether he really didn't know, she was very happy that he could say that. "Let's go. Let's take a look at the situation inside," Sima Yue said. They were still at the periphery of the mausoleum. Normally, there wouldn't be anything good here. They still had to walk inside to be able to find something. When they passed by a stone room, Kong Sengyi pointed at a small oil lamp in the corner and said, "Why did we walk into this room so many times? This small oil lamp, the rooms that we passed by recently all had the same one." Everyone stopped. Han Miao Shuang walked over and picked up the small oil lamp. She threw it to another position and took out a jade bottle and placed it at the side. "Let's walk again." They walked again and exited from one of the exits. After passing through a tunnel that was tens of meters long, they entered the next stone room. In the stone room, the small oil lamp and the jade bottle were placed in the same position. "Seems like we've entered an illusion array," Sima Yue said. "Although it seems like we're moving forward, we've actually been walking in circles in this room. When did we enter the illusion array? Why didn't we feel anything?" Su Xiaoxiao wasn't familiar with arrays. "This array is more powerful than the current illusion array," Sima Yue said. "I have to study it carefully." It was not an ordinary illusion array that could make her not feel anything. If he wanted to break this formation, it would take some time. She didn't know if it was because they trusted her from the bottom of their hearts. Even if they were trapped here, they didn't panic at all. Those who were dozing off continued to doze off, those who were eating continued to eat, those who were chatting continued to chat. Nobody asked her if they could get out. Sima Yue searched the room for a long time but couldn't find any traces of the array. She couldn't even find the array, let alone break it. "Little junior brother, you've been thinking for half a day. Do you want something to fill your stomach?" Han Miao Shuang looked at Sima Yue's frown and asked. Sima Yue looked up at her and shook her head. "You should eat it yourself." After speaking, she lowered her head and started calculating. Han Miao Shuang walked over with food and squatted beside her, saying, "Little junior brother, it's been half a day. Do you have any idea?" "I have some idea, but I'm still looking for the array core," Sima Yue said. "As long as we find the array core and destroy it, we can break this illusion array." "What's the array core?" Han Miao Shuang asked. Sima Yue pointed at the furnishings in the room. "It's these few things." There was a small oil lamp, a rusty iron sword, a dusty plate, a wine pot, a few scattered wine cups, and some small stones. "Then let's just destroy them. It'll save us the trouble." "That won't do." Sima Yue quickly stopped her. "This illusion array is different from other arrays. There's only one array core, but there are many fake array cores. If we destroy the other fake array cores, we might fall into a deeper layer of the illusory realm. It'll be harder to get out. That's why we have to find the right array core to break this illusion array." Han Miao Shuang pursed her lips and said, "So troublesome." "It's indeed troublesome." Sima Yue rubbed her forehead and looked at the things in the stone room again. This stone room was empty. Other than those few things, there was nothing else. Those small stones could be eliminated. But that small oil lamp, iron sword, plate, wine flask and wine cup, which one was the real array core? She took all these things in front of her. Looking at them, touching them, she couldn't be sure. "I think this person must be someone who knows how to enjoy life." Kong Junchul woke up and said. Sima Yue heard him and her eyes lit up.